Disclaimer: this show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
lost loved ones. You've loved and adored close ones. You've cherished the time and presence of people you hold dear, both near and far, both dead and alive. And many, if not most, perhaps even all of them, okay. Most definitely all were someone else's arsehole. From a different angle, another perspective, standing in the shoes of another and watching what you are doing, the picture shifts in a way that is almost unbearable in its absurdity. You love arseholes. Those arseholes you cannot stand as you walk around in your daily life. The ones who irritate you, repel you, offend your sensibilities, are themselves seen from other angles by other minds, under other arrangements of affection and familiarity, as beloved, adored, cherished. Their existence is celebrated, their absence would be mourned, their presence is a source of warmth and meaning to someone. We love arseholes. We are arseholes. We are arseholes. We are arseholes loving other arseholes, all the while moving through the world with the quiet conviction that other people are the arseholes, rarely pausing to consider the symmetry of the situation, rarely noticing the strange, comic, humiliating fact of embodiment that applies equally to all of us. We whisper about souls, about love, about irreplaceable persons, and yet, from another angle, analytical, indifferent, and absurd, each of these sacred beings is also merely someone else's asshole. We sit beside one another on sofas, across from one another at dining tables, constructing elaborate inner worlds of significance, dignity, romance, morality, and identity, all while failing to see the dank, hairy, putrid hole that is as much a part of the adored as of the despised, and most unsettling of all, the one looking right back at us in the mirror. You are leaving flowers at the grave of an arsehole. Burying an arsehole. You are hugging an arsehole. You are shaving the legs or chin of a deplorable arsehole. And then you are going out into the big bad world to battle against other arseholes, walking under your umbrella in the springtime rain, cursing the very existence of those that stand in your way, or those with whom you are ideologically opposed, while they in turn look at you and see the horrifying arsehole that you are, in some or many aspects. It is a dance of arseholes, a clatterbang of arseholes in an unsympathetic universe that casts out arseholes into a deplorable battle of the arsehole. No matter how terrible an arsehole we find someone to be, upon more than superficial reflection we can see that it is not entirely their fault. They are manifestations of this arsehole churning reality, where it is survival of the arsehole most loved, most tolerated, most successful at making others see them as arseholes, while others love them all the same. There will be casualties. Some arseholes will fall by the wayside. Other arseholes will walk on by, not caring all that much, or at all. But what do you expect? They are arseholes. After all, we are arseholes! We punish or ignore some arseholes to let others persist. The arsehole must continue. We are the arsehole will continue.
Hello. Welcome. I do hope you are exceedingly well. Welcome once again to another episode of the Finding Gnosis show, where we try to find out just what exactly is going on in reality and what exactly we should be doing here whilst we exist. I have a question at hand for all of us to consider just to get the conversation going. And that question is, are we all just someone else's arsehole? And does it matter if indeed we are. Another question that might come from that, or does come from that, if humanity as a whole was put on a scale, loved beings on one side versus perceived assholes on the other, which of the scales would be heavier? So I'd like to welcome Pristine Sun and Fatima to the show. The link is in the live chat for anybody else who has a compulsion to join us. Pristine Sun, the question at hand is, are we all just someone else's asshole? And does it matter if we are?
Yeah, I believe so. Definitely. I don't think anyone has gone their whole life without someone else thinking that they're an asshole. People have definitely thought that about me, being autistic and stuff. So I think that it matters if you are genuinely hurting someone. If your intentions are good and you're not, and they're just misinterpreting, which happens a lot, then I would say it doesn't matter. I would say don't even listen to what they're saying. Just ignore it, because if they're, and also if they have like some warped delusional view that.
Pristine, darling, your audio isn't as good as it normally is. So if you could sort that out. But in the meantime, I'll go to Fatima. Fatima, are we all just someone else's asshole? And does it matter if that is the case?
Oh, we are someone's asshole for sure. We are. Me being this cynical, skeptical, somewhat verging on a misanthropic person. Yeah, we are someone's asshole for sure. Yeah. Because like you will do something that someone will definitely like disagree with you on, of course, in your life, your actions, what you want to do, your interests, like the values you espouse. Eventually someone's going to interpret you like a very, very polar opposite person is going to be like, whoa, how can you do that stuff? And you have those reasonings for yourself. Wow, you're an asshole. When I'm like, dude, I just have interest in different ideas about things and I don't agree with you. And is that a problem? No, it's not, because like this is going to happen even if you try to please everyone. I'm not like a people pleaser, but so like, oh, is my mic still good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Because I just got a weird notification saying that my mic is bad. Oh, whatever. But like, well, yeah, like it is inevitable that you are someone's asshole, and like you shouldn't take those things into consideration, like the criticisms of you just being you. Like you are someone's asshole, whether you intend it or not. And a newcomer, yeah. But as I was saying, and like, what else was I gonna say? Yeah, I pretty much agree with Pristine Sun. Me being on the spectrum of neurodivergency, yeah, for sure. Like I have done awkward things that I thought were okay, but other people are like, "Yo, what is wrong with you?" And they call me out on the spot, and like they treated me as like a bad guy or a bad person in that scenario when it wasn't even that big of a deal in hindsight and in retrospect, So yeah, that's my perspective on it. And then you said there was a scale, like assholes and what type of people again?
Yeah, have a think about that. I want to bring on the newcomer. So the other idea is that if we were to look at the scales for humanity, and on one side those who are loved, and on the other those who are perceived as assholes, which scale would be heavier? Which would have the most members upon it? Have a think about that. And does the result of that, potentiality matter? I just want to invite somebody else on. There's a newcomer here, Fantasy PGA Tour. One moment, I'll get them on here. Fantasy PGA Tour, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. How are you doing today?
Oh, hi there, pal. I'm doing quite well, thanks. How about yourself?
Not too bad, thank you. Would you like to answer the question, Fantasy PGA? Are we all just someone else's arsehole?
Yeah, I mean, I've literally just got here, mate. In what context are you asking that? What do you mean by that question? Sorry.
Well, the question is, are you an arsehole to somebody else? Does it matter whether you're an arsehole to somebody else? I mean, are we all just a planet of arseholes? And does it matter?
Are you talking like morally?
It could be in any sense. Someone might look at you and think you're a stinking arsehole because of your morality, because it could be anything. It could be your job. It could be your social status. It could be anything. It could be even your religious ideas, your political ideas, whatever. Your personality.
Philosophical ideas. Philosophical
It could be
ideas.
anything. They just might think you're an atrociously awful arsehole. And this may be the case that we are all somebody else's arsehole. And I'm just asking, does that matter? If you zoom out and look at it, do you think it is the case that we are all someone else's arsehole?
I see what you're saying. I would imagine that, there's probably somebody out there in the universe that's going to dislike everything we're about just because of the variation of people's opinions. And also there's a lot of bitter people out there who probably everyone's an asshole to certain people. So, or at least somebody's asshole, mate. Yeah. So that's a nice thought.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think of that as a phenomenon? Does it matter at all? Is it something that we should consider, like in terms of what it means to be human?
I think ultimately, I think that we're all foundationally all we are is really consciousness anyway, and I think that's actually quite a pure, beautiful thing. So I think the arsehole stuff, I think that comes from identifications with pretty much anything within consciousness. That's when you can start having negative attributes, I think. But ultimately, foundationally, I think everyone's beautiful. But when we're playing the roles that we're all playing, then I guess we're probably all ourselves at some point in the day, aren't we? Yeah.
Okay, now look, this is a question related to the topic of the show. If humanity as a species was put on a scale or a set of scales, loved beings on one side versus perceived assholes on the other, which side do you think would be heavier?
Ooh, that's a big question. That what were you asking? If you were to
have a think about it. You don't have to answer straight away. I tell you what, guys, please have a think about it. I don't want
to that question though. Do you mean like is this like the accumulation of everyone's opinions?
Yeah, just exactly that. So think of it like this. Say someone out there might think you're an arsehole. Someone might love you.
You know,
I'm just wondering if we take the species as a whole and these opinions we have of each other, do you think that there would be more loved beings or more arseholes on those scales? Now that is the question, and I mean loved beings, okay, not just someone you have no real feelings for or you're kind of indifferent to. I mean loved beings. So loved beings versus perceived arseholes. Have a think about it, brother, please, because I've
already got the answer, pal. I've already got the answer. I think it's exactly 50% either way.
Do you really?
Yeah, because I don't think anything is actually inherently good or inherently bad. We just sort of accumulate everything and then draw a line in the middle somewhere. So I think ultimately it's probably about 50-50, mate. Yeah. I'm going to go anyway. I've got food. I was here for Danny Shine. I didn't realize he'd gone. But
yeah, he should be on later, so don't worry about it. But thank you,
I appreciate that, mate. I appreciate that a lot.
Okay, take care. Thank you for your input. We have Life Abolitionism. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Life Abolitionism, are we all just someone else's arsehole? And does it matter if indeed we are?
Well, I'm trying to put myself in this question, and I think, I guess a limited circle of people would say I'm an asshole because I'm not vegan, but most people don't actually care about that. But aside from that, I guess some people might say I'm an asshole because I don't allow them to extract and exploit me. And so because I don't live and surface to other people and they feel entitled to my resources, my time, my whatever, they might say that I'm an asshole, but I don't do anything actively to harm people. So I think that most people do actively do things to harm people. They do try to extract and exploit, whether it's their attention, their resources, they take. I think people in general are assholes. I think most people don't have empathy, and I know you say that I put myself before others, but I'm talking about putting themselves before others in a way that actually harms them and takes from other people. I don't think that I do that.
Okay, so in your estimation, I was going to ask you the question, but it seems like you've already answered it. I was going to ask you, are there more arseholes than those we perceived as loved in the world?
I would say that yes, most people are assholes, but I don't think that they are aware of it. I think most people are just selfish. And no, I mean, it's like they never question it. They're just takers. I mean, the
Yeah.
good people are very rare. The good people are the ones who are trying to, well, I don't agree that we have a duty to change the world, but the duties who are actively trying to make the world a better place, trying to help people, those are the minority.
Now, you can be an arsehole and be loved. So, the thing is, on both sides of the scale, there will be those who are both loved and an arsehole. Okay. Now,
Nice.
the question is, in my view, that's the case. So that there will be people on both sides who are both loved and are both perceived as an arsehole. But the differentiating factor is, I believe there will be some individuals who will tip the balance. Okay. And that is because they are either only loved or only perceived as an arsehole.
Really? Mhm.
Do you believe that is the case? Do you believe there will be individuals out there who will be perceived solely as being an arsehole?
Well, I don't know. Like you can look. I mean, I don't believe that everybody is all good.
Or maybe they won't have any. They will be kind of, their arseholiness will be irredeemable. There won't be anybody who loves them to redeem their arseholiness.
No, I don't think anybody is purely an asshole. I think most assholes are actually very manipulative and trick people into believing that they're good because most people don't see the totality of a human being. I mean, what I can say is like when I come home, the first thing that I always notice is there's always cats running towards me. So they expect me to feed them. So I guess in the cat's eyes, I'm probably good because I feed them. I think that in most of my relationships, most people are like driven towards me. I'm usually the one that has to cut it off because I feel like I've been taken advantage of. I don't know. I think the balance is really self-evident that they do pretend to have empathy and they do pretend to care, but they don't actually care.
Is my audio better?
That's much better, Pristine. Sorry. Pristine, 1 second,
Okay,
darling.
cool.
David's Cafe says, just look around your towns and cities late at night. I presume
That's
he's using that to support the argument that there's lots of arseholes around.
Yeah, like,
Okay,
yeah.
David.
I think
And
that
what town
that's
is that, David? What town in particular are you giving as evidence for the arseholes in the world?
that's
Pristine, would you like to answer the question again, darling? Are we all just someone else's arsehole? Does it matter if indeed that is the case?
Yeah, I agree. I think that everyone is an asshole to someone else. But I think that there are people who, like, there's certain situations, right? Like, if your lifestyle is insulting to someone else, but really in objective kind of reality, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, I don't mean to bring up being gay here, but Christians, I think that they're in the wrong. Like, they will obviously look at us and say that we're bad people for loving the same gender, right? But it's not wrong. So they're delusional. They're delusional and they're stupid. So I think that they're the ones hurting people and they're the assholes, but there's so many of them that it makes us look like we're in the wrong. Just a situation like that, I feel like is pretty self-explanatory. But yeah.
Is this situation worrying then, guys, that when you walk around, it is a case that you're walking amongst people perceived as assholes by others? Does it make you worried at all that this is the case?
Not really, because I don't usually I don't see myself having a future with those people I see on the street walking down. I don't plan to know them. And if I do, I try to make sure that it says the most functionalist and pragmatic interaction of all time. And what else was I going to say? No, it doesn't worry me. I mean, it is kind of crappy, though. It's shitty that I see most people as just neutral assholes, but still, it's not surprising to me that, that this is the case. It's just not surprising to me. And yeah, like, yeah, so I don't plan to be friends with these people. I don't have any friends actually in real life. I only hang out with some family and the friends of family, and that's about it. The people I've been knowing ever since I was like a young kid. So yeah, so I don't plan to expand that in the real world,
Okay, we can get that in a while, as in why that is the case, why you're so hesitant to make real world friends. But for now, I just want to read some comments. If you're trying to control things you can't change, as Age of the Cracker de la Sessen or something, I don't know how to say your username there, but anyway, I don't know what you mean by that. Come on and explain yourself, if you will. Rogue Archivist says that they love the tune. Fantasy PGA Tour, who was on already, says, if you think of the 10 worst people you know, then imagine someone who lived their whole life only ever interacting with those people. I think they would likely think the least 2 or 3 worst people are actually good people due to that being their only experience. That's true. That's true. But, also, whether we like it or not, people you perceive as a toxic arsehole, somebody you can't stand, you find them unbearable, they are often, more times than not, loved and adored by someone or other. Maybe their mother, maybe their lover,
like come on, friend, like
somebody probably loves them. Whether you think that's insanity or not, that seems to be mostly the case in this world.
Yeah, of
but
course.
Again, I would say there are a fair few individuals that are not loved by anybody.
Yes.
Now, somebody might say, "Oh, but I love them," and there might be like some do-gooder might come out of the shadows and say, "I love everybody," but I don't know how genuine that is. As I've said, if they really love them, they wouldn't want to change them, perhaps. Right. And I think when you love somebody, you accept them as they are. You would invite them over to your home. To hang out, perhaps, and if that isn't the case, if you would want to change them, if you wouldn't invite them to your home for dinner or for tea, then I don't think you can really say you love them. What do you think, Fatima?
Yeah, I agree with that. I was going to bring up the example of that. Like, you are right. Everyone has their lovers or their fans. Like I still know people who of course. There was a cult. Did you know that there was a cult dedicated to Pol Pot? Yes, there was an entire cult dedicated to him, and they all worshipped him. That's a sign of a devotion, and devotion is a sign of love, is it not? It's a sign of giving admiration to someone. And that someone was none other than Salaf Sor, who's and that was his real name in Cambodian, but his name that's known to us is like his. And nominous name during the Cambodian War was Pol Pot. And he had his fans, he had a wife and a kid even. So yeah, if people can like him, then I think even the worst assholes, as you say, he was a major one, can like anyone.
But I also...
Sorry, 1 second. David's Cafe says that he has a very close circle himself. It's the best way. He's learned not to trust or have faith in other people. They seem to turn into arseholes. Fair enough, David, but have you looked in the mirror? Have you considered the fact that you are an arsehole to somebody else? Do you think that is the case? I'm not being cheeky. I'm just asking the question, David. Do you think other people perceive you as an arsehole? And might they, in fact, be right that you are an atrocious arsehole in some way? Question for you. Do come on and talk about it if you want to. Live abolitionism, go ahead.
I also think the barometer of who is an asshole is based on who imposes their will onto others. A lot of people do that. A lot of people impose their will through procreation, through laws, through institutions, through economic domination. And to me, those people are assholes. I don't do that. I know somebody would say I'm an asshole because I'm not vegan, but I think that's an individual preference. I don't impose my will on others. I don't try to dominate others. So other people are free to either associate with me or not, but it's not through anything that I am imposing on them.
Thank you for that. Fantasy PGA seems to have wolfed down his dinner because he's back already. He said he was going off for dinner, but he's back already. Fantasy PGA, before you talk, David's Cafe says he's a fucking angel. Well, so was Satan himself, I believe.
Yes,
So, you know,
I would
doesn't mean
love-
anything to me.
would
King
love-
Alfred says, you can love everyone and not need to spend any time with any of them. I don't know if I think that's a weird kind of love. I don't know what you guys think. A strange neurodivergent type of love. If you don't need or want to spend
I
time
think-
with others that you love, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but seems absurd. But okay, PGA Tour. What is it you'd like to say? PGA Tour. I think he's probably eating. Anyway, Jackie says, as a general rule, unless someone is rude to her, typically she won't be rude to them unless they start it first.
Of course, that's common law. That's like a common like rule of any social interaction. If someone's mean to you first, like they're kind of being they're an asshole, you know. Jan God, oh, can I read this one, DW? Usually when I comment on live streams, most of my comments get ignored. But do I think someone is an asshole if they ignore me? No, because it's my fault for intruding. Depends on the context and depends on the person that's intruding and depends on you. Yeah.
Yeah, apologies. I was muted by accident. I didn't realize. Sorry.
Okay. So you've come back on PGA. I'm sure you've had a spark of gnosis to give us. What would you like to say?
I'd like to ask a question. Actually, what do you guys think? Do you think there's utility in, or even perhaps even some kind of altruism in perceiving people as assholes?
Yes.
So,
Oh, we lost you. We lost you momentarily. At least I did. I don't know if the others. Could you repeat the question?
yeah, I was just asking: do you think there's utility, or even perhaps loosely altruism, in deciding that certain people are assholes? Like, is that a good thing
Yes.
for humanity to, you know,
Yes.
make this
Yeah,
criticism?
that's a very good question, PGA.
I would
And
think so.
my gut instinct is to say, yes, it's good to show others we are disgruntled in some way because of the way they are behaving or carrying themselves. I think that is probably a social good. The problem is that's the superficial answer that I'm giving at first instance because that's my gut feeling. The problem is when you realize we're doing that all the time to everybody, it becomes a strange cacophony of chaos in some ways because we're all looking at this from different angles with different influences. And in many ways, it becomes a battle of, you know, subjective outlook on who is the arsehole, you know, because the people I call an arsehole might be carried literally on the shoulders of others as some kind of being to emulate, you know. So I think whilst you're right, it's problematic, is it not? If we're all doing it all the time.
Well, yeah, I'm just asking the question. I mean, I suppose if we could eradicate thinking anyone's an asshole, then maybe we'd all just love each other. But I don't know. It's impossible because someone's always going to annoy us, aren't they? And then they'll become an asshole in our mind. But perhaps it's better not to actually put that label on anyone and just judge them by each action. But then again, obviously, to have a history of their action would be able to detect potential behaviors as a utility. I don't know. I'm getting lost.
I like that though.
Yeah.
So don't label the person, label the action they're doing. So don't think of the person as an asshole.
Yeah.
Rather think of what they're doing as the problem. They're not the problem. What they're doing is the problem. So
But
be angry at what they're doing rather than them as an individual. Forgive them for they know not what they do, kind of thing.
oh, I can't do that. No, because your actions come from you and your being. So like, there's no like, you know, disconnect between you and your actions to me. So if you're doing something, I'm going to judge you and your being because like you made that conscious.
Yeah.
If you're having a bad day, though, you know what I mean?
Was Hitler not a bad guy? He just did bad actions. He was just like, how do you separate those things?
How do you separate them? Yeah, that's another question.
Exactly. How? Yeah. What's the demarcation between a person's actions and a person themselves? There is none to me. They're both interlinked. An action comes from a mind, the conscious act of a human being. So their
I
actions.
think that it could be like if something is like out of someone's character, or if they generally do the right, or they're generally doing the right thing and not doing stuff that harms other people, and they have a slip up here and there that they maybe take accountability for, or they actively seek help to augment their behavior or correct it, then I think that's a different story. But when someone has a consistent pattern of behavior that they have not taken any steps to change, and no sign that they will do that, I think it's fair to judge the whole person's character by their actions.
I would agree with you. Yeah, because like as I said, we are our choices in the end. Even though even though I don't really believe in like the free will thing, but I don't believe in like strong determinism either. I'm more of somewhere in between. I'm a compatibilist. So that means that there are things outside of our control, but then there's other things that are in our control. So yeah, it's kind of a split thing for me. But with that being said, yeah, you gave a good analogy. Like if it's like, but you said if they can take accountability for their faults or their mistakes, that's very, very something, because this brings up another issue. Whenever someone does whenever like I try to call people out, they don't want to take accountability, and that's like half of the interactions I have when I have like a social dispute. They do not want to take any accountability for their actions, because they know they screwed up, and if they have to take accountability, they have to change their being or their character, most likely, or they just have to stay away from me because I'm not going to tolerate their being and their actions.
Yeah, sometimes you need a period of review, though, don't you? To
review. There you go. Review, investigation, time to think about people. If you don't think about people, you'll go with any schmo down the street, and like you can be with like the next Albert Fish in your home or whatever. Like have a good view of everyone as inherently good. Like yeah. Because human behavior is pretty tricky to pin down, in my opinion.
It is, yeah. But I think whenever you criticize someone, or if you yourself are criticized for anything, I think in the moment there's often like an emotional response, right? Where you
there is a newcomer.
You don't want to. Sorry, the screen confused me. But yeah, there's an emotional response initially where you don't really want to admit to it. But then after a period of time, I think it can be a lot easier to sort of look back at it and think, oh, actually, they probably were right there. I shouldn't have done that. So when you get frustrated at people not accepting it straight away, they may very well accept it an hour or two later, and maybe you don't even know about it as well.
Yeah, but who knows?
Guys, we have a newcomer. Cecile, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome.
Cecile? Oh, okay.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah,
I think it's Cecil.
Cecil, sorry. Cecil, are you an asshole?
I try not to be. I mean, I feel like every definition in itself is pretty limiting. I feel whenever you apply a definition to someone, like, let's take, for example, like an asshole or anything, you kind of limit all the other qualities that they might have. And I feel like whenever you go about someone's character or judgment, you're never going to have, like, the full picture. And I feel like...
Yeah, I mean, Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer, they had a lot of great qualities.
Yes, they were both smart.
Ted Bundy, I mean, that's how they lured people in. And Ted Bundy, I believe he volunteered for a suicide prevention hotline.
Yeah, I mean...
This goes back to what Forged in the Flesh was talking about. He said, what if people are faking who they are? That's not cool, right? And then DePoop says, everyone is fake. And I suppose, that is a kind of, there is actually, it sounds absurd to say that, but there is truth in that as well, because part of being a social being is you have to go around telling white lies. You have to,
you have to mask, yeah.
We
You have to
are
mask
all
up
kind of
with it.
fake because we can't sometimes tell people what we really think of them. Even if they are a nice person, they might be saying things like, "Oh, you know, does my bum look big in this?" You might want to tell them that their asshole could be a new postcode. So, you know,
You're supposed
sometimes
to
you do
say
have
it
to
looks
be fake.
PHAT fat.
Fat,
Yeah.
fat ass.
So
Yeah.
I think that there's definitely truth in that. Is that a problem though? Is that a problem? I mean, what do you
I
guys
think
think? Is it a problem?
I think if you're the type of person that gets mad at the idea of white lies or that gets mad that of the notion that everyone's fake, even though that's kind of proven in some way, I think that's completely on you, and you're way too sensitive to be out there in the world, because like everyone does a white lie. Even grandma and grandpa does the white lie. Even a lot of people do white lies. Even the most generous person you probably ever met in your life probably has done a white lie here and there to save like an awkward situation, you know?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So just remember, the person that you love and trust the most tells you white lies.
Yes.
Yeah,
120%. That's true, because you know I grew up from a family that like I thought they were white because that's all they did to me was white lies. Like even my father's boasted the fact that he was good at telling just small white lies, and he even told me, he coached me to like do that, you know, because it's true. You have to do that, you know. That's one of the few things I learned from him that was actually valuable. Yeah.
I mean, one of the good things about it is like in situations to where you don't want to like expose yourself, just like let's say like emotionally or in any way, I think white lies come in handy just mainly in like those situations. Like if you want to avoid like talking about, like say if you got like a cancer thing and someone's asking how you've been feeling and you want to avoid that, it's like I could see someone definitely lying in that circumstance. And I feel like just like you're right, like everyone does those white lies. It's terrible, but I feel like it's not a bad thing, because it's like the stuff that you learned it's good for certain circumstances. Not gonna lie.
Oh, really? Because I kind of use my white lies as almost every instances. Like I do, like whenever someone says to me, "Hey, how you doing?" I say good when I'm just meh, you know, like because I don't want to start like a conversation about like me, you know, or like I don't want to put myself on the spotlight like that, you know, like what
That's
else
good.
or like or what?
Oh no, that's good for real.
Oh, what? You broke up there. My computer's kind
Oh
of dead.
no,
Forge the Flesh says lying is evil, and you
Like
will
you.
go to hell for it.
like it's
Wow,
not
is he
evil if
Christian?
you. Oh, shoot. Sorry, you can
I
go.
think it's always best
Oh,
to
sorry.
tell the truth, right? Or most of the time,
It's always
truth.
always
Truth
better to
usually
tell the
comes
truth.
second.
Yeah, it is. But like, there are some situations. Even I agree, telling the truth
There
is
are
good.
some
I'm all about philosophical clarity and like epistemic clarity. But like, when it comes to actual human behavior and interactions, and if there's some type of situation where saving your life or lying could save your life, you know, this is where I'm going against Immanuel Kant, because Immanuel Kant said that you always have to tell the truth, even if you're hiding your family from an axe murderer. You always have to tell the truth.
Right. Kant was just
Yeah.
Kant was a cunt. Let's say
Yeah,
that.
yeah, he was kind of he was very strict about his moral code. I mean, he's important in like ethics. I'll give him that, but like I don't agree with everything. You know, like come on now, like you have to tell the truth to what like a mass murderer, like to like even though you're like hiding someone that you could like or love, like what the
The
hell?
thing is, he you know he wouldn't tell the fucking truth, and then if he was called on, he'd just be like, "Well, I'm not saying that what I did was moral. I just had to do it." You know, like he would just say some stupid shit.
Of course, yeah, he at the end of the day he is a philosopher. Philosophers usually have to like lie to themselves sometimes in order for their ideas to work, you know, sometimes. Yeah.
Objective ethics says if you think all people are equal and you can always find something positive to say, sorry, if you think all people are equal, then you can always find something positive to say. He also says there is no justification outside of coercion to have to lie.
Wait,
What
wait.
about How many of you guys are atheists? Is it?
Well, I'm not.
I'm agnostic on it all. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, I'm just thinking.
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Yeah, I
Agnostic.
suppose technically that's what I am as well. But yeah, okay, go ahead.
What
Okay.
are you, the fantasy?
I'm also agnostic, but the reason I'm asking that question is how many of you would tell a Christian on their deathbed that their beliefs are wrong, or would you lie? In
Oh,
that
I
situation?
would. I would. Hell yeah. I'd be like, hey.
Oh no, I'm gonna accept Jesus Christ on my deathbed.
Well,
I don't know
I
how you-
suppose. Hold on. Because I'm agnostic, I wouldn't be able to tell them that they were wrong.
Yeah. That's what I was asking, if you're atheist. And
I'm
that
an
was it.
apatheist, fantasy. In case you're wondering, I'm an apatheist. That means I don't care about the question of God being real or not, because I don't think there's a clear, definitive definition of God. Yeah, so. But no, I wouldn't be afraid to like tell someone on their deathbed, especially if it's somebody I don't like, that all of your life was a lie. But that's not because of their worldview. That's more because of the character of their being. It can be a Christian, an atheist, a Muslim, a Jew, a Buddhist. Like, if I don't like you, and if I see you hypothetically on your deathbed, and if I see and I feel you wrong me a lot, I'm gonna say to you, hey, your life was based on a lie, and I'll just leave it at that. I'll just walk away from like the hospital.
What about if you felt neutral about them? What about if you felt neutral about them? It wasn't someone you hated.
I'll be like, I wouldn't say anything, because I'm like, well, if I feel neutral about them, I wouldn't say anything bad or good about them. I'll just be like, okay, you're dying. And
So you let them have the illusion of their belief then.
What?
So you seem like a bad guy, kind
You
of.
let them have the illusion of their belief then. If
Yeah, of course. I don't have any issue with people believing in what they want to believe. None issue, unless they start bothering me about it. I don't have any issue with that at all. If you want to believe in pink rainbows, you believe in it. If you want to believe in squids controlling the world, you believe in it. Just don't bother me about anything about it.
No, that's fair. Honestly.
Okay, speaking of beliefs, I just want to say this whole idea of a agnostic atheist, that's not a real thing. That you're atheist and that's all it is. Just say that.
That's actually a real term, bro. Like, agnostic atheist is a real philosophical term in philosophy. Like,
is that just like you're leaning towards atheism? Is that what that means?
yeah, you're leaning towards you're leaning towards the belief there is no God. Agnostic atheist, you are leaning towards the belief there is no God. That's all it is. That's a real.
Yeah, just say you don't believe in God. That's it. Just say you have beliefs, and the belief is that you don't believe in God. That's all you have to do. You don't have a lack of belief. You just don't. You just choose to. Your belief is not in God. That's it. Your belief is in science.
An atheist doesn't have to believe in science. They can be, and this is coming from a person who's not one. So I don't know what you're trying to attack here.
I think
what's
there's something
the
we can all
distinction
agree
between agnostic atheist and normal atheist? I think that's what he's asking.
Yeah.
The important point.
It doesn't matter as long as it conveys your position. Who cares,
Yeah.
But agnostic atheist is a real term. It's a real term.
I think no matter what, there's something we can all agree on, and that's pretty much the present moment, and just what's happening now, and how that's describing us. We're all trying to explain that in a conscious way. And I think, and you get certain beliefs and certain spiritual experiences from understanding. And I think if you did tell someone that they were wrong, they might not have been, in their sense. I think one of the main things is this connection with the present and how we really feel about it. I think it does lead to a lot of disagreements. It's moral relativism, I guess, to where we have to take each other into account and come to the best conclusion. Even mice, whenever they see some other mouse, in trouble, they go over there and they try to help it. It's not because there was some kind of permission from God to go and help them. It was because inside their heart and inside their mind, they have an instinct to naturally go and help for some reason.
Not everyone, though.
But I think there's this natural good inside people, and I think a lot of it gets clouded by religion and certain ideas. and I think a lot of it is limiting.
Well, it's
Interesting.
culture.
No, because
What
I
is
don't believe
the
in that.
what is the let him answer this question. What is the natural good inside people, brother?
I think the natural good comes from the acceptance that. Oh, hang on.
Come here, buddy.
Give me 1 sec.
Oh, he had to go
Okay.
somewhere.
Does
Well,
anybody
I
else
agree
believe
with
in a
that.
natural good residing in everybody?
absolutely not. No, I
Yeah,
do not.
yeah, definitely. Wait. Okay, I'm just
I
gonna
do.
say yes. I've seen it in like even the animals like lions. There will be a lion who will protect a baby gazelle and put it up on a tree and protect it until the mom gets there. Right?
I think everyone's good. I think they just. I think what different.
Nah,
I mean, some might
I don't
say
believe in
you're
that.
imposing a human outlook on that situation. It may
Yeah,
be.
you are.
I'm not saying this is the case. It may be that line is actually putting that baby gazelle on the tree. I don't know what animal you said, but I'm just saying baby gazelle on the tree because the mother lion or the lion isn't actually hungry at the time, and she's just putting it up there to save it for later.
Could be. You don't know how animals really are. Yeah,
And I've
but-
seen these videos where the lion seems non-fussed and playful with like the baby animal. But I don't know. Do we know that the lion is actually playing with it, or is it like? Do we know that it's actually caring about it, or is it just playing with it because,
We
as I said,
don't-
it's not hungry. It's not hungry.
don't
and it's just,
know.
well,
I think it's
We
the fact
don't-
that it
we
has
don't know the will of the animal.
Yeah, we need a lion psychologist to come on.
Yeah, we do not know the form of life of a lion, so I think that example is kind of.
It happens in nature. I'm just saying we've seen that happen in human nature where people will help other people and other elephants. Like we've seen elephants help other species. We've seen species help other species other than just like prey animals not preying on the animal they're supposed to. Like that's happened more than once.
Yeah, but like
in the past.
99% of the time they will eat the animal, and also like there are other instances where that's never going to be the case. And if I can bring up my example, like I saw one video that's happened in America, right? This happened on a bus, or like some dude stabbed a girl, and it was on video, and no one helped the girl. It was a full bus, no one helped the girl, and she just bled there and she died. Yeah, so no.
Yeah, that was terrible. Humanity's it's capable of a lot of destruction.
Yeah,
it's
a lot of it
horrible.
actually.
Yeah, I think we're all born pure. It's just we get
Oh,
influenced by the culture, and how influenced we are by the culture often gets us disconnected from our source. You know.
Not according to Thomas Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes didn't think we were purely good. That's why we need the Leviathan, and I think he's empirically right. He's materially correct. You know.
but what is good?
What is exactly? He brings up that question too. Thomas Hobbes is very underrated. He brings up what is good.
I mean, one of the things that comes to mind in this conversation is, yeah, you're helping. Say you're talking about these examples of helping people, but helping them as opposed to what? I mean, are they helping the right people? Are they choosing to help that person because they have a bias towards that person? You know, I mean, sometimes it may look good, but it may also be directed by something malevolent, or some form of bias that puts other people in a lesser place.
Yeah,
do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like if I can add to that, NW, what if like someone saves someone only because they just want to use that person because they can like blackmail them or like guilt trip them, like, hey, I saved you, so you have to do something for me, unless you.
Well, I think I got a better scenario. One where like you help somebody and then it kind of it absolves them of responsibility, and in reality they were supposed to have a certain responsibility, but because you are doing it, then they feel like they're not obligated. So when you're not there no more, then the thing they were supposed to be doing ends up kind of backfiring on them, or it ends up becoming a worse situation down the long run because you kept on putting off, giving them their actual responsibility that they were supposed to do, like cleaning up, I don't know, rabbit crap that they had a rabbit and they just ended up expecting you to do it all the time or something.
Yeah, that's part and parcel of parenting, I suppose, isn't it? You gotta let people make their own mistakes, otherwise they're not going to be equipped to deal
Yeah.
with life, are they? If you just help them all
Yeah,
the
you have
time.
to let people make their own mistakes, and like, well, I always say I'm no one's mommy or daddy, so I don't have like a strong like caretaker or like a paternal incentive to like be a hero. Like how many people want other people to be. It would be nice, but that just isn't the case because, as I said, like literally, like I see homeless people on the street. Like I saw one video of some homeless dude whose leg was like almost bone, and like no one was helping him, and he was even denied hospital care, and like like what else has happened, and like oh yeah, like 3 people in my area froze to like death outside, and no one was helping them, even though they like died in like close knit suburbs. So yeah,
but you kind of said it though, like they're refusing medical help. They themselves don't want help or
no, I'm
want
saying
help themselves,
no,
so it's hard to.
I am saying that the hospital refused to help them. I didn't say they refused it themselves. They went there and they got refused. That's what I said.
Do you guys?
Guys, I want to welcome Objective Ethics. He's been waiting patiently. Thanks
Hey,
for your
Ethics. How you doing?
patience.
So-
Objective Ethics, what is it you'd like to say, brother?
How you doing?
Yeah, it's always good to see you guys, Fatima, DNW, everybody else. I appreciate the conversation while I get ready for work. I just wanted to come in really quick and clear something up about the agnosticism, atheism stuff that I heard somebody say you can't be an agnostic atheist. I don't want to derail from you guys have moved on from there, but I did study this in college, and so I can tell you that the etymology of these words has changed over the millennia. And I also want to say that I'm not here to tell people how to identify. I don't care if it's their religion, their gender, their political, whatever. You guys, we live in a world now where people should be free to identify however they want. But if you want to get technical about it, the reason I'm an agnostic is because agnosticism hasn't really changed over the millennia, and that is that you don't believe it's possible to know about gods or supernatural things because we can't measure and test these things. That's really what agnosticism is. A lot of people say, well, agnosticism covers knowledge and atheism covers beliefs, but that's actually not true. Technically speaking, agnosticism covers both. I neither believe nor disbelieve. And the reason I won't take a affirmative stance on either one is because I don't think it's possible to know. Agnosis, agnostic, it comes from the ancient Greece. Atheism started out in ancient Greece also as atheos, which is without God. And it was a way to define people who literally rejected the existence of the gods. Now, this is a term that has become an umbrella term in modern usage. Atheism covers what we would now refer to as hard atheism, which is the active rejection of the existence of gods. You've got soft atheism, which is simply a lack of belief. You've got different religions like Buddhism, for example, that don't have any gods, but so it's considered an atheistic religion. So to say atheism, you got to find out what kind of an atheist a person is. I just want to clear that up. Again, you guys can identify however you want, but these words technically do have meanings.
Yes, words have meanings. Yeah. Yep.
No,
Thank you very much for that. The Mind, did you want to say anything in reply?
Yeah, I'd say words have meaning, but some can contradict each other, and I think some people have some cognitive dissonance, so they don't really know how to use words or draw the right conclusions.
How?
So what's the contradiction between agnostic and atheist? So agnostic says you don't believe in you don't think it's possible to know about God or supernatural things, but you can be a hard atheist and an agnostic because somebody could say, well, Santa Claus is a god or Jesus is a god, and you can pick that claim apart and you can say, no, I actively reject that because it's nonsensical.
What's a soft atheist?
Than anything.
Soft atheism just simply lacks belief. The difference between a soft atheist and agnostic is the agnostic doesn't think it's possible to ever know, and the soft atheist would think it's actually possible to figure out, but they just lack the belief because they haven't seen enough evidence yet.
That makes sense, honestly.
Yeah, I consider myself an agnostic, but it's not. I don't think it's impossible to ever know. It's just at this current moment in time, that's
okay. I just want to say the last thing is I do agree etymologies have changed, and I think that has been intentionally done just to win in like a little gotcha debate, like a linguistic manipulative tactic. I think that's ultimately what ended up happening there.
And who changed that? Who decided that will be used for the language game?
I'm not going to start playing this who did what game because I'm not putting my conspiracy hat on right now. I'm just presenting like what I believe from that part. And I literally said, that's all I'm going to say. Like, I want to say, this is it. This is what I think, and that's it.
Well, that's not an unfair assertion, actually, because technically speaking, atheism was saying, there is no God. A lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people were saying there is no God. And then they're saying that the Christian or the Abrahamic religion has to prove their claim, right? And then atheism saying there is no God actually is a positive claim. So they were trying to escape responsibility by saying, oh, no, atheism is just a lack of belief in God. So it did change. And there could be, we can't say for sure, but there could be motivation because the hard atheist then suddenly realizes, oh, shit, I don't have evidence that there is no God. Now, some hard atheists who are really good in philosophy and in science will actively claim they can disprove the God claims. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, I think objective ethics. I think the hard atheists that exist, like Graham Oppie, like he's really good. Have you heard of him, Graham Oppie, or no? Like he's really good at like making like cases for countering act the belief in God. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's several good ones. There's actually a young man. He's really young and he's brilliant, and he goes by Ian on YouTube. I can't remember what he calls himself, simply Ian or something like that, but he is really good in philosophy. And there's another guy, Dr. Blitz. He's really good in science. So there are definitely people who are able to pick apart the logical arguments. And those are interesting conversations to have when you say, okay, give me your argument, your best argument for the existence or against the existence of God, and to see those kind of discussions happen. But does get into the weeds in philosophy. You got to really know what you're talking about to even follow the conversations.
You have to know the language of it. You have to know the positions of the persons. Yeah, but to like see those two combat, like I've seen those debates. I don't watch them anymore. I had my own. I drew my own, ideas about it. But like when I was like 18 years old, I would watch like two of those people. Like one was between Ed Feser, who was like a Catholic who used like Aquinas's arguments and Aristotle's arguments, and Graham Oppie, who was a very, very hard atheist. And that debate was very, very interesting. Ultimately, it was kind of like in my own position, it was pretty fruitless because it didn't really change my own epistemic because I have my own epistemic. But still, like looking back, it was a good learning moment to watch those types of debates roll out in front of you, because you actually learn a lot from them.
Oh, absolutely. Christopher Hitchens is another one who was really fun to watch in that arena. Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins. There's several good guys that are really smart.
Richard Dawkins, yeah. I used to watch those three guys like Hitchens, Harris, Dawkins way back then. I don't anymore. I kind of grew out of like what they're concerned with now. Like the only ones that's alive is like Harris and Dawkins, right? And like what they do now, I don't really like. Like it's just like dumb, like culture war nonsense. Yeah, it's just If you know anything about like Dawkins, especially, like he's really, really. He's just like grifting to me at this point. Like he's staying relevant by just being a grifter on like the social scale now, on the culture war scale. If you know anything about him right now.
Yeah, it is interesting because if you look at the studies, they show that political affiliations tend to line up pretty consistently with religious affiliations. So the atheist skeptic is going to lean heavily towards Democrat, if you're in the U.S., obviously, and then the religious affiliates are going to lean heavily towards the conservative side. And so you get this mentality, whatever is causing people to either believe or disbelieve in the God claims tends to align with their political beliefs as well. And Richard Dawkins, I think, he is kind of getting a lot of flack because of his issues, like with the transgender situation and things of that nature. And it does surprise me that he's taken that stance because, I did a video on my own channel about transgender and pronouns and stuff. I've always believed that you should use people's pronouns out of respect. I didn't actually realize there was a whole science behind it until fairly recently. I came across some studies, and there actually have been studies being done, post-mortem brain studies, and we found out that, and I can't remember the exact science behind it. I have it linked in my YouTube channel if anybody's interested, but there is a study where they study part of the brain, and there's a particular receptor, and it's two different sizes in a male and a female, and they found out that people who identified as transgender had the opposite size of this receptor in their brain. So there's actual science and biology behind this. So now If you don't use people's pronouns, not only are you just a rude fucking asshole, but you're also denying science. So I would encourage people to look into it.
Yeah, no, I've actually read that. I've actually looked inside that study, that type of paper, and yeah, it's pretty interesting to read about that kind of stuff. You know? Especially for a person like me, I like to read. I like to read like new things about like our current understanding. I always try to make sure of it. And yeah, even though sometimes I do think that science does change. It always changes. So yeah, you always have to be on the lookout for it. For like the changes in things. Always be epistemically humble.
I mean, yeah, honestly, just I don't know. I feel like whenever it revolves around like defining yourself and all that, I think there's like a certain point of separation from reality. Not that it's like, I'm saying like they're delusional or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that whenever people look at themselves and they try to define it, they always come to like a false conclusion about themselves. Either it's the illusion of self. Like, if I say I am this or I am that, I'm just saying I am. I am that I am type stuff.
God in the Bible.
It's all. I feel like whenever we have like a society that's built around changing yourself to try to better fit in with other people, I think you are kind of more dishonest with yourself than what you think. I think if you don't give your natural self a chance and you don't try to accept that, then you're always going to try to find something to make yourself better, and it's never going to happen. I think that's where people like fall into like these ideas like, I want to be like this, I want to be like that, but you don't have to change physically to do that. And sometimes you do want to. I'm not saying that's wrong either. Like, I think anyone should be able to do anything that they want with their bodies. I just think that if they're doing it out to find meaning, I think that's like a different scenario. Because you can always drive yourself mad by saying, I want to be this, I want to be that, and trying to become that. And whenever we separate what we can really achieve in reality, it can become like very toxic to yourself because you have this low self-esteem. You want to be able to find something that actually works for you. And in the end, you might get caught up in this way of thinking that's not actually you, not actually what you want. And I think the idea of like transgender and all that, I think it's good for people above like 18 and stuff. But I think on a developing mind that's seeing its world as like a place that it needs to belong in and hasn't found themselves yet, I think there is a very high chance that it can lead down very toxic roads. I mean, you get this with anything. You get it with religion. If you take stuff too radical, you get it with any other place. And it's not necessarily bad. And you should be able to have your feelings and all that. It just shouldn't be confused for a way that you believe. It shouldn't be all reliant on how you want to change yourself. That's what I mean.
We shouldn't. Yeah. Sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, you're good. I just think that whenever people try to change themselves, they're always going to be dishonest. They're never going to accept reality. And the reality is not that they're a boy or a girl. The reality is that there is no self, that there is nothing to receive or achieve.
That's a good point. And I think I would agree with that in the sense that whenever we sort of identify strongly with anything other than our own consciousness, we sort of create like an us versus them psychology, don't we? So like if you really identify with your skin color, for example, you're then gonna have a bias with people who are also your skin color. So whenever we like identify with anything, I just think it causes problems. Like obviously we can identify with it to a degree to get by in life, but I think whenever we strongly identify with anything, whether it's politics, job role, biology, I think we could just create an us versus them sort of polarity from doing that cause negativity.
I think that comes into play with like good and evil too, because so pretty much good can go into evil and evil can go into good. It's kind of like this cycle, and it's this battle between if you think something's bad or something's good, and your mind can be very delusioned about good or bad, and good and bad can be very relative to what your situation is. Just like, let's take for example, as we were talking about earlier, lying. Like, it's very relative to your position. and you need to be relative to the fact, like, you need to not overthink the present. Every time you add knowledge or try to find meaning in a definition, you're just excluding every other part of reality. And I think this idea of like definitions or different religions, it kind of just always separates what we're all trying to do, trying to learn, trying to achieve certain things, trying to do things. But in the society to where we have like this huge ego about everything, and we're brought up to be just like try to become something more than what we already are. And this causes a lot of like, even though we're trying to be good, it can cause a lot of evil because we lie or use people. And I think it's like I personally believe in it's like pretty much non-duality. And new non-duality one is pretty much good and evil. They're all illusions of mind. And so is like the perceived self. If you just stop for a sec and don't think, don't put any ideas over the present, you get the full truth about what everything is. It's just this current moment. And I think when I try to go down rabbit holes or try to explain what this is, you don't realize that you already have a full explanation. This connection with God in this present moment, I mean, who do you think we're seeking the questions in? It's not that God is ever separate from us, or it's not that God is above us, or that God is good or evil. It's that God is all things. He is good, evil, any other definition you can come up with. And he has to be all-encompassing. If there is an idea inside one part, let's say if there's good, then there has to be an evil with it. You always get this.
Doesn't that make the God a contradiction then?
No, not at all. Because whenever we're inside God, we are God within itself. We are pretty much God during this experience in a way. The things that constitute reality are only brought up because we decide to question it. This is where we get like let's take for example, like Adam and Eve story. This idea that knowledge is somehow going to be more encompassing than what we already see, what we already have. It's the idea that you get to a certain point to where knowledge it's not outside of you, it's right in front of you. It's not something you're trying to achieve, it's just something you're experiencing. I think
I'm just trying to follow, because you've got a P not P going on there if it's all internalized to within God. If it's outside of it, external, then you can get a conflict. But it sounds to me, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it sounds to me like you're saying it's all internalized to God's being. That means God is evil and God is not evil at the same time, unless I'm missing something.
Well, yeah, whatever you define as non-evil, you only know that because evil exists. This is where you get the idea.
It doesn't matter. The definition would simply be the opposite of what you consider to be good. So if you're saying God is all things, then it would be both the good and the not good at the same time. You've got the P not P going there. And
I think God's good and evil. I don't think evil exists outside of God. I don't think anything's causing it to be evil.
Do you think contradictions can exist?
I think contradictions just come into play whenever we decide that pretty much what do you mean by contradictions in this sense? Like
contradictions. So the ball is red. The ball cannot be red and blue at the same time, right? Because of the second law of logic, and the third law of logic.
I want to jump in here and say yes. I think God is the great contradiction. I've said this before. I think God is beyond our comprehension, right? And I think God has created order and structure, but he encompasses all things, even beyond order and structure and things that we can comprehend.
Yeah.
That would make it illogical. We can't comprehend this. And again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I want to be very clear about that. I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong or be disrespectful. I'm just trying to follow what you're saying. And this is where I take maybe an agnostic position, because you're basically talking about a square circle at this point, which we can't even conceive of. So I'm confused as to what this is actually going to be useful to us in any kind of tangible or meaningful way. I have to get ready for work, so I'm going to listen to you guys while you talk. And again, I want to be clear. I wasn't meaning to be disrespectful to you, brother. I was just trying to get some clarity to figure out where you're coming from. Okay.
No, you're good.
Yeah, just with that non-dual position as well. Sorry, would good and bad not just sort of be like illusory and relative? So
because
everything's just one anyway.
So before we existed, before humans existed, whenever everything was still in its prime form, let's say even going back to like dinosaurs or anything, there was no concept of good and evil. Concept good and evil were created by the mind. And in that sense, everything overlaying the present, pretty much the present moment is your communion with God. It's this one-on-one that you can't avoid. And that's where you seek God and you find him. Like, evil, good, they all play a role inside humanity. And for some reason, in this place, for some reason, God decided to have good and evil. And that is beyond me. But the way I mainly look at God is I try drawing like a circle and then draw a bigger circle around it. Then you label that smaller circle I. Then you erase that I. God is pretty much all encompassing, including yourself. And every single limitation that you think it has, or every single definition you think it has, like he was saying, like if you think it's red, it can't be blue. It's this idea that God's showing you this, and it's not necessarily your choice that you're seeing it. He's showing you these things, and it's an absolute. It's like, say in like quantum mechanics, they say everything like happens whenever you look at it, everything collapses. It's pretty much just within itself existing and creating anything that it wants. It's weird, but that's the only thing like it would make sense in.
If you hold that non-dual position, though, wouldn't just everything be illusory? Isn't that the only way that can work? Yeah,
it is. Everything is just a facade over the present. Every definition. I mean, you have emotions, you have all these different things, but you don't necessarily need to think all the time. I think the idea is like your body already perceives the present, already perceives everything in this clear picture. And I think it's whenever you try to overlay this clear picture they already have is whenever you get into these. It's that you find that thinking about the past or thinking about what's inside your mind is more important than what's actually happening in front of you, what's actually taking place. People get trapped in this like spiral of madness going back to back between different beliefs, different circumstances, different understandings. But everything is always coming from this certain one place, and that is the present. No matter what knowledge you gain, no matter what thing you see, it's always here. This constant reminder that we are exploring something that we can never comprehend, but we know that we are within it. It's like we are all just limited versions of God, pretty much.
Yeah, just to say everything is the present, though. The present's pretty varied, right? Like,
oh yeah,
like your present could be in the hospital in excruciating pain, or it could be on the high of a euphoric drug, right? That those two presents, although you're saying that's all there is, they're very different. But but you're saying it's kind of like the only thing that exists at the same time. I guess that's kind of maybe what that other guy was getting at with the contradiction, perhaps. I don't know.
Well, the way that we decide to like perceive everything is, I want you. Can something exist without being perceived?
No.
Yeah. So pretty much everything that God would want to, pretty much if you wanted
actually,
to.
Actually, wait, no, I misheard you. Yes, things can exist without being perceived. That's actually factually correct.
How so?
How? Because
we hear you.
Because you talking to me, DW?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. No, because because I don't think that the human view is the highest view. I think if you erase a person from a room with a chair, that chair is still going to be there, you know?
Yeah,
and that's just...
I agree with you. Whenever we are limited versions of God, so everything is limited to its own form. But our brains, we're creating this reality. There has to be a way of perceiving it. And without that, we know nothing. I mean, it's like being blind and deaf. You barely know anything, but you can still achieve something with your mind.
Oh, so you think that the reality is constructed for human mind and consciousness?
In a way. So as God is outside of us, it is in us. And whenever we look at that, we we are pretty much a limited form of a being reacting to a higher form of itself.
Oh, so are you like a metaphysical idealist? If you were aware of the term.
Oh, what does that mean? I have no idea.
An idealist in philosophy is the ones that think that the reality and consciousness and perception are all constructed with the human mind, or the human perception is greatly influencing reality. That's idealism. The mind is everything in idealism. Yes.
I don't think the mind is everything. I think the mind is a limited portion of God that has this one-on-one connection with it.
Are you like Advaita Vedantan Hindu? Is that kind of what you are? Do you think?
Me? Or
no, the non-dual guy?
I've just done. I went back and forth with Christianity, Hindu. I went into a little bit into Hinduism. Did a little bit of research into Buddhism. I haven't done much research in like Muslim type stuff, but I don't know.
You should look into Advaita Vedanta Hinduism because that's basically
Advaita Hinduism is pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to read about. But sorry for cutting you off. Tennessee. But Cecil, question: what would you label yourself as in terms of like a belief or like in like philosophical viewpoints?
I think the only way that you could perfectly describe yourself, and even if it's not perfect, is just by being silent. I think that not having an identity, just going with the present moment, and it might sound weird, but not separating yourself from anything. I think just being one, and that's why I say being silent. Because if you be silent, you pretty much just have everything there. It sounds weird, but it's true.
I think I get you. I think sometimes at work, sometimes if I'm in like a flow state where I'm not thinking and I'm just doing the work, it's actually enjoyable. But if my mind's thinking about other things or not being at work, etc., it becomes sort of unpleasurable. Is that sort of what you're getting at there?
Yeah, that's like the ego. And the ego pretty much, it separates from the present moment. That's why they say it separates you from God, or it separates you from knowing. I think having this identity, I think having this idea that we are separate, even though we are the only animals that really try to separate themselves, I mean, it's leading people down a way of like not believing in God, even though there is obviously something higher than it happening.
Yeah, of course. So like when I was asking you that question, what would you label yourself as in terms of like, you know, in terms of belief? I was talking about in like the spectrum of like theism, atheism, agnosticism, and like what spiritual tradition do you like?
It almost sounds like putting a label on him would take him away from his position.
Well, but here's the thing: everything has words and labels to it. We have words for a reason.
Yeah,
so it's easy.
Words, it's good to have knowledge. I'm not saying that. Like, it's good to have knowledge about what's happening around you, having contextual information. It's all good, especially in like medicine and certain other things. But I think a lot of people miss like the spiritual aspect of what being is, kind of. It allows you to do a lot of things, but it can make you ignorant of what's actually happening because you're listening.
What can make you ignorant of things? Exactly what?
I think trying to find knowledge and trying to seek it to a certain extreme that you kind of lose touch with what you're actually describing. Trying to look outside.
Trying to think what?
So let's take like thinking about the future or the past.
Wait, can I give an example? Because I have been quiet and I did want to say something about this.
Oh yeah, go for it.
I think an example that he's talking about, like when it comes to spiritual things, seeking spiritual truths and then kind of seeking too hard and not being able to understand that truth because you're trying to hurt. Oh my God, these guys are fighting with each other. One example would be like this thing called the the sacred truth. That's would be considered the unspoken truth. So I think when it comes to the unspoken truth, that's a thing that you need to come to understand on your own. It's not something that someone else can teach you, someone else can verbalize to you, because literally once the unspoken truth is spoken, it is no longer true. I think
Now
that's
now I have a question.
You might be right.
I have a question. Have you experienced the unspoken truth? And like, if it's so unspoken, how are you speaking about it?
I'm speaking about. I'm not directly speaking about it. I'm indirectly speaking about the unspoken truth. So, yeah, I can give an example like being humble. I think that could be an example of when somebody speaks the truth, it can no longer be true because, let's say I am the most humble person in the world, right? But everyone else knows it. I never declared it. But once I start declaring this truth that everybody knows to be a fact, then no longer is that true, because one of the aspects of a humble person, they're not going to be boasting about what they are.
Wouldn't be boasting, though. You'd just be stating a fact, wouldn't you? If that is a fact.
Oh wait, what do you?
That still doesn't demonstrate like the unspeakable sacred truth to me. Like what?
Well, to me, that's an example. There's certain things you need to figure out for yourself, and somebody trying to demonstrate it will only make it more unclear for you.
Have you? Well, if you can even make it clear up for me, how can I trust your own thing if it's clear up to you? Like I don't get it.
I'm gonna let somebody else talk. I did want to say that. I think I kind of interrupted the guy's talk, but I wanted to throw that in there because I felt like that kind of went along with whatever he was saying.
Yeah, I think it does as well.
No, you're good. I think he's right on a lot of it. I mean, let's take for example, if you were to read about something in a book and versus actually seeing it in real life. I mean, if you read about a tree inside a book, you might get little glimpses of it, and it's not counting for pictures and stuff, but you might get a little glimpse of how and what it actually is. You have this imagination around it, but once you come to actually see it, it's a whole different experience. I think that's kind of what he was going for.
You can't even write it in a book, right? Because it's unspeakable truth, so you wouldn't even.
Like if you can read something in a book, it's pretty much being spoken about, and a tree exists outside of books, and you're probably more than likely to see a tree first than a book,
Oh yeah, but like it's
I don't understand.
It's talking about
Ragnar has a question there. Sorry, Fatima.
What's that?
Call out, ask who in the pen understands energy manipulation, please and thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna play that game. No.
Like alchemy type?
I have no idea what you mean.
Internal alchemy.
Energy manipulation, that has like 25 freaking meanings to me. Like, what is that? Like the vibrations, chakra, alchemy. What is energy manipulation? It's very vague to me. You have to. I don't know.
He's playing demons, is he? That next comment.
He goes on. He says, "Fair warning, whoever you are, if you energy leech, he'll shake your entire world up. Beware how you treat people. Not everyone is just a human here."
Bro, hang on.
He can't even. He couldn't even define God. Like I don't know what he's talking about. He couldn't even define God properly. I don't know what he's talking about.
Objective Ethics says, "Well played, Fatima. That was a great question. Socrates would be proud of you."
Oh, really? Objective Ethics. In which one would that be? Nice, thank you. Yeah.
Japoop says that he manipulates energy whenever he eats food and shits it out. Ragnar says an atheistic occultist here is a leech. So he's saying somebody is an atheistic occultist leech. Yeah.
Let me guess.
Ragnar, do you want to come on and say who is the arsehole? You have found an arsehole.
I'm not an atheist,
brother, and tell us about that and what all that means.
Like, how many times do I have to like state this thing over and over again? I'm starting to think that everyone has like earwax in their ears. I'm not an atheist. Like I don't care to affirm or like deny God because no one has given me a good description of it. I'm not sure if you need to clean your ears more, but yeah, I'm not gonna say it again. I probably will though. I just know I'm both spend it
Isn't Bill Nye the Science Guy and Neil deGrasse Tyson like the two big guys that you look up to for any kind of like factual anything?
Absolutely not. No. Well, why would you even assume that? What? No. No.
Hey, yo, I gotta go. I'll see you guys.
Take care. Thank you for joining us.
Hey,
Later,
guys.
Good talking to you.
There's plenty of seats here, so if you do fancy coming on and having a conversation, don't be afraid. Click on the link. Link is
Hey,
in
I
the
got
live
you.
chat.
Fatima, is God not just the necessary mind that's the source of all creation?
How can you? Okay, how can you demonstrate that, and how can we also describe that with things? Like, how can we describe that? Like, what does it mean to be the necessary in mind? And like, anything can be. And according to that, anything can be God. Like nothingness can also be God, but that means that God possibly is not even a thing at that point. Like you see how confusing it is. Like you cannot give me a proper like I'm like no one in my life. It's not just you guys has given me a good linguistic framing of God, and they never will.
I mean, there's lots of different versions of God, right? But
Exactly. Thank you.
I feel like consistent features of when people talk about God, that it's usually the source of all creation. And
yeah, but anything can create. I create things. I make.
Yeah, but also a mind.
Create.
But it'd have to be the necessary, eternal sort of source of all creation, right?
Yeah, but that can literally be anything. That could be that can be anything. The source of creation, like I'm the source of creation. I'm the source of creation for my garden. You know, I'm the source of creation in that
for all creation, there.
All creation.
Yeah.
Well, a garden is life. A garden is all. A garden has the bare necessities of what? Of a life, fruit, vegetables.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean here, but I think it's just impossible for some people to think about things, whether it be spiritual or scientific wise. I think people just have so much of a cognitive capacity, and that's it. Like they're limited to so much ability to conceptualize.
You literally said that you don't know infinity, but you still claim that's God. So I don't know.
Guys, Danny is here. Everybody's asking, where's Danny? Danny is finally here.
Oh, hey, Danny Shine, what's up?
What's up? Don't know what is up.
We're ready to rock and roll, Danny.
Oh, what's up? Is that what's your name? Retro again?
It is Retro. It is. I'm hiding in the corner.
Oh, whoa.
With my invisibility cloak on. Don't tell the others.
Oh, how you going?
You've got the right bunch of arseholes in here today.
Yes, you do. So, Danny, actually, D&W should ask you the question of the title.
No, I'll let you go ahead, Fatima.
Okay, so Danny, is it a problem that if someone perceives you as an asshole, is that a problem?
Is that a problem for who?
For you, yeah.
No, it's not a problem for me at all.
Of course, and I mean,
it's a badge. It's a badge. I'm an asshole too, so I think it's like a pride thing. It's like it's a silly putty pride emblem, you know. It's just like it's something people can squish on, you know. It's just the word asshole.
Asshole, yeah. Like so, of course, and like I brought up a good like you know. Yeah, like because eventually you're gonna run into a wall with someone, and us having certain unpopular views, you know, like we're gonna run into a lot of walls, of course, right? And I think we all can agree with that here. So yeah, so like, and if someone says, "Oh, you're an asshole," well, I'm sorry, but like I'm not gonna conform to you, you know, just because you say I'm an asshole. Like, you know, like at this point, at this point, calling me an asshole is as what Retro said, is almost a badge of honor, because like everyone is an asshole according by that logic, you know. Like, you know, everyone is kind of an asshole some way.
I'd rather be an asshole than a dickhead, right?
What? Oh, I don't know. I mean, they both mean the same thing. They both convey like someone's not being understanding. I don't know, but like to me, whenever I get called an asshole, it's usually because I said something that goes against a person's ideas, or like I do a lifestyle that goes against their lifestyle, and like yeah, like I think all of us can attune to that point of view, you know, and especially you, Danny Shine, right? Like, you know, I'm pretty sure you get called an asshole whenever you're on like the speakers thing, right? Or whenever you would used to like
whenever I go home.
Well, whenever you go, of course, yeah, that's to be expected.
Yeah, of course.
But some of your best moments, Danny, is with a megaphone and literally everyone around you thinks you're an asshole. When you're talking about antinatalist problems, for example.
Oh yeah.
But I would just like to say, actually, Danny, I've never got spoken to you before, but it's actually an honor for me because I've really enjoyed your megaphone work throughout the years, and you've probably influenced my thinking on things probably more than anyone else has. So, yeah, thank you, Danny.
My pleasure. Have you had a vasectomy?
I've not. I've had a mental one.
Okay, good.
I've made the decision.
Excellent, excellent.
Based off you, actually. So, yeah.
Good, wonderful. You're a very fortunate man. You've saved yourself a huge amount of money and a huge amount of stress.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guilt.
How old are you?
I'm 35.
Oh, lovely, marvelous.
Yeah, I think
you managed to get to 35 without doing it.
Without having a child, yeah. So you got me.
Well done.
Yeah, you nipped it.
Well done.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself.
I will.
35. Wow. I'm 20.
How would your position?
Yeah, I'm 33. Just in case anyone was wondering.
Who said that?
Jesus is 33.
Jesus was 33 when he founded his thing, or when he died. I forgot which one.
When he died, I think.
Oh, died. Yeah, true. No, he founded his ministry when he was 30. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Danny, though, just with the antinatalism, if you were to believe in a God of love, would you still be an antinatalist?
How could I believe in the God of love in this world?
No, I don't think you do, but I'm just saying, if you did, would you still be an antinatalist in this world?
I mean, I don't understand the question. It doesn't compute. This world is so full of suffering and madness that the only thing I can't believe in a loving God. How could that be possible? Do you mean that a loving God could not create this place? That's not possible.
I guess maybe like if you were to
how
adopt,
could I believe in a loving God?
Worldview. Do you think Christians should be antinatalist internally from there?
Everyone should be AN. Everyone should be. Everyone should be AN,
especially Christian religious people, because they're like, if you have a child and you're Christian, that child could end up in eternal hell.
Yeah, or like if you're like a Buddhist, like they could be reincarnated over and over and over again.
Now, if you baptize it when it's a baby.
What was that? I just said
the baby won't go to hell if you baptize it.
Oh.
That's always been
before the baptism.
That's always been a stupid like idea to me. Like, not all Christians believe in that, and like they're right to like agree that's a bullshit idea of like birth by baptism. That's a really like bullshit idea. Like, it's not even in the Bible.
I don't think most Christians think that, to be honest.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and you're not a Christian.
I know. Thank God I'm not.
Thank God.
I was Catholic. I was raised Catholic, and they said, we gave you the baptism so you can be closer to God and be saved. I'm like, damn. So if you never gave me that, I would always.
Don't even get me started with the Catholics. I feel bad for you. You got brainwashed.
Everyone gets.
If I was still brainwashed, I would still be one of them. I'm not. Like, what the hell?
Well, we're all brainwashed by the culture, aren't we?
Of course, yeah. If I was,
so yeah, Danny, what do you reckon? Do you think there are more? Do you think more people perceived as assholes, or more people are perceived as loved across the board
More
generally?
people. Well, everyone's perceived as an asshole by somebody. Or by some people, you know. So,
but do you think there are more assholes in the world or more loved people in the world?
Hey, now, is that our subject matter? We're all assholes. We can agree on that. It's unanimous. It's unanimous.
Exactly.
The jury is out. We are all anuses.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yes,
we're all,
Richard.
we're all, we're all
I'm
producing. The only thing we're all producing is crap.
What about the antinatalist message? Is that also the crap?
Well,
or is that
I mean,
the diamond in the rough?
if you have like shit.
There are some exceptions.
Yeah. But Retro, yes, it's true. We're all assholes to a degree, but I'm just more proud of it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if you stand on your laurels, as they say, you always become a hardened asshole at some point when you stand up for your true self or what you actually believe in. Never stand up for what someone else believes in, but you can always stand up for someone else that's weaker. But, you know, make sure you're standing up for what you actually believe in, not what someone else believes in.
Hallelujah. Yes, I agree with that, Retro.
And also, I want to say, if you wash your asshole, people will be more willing to, you know, be around it.
Do we know each other?
Well, it's like a real deep analogy that I didn't get there.
Words.
Okay, guys, sorry, I don't know. I thought I was onto something.
Well, I'd rather be around a clean asshole than a dirty asshole. I mean,
you shoot your shot and you missed. Oh, are you drawing something, Retro? What's that? Is that a sword?
Yeah, it's a ceremonial dagger. It's you know, the clear acrylic that you pour, and then I put little flowers in them.
Wow,
so it's like it's a little tiny Marilyn Monroe pin up inside of it.
Nice.
And then all that jazz.
Such a diva, I swear.
Yeah. The girl's birthday's coming up soon, and I'm trying to make her something, but you know, before the restraining order, I'm hoping to get a gift.
Oh no, but dude, you have a good talent.
I just like being inspired, and I think women don't know how to take that, you know, so it's an odd thing because they inspire me when I'm dating someone or like someone, and I'm trying to, you know, I enjoy the energy. You get what I'm saying? The rush, I have to go with it. It's like a surfer when the surf is up, okay? When I can make things and I'm in a decent mood, I have to keep making shit. And then they're wondering weird shit, or like, you know, it's just like of how to treat me. And it's just like, whatever you're doing that's good, keep doing that, you know? So it's just like, it's a tricky balance of ebb and flow as a creative person. And that's why I was coming on here today to ask other people that were creatives what their mindset was when they get into the mood to create.
Almost like no thoughts, because whenever I make bad songs, but essentially, but whenever I make a good song, it's like I haven't really even done it. It's just sort of happened without
it's
even
like
thinking.
it's like a creative eureka moment, isn't it? You just get
this
burst that comes into you, and then you start creating. There's a statement on I think it's an interesting comment in the live chat there from Mr. Solo Dolo, who says Buddhist monks are very devoted to their beliefs. He doesn't see anybody he doesn't see them getting the label arsehole too often. What do you think?
No, maybe we don't.
There was a laughing monk actually in that legend. There's the laughing monk.
What'd you say?
The laughing monk. He's famous. He had a lot of bad luck because he was always laughing, and they thought something bad about him. There's some like old legend about the laughing monk, and they all thought he was an asshole in the myth about the laughing monk.
And also, the myth about the laughing monk. I think I've heard about that. And of course, who can forget? Oh Lord! You pray the Jesus. Wait, he's not real. Yeah. So, anyways, what I was gonna say. Oh Yeah, but, like, and don't forget the I think personally, I think secretly the Dalai Lama is kind of an asshole too. You know, yeah, I think he has to be. I think he's actually not as a kind of a sweetheart old man that he likes to think he is. You know, I don't think he is, especially what he did a few years ago with that child. Yeah, that was really, really gross and sus. Yeah, and he's also in the Epstein. Yeah, I don't trust the Dalai Lama.
Okay, just to play devil's advocate, right? Are you sure that wasn't AI generated false doctrines?
What? AI
right? AI.
AI. I didn't invoke AI. You did. I mean, every world religious leader has something weird with them and like kids, like the Catholic Church. Yeah, everyone has something weird about them.
Yeah, so the Tibetans
And
are
this is-
actually they're sexual. That's in their religion. So they do have some kind of it's tantric. So Tibetan Buddhism is tantric Buddhism. So there is some kind
I
of
know.
mixed practice in there. I'm not a tantric Tibetan Buddhist, so I don't know exactly, but I would guess it's probably white or gray tantra stuff where they can lay naked with people of the opposite sex of whatever any origin or relation or whatever you want to call that, and they consider it not actually sex. They call it something else. There's rumors that the Dalai Lama or people in his circle lay with their nieces. Supposedly he was in bed with his nieces, they were saying.
I think I heard something similar about Gandhi. Gandhi actually he actually surrendered.
Yeah,
himself
Gandhi with his
to-
nieces. Sorry, yeah, Gandhi with his nieces. The Dalai Lama was, licking the boy's tongue or whatever. But yeah, so it's just their belief is they don't have sex for pleasure, so they can be around women of any age and any kind of dress and sleeping with them.
Sounds like
without
that sounds like
actual
a pervy kind of
Yes,
hierarchy,
it does.
doesn't it?
I question it
Yeah.
myself, but I wonder what level of tantra they're practicing. If it's pure white, then I'm not quite sure. But if it's approaching gray area and there's touching involved, then it still seems like there could be some repercussions or some courts involved with
It
that.
just looks weird. It looks wrong to me. Yeah, it just looks really, really weird.
Yeah, you're right. The Gandhi was with his nieces, and supposedly he was laying in bed naked with his very young nieces or something.
Yeah, that
And then-
doesn't really sit well with me.
And then I actually heard through circles that just like through the Catholic Church, the Tibetan Church, there's a lot of a man and man stuff going on that the public doesn't know about yet. So
Of course,
I'm not there, but the people I've met involved in Tibetan Buddhism are the sweetest people in the world, that I've actually met. So I can't knock it at all as a place or a religion or for some things to practice. It feels very honored to take place in a Tibetan Buddhist, temple or whatnot. So I've been very honored to meet some monks and whatnot and go to the temples. And I feel like there's definitely a good vibe, and they try to still stamp out bad stuff in their own. I read about like a meth bust in a Buddhist temple not so long ago. So
I think that was
there's bad
in
seeds everywhere. There's things that can happen, at the church choir, or there's things that can happen at the used car dealership or at the bingo club that could be catastrophic in a normal society.
Of course, yeah. Actually, the being still on this point about how can anyone see as Buddhist monks as like assholes. Actually, I think the ethnic minorities in Myanmar would see them as assholes because there is a strong growing sect of them, the Buddhism there in Myanmar that wants to like get rid of all of the religious and ethnic minorities, and they're actually doing a lot of bad things. Like ethnic cleansing, scorched earth tactics against like their farms and villages. So like in that country, in those minorities and like groups, they of course would see the the monks as evil because they're hurting them. They're burning down their homes and they're doing, the G word. So yeah, in Myanmar or Burma or whatever.
Is that compatible with Buddhism to do that?
I don't think that. I wouldn't. I don't know.
Yeah, yes, they do fight when they have to, and that some of them did start fighting during some of the small Chinese invasions that they had before they just turned themselves over to them. It wasn't good. It wasn't pretty for a long time actually, because they were fighting back somehow in the China conquest of Tibet.
Yeah, of course.
They did not just turn over to China, y'all. They didn't give up without a fight.
No, they did not. Yeah. Yeah, no, they went. I think it was the Qing dynasty that was invading the Qing dynasty.
Isn't it? I mean, I used to think that Buddhists would be pacifists as well, but there's been a lot of fighting in Buddhist countries, and as you say, there's been attacks on other belief systems, other people from other backgrounds. I mean, look at Sri Lanka. Isn't that like the Tamils getting attacked by Buddhists there as well?
Yes, they are, and as I said in Myanmar too, where like the people there, the monks there, they're supporting like some groups that are like ethnically cleansing the people there, like in the region, like the Rohingyas who are like Islamics, It's really, really crazy stuff down there, and
of course they'll probably say it's their karmic comeuppance.
Yeah, of course, exactly.
Well, are they instigating it, or is it like a self-defense thing?
Oh, they are completely instigating it. The attack on the ethnic minorities there, they're completely powerless. Like, why do you think half of them had to flee, become refugees in countries like India and Bangladesh? Half of the population actually fled of Myanmar because they're all being attacked. They're all being gassed.
Yeah, see, I just doesn't seem compatible with Buddhism to me. But I guess if you claim it's that karmic comeuppance, I suppose that could work.
Yep. And I actually saw like a video of one of these monks actually saying that I wish we were more cruel towards them, but we have to be nice in order to like join the regional economic bloc, so that we kind of have to behave like more fairer now. But he was kind of like lamenting the fact that, man, I sure wish we could be more crueler. And I was like, damn, like, and this was a monk, by the way, from Buddha. So yeah,
as usual, humans can bend and twist what seems like a wholesome view to some kind of malevolent way of being. I mean, I've often heard that Buddhists can say things like, don't help people because it's their karmic comeuppance. If you help them, you're not you're not allowing their soul to transcend, so you should let them suffer. Have you heard that before?
Of course, yeah, like of course, absolutely. Like there's a lot of ethnic there's a lot of like ethical like perspectives of like the Buddhism. Yeah, some of them say help them, some of them say help one and more, blah blah blah. Like it really depends on the sect, on the country, and especially on the group of people. Like, because the people down there, the Burmese people, they've always been at war with the other ethnic groups in the region. Is Danny Shine sleeping?
It sounds like he was sleeping. Yes, I muted him. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Objective ethics says there are righteous killings allowed in many sects of Buddhism. He says Jainism, though, teaches true non-violence.
That's actually verifiably true. Jainism, unlike Buddhism, never had a big the kingdom. Like in Buddhism, we had Thailand, which was never colonized. That was the kingdom of Siam, and that one had war with the Burmese, the Cambodians, the Chinese, the Vietnamese, and vice versa. The Cambodians, they were the Buddhist kingdom, and they fought against the Thais, against the Malays even, and the Burmese, of course.
Okay, I'm getting tired of hearing this. Let's talk about how much atrocities science has done for the world. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how dogmatic, right, and how many rivers were poisoned because of the aid of the tools that science created. Like that's the real issue.
I don't worship science. Science is not my religion. Like, if you're assuming a lot of things about me that I reject religion and I put science on like on like the pinnacle of truth when I have never ever insinuated or have ever gave any inclinations that that was me. Actually, I actually have very very nuanced views on the science that are influenced by other people. Yeah. So no, I know
Also,
I don't.
If you do have a dirty river, it's probably best to deal with that problem scientifically than praying
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, or just clean up after yourself, or better yet, if you're in some other parts of the world, science isn't going to help you, but just let other people know, hey, don't trash the river with pollution or with your trash. You know, like exactly. Like I knew one village in Indonesia, right? And one time their river was so polluted, but the mayor there actually said, "Hey guys, let's care about this. Let's actually, let's not pollute it, and let's ask, and that's what they did. Yeah, so it's not about science, and so science didn't really pollute that river. It was just them.
Science is like God in that non-dual guy's perspective, is that it's got good and bad both contained within it. It can be used good, it can be used bad.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't put the analogy between God and science because I have very, very nuanced views. One thing I have like a nuance towards, and the other view I don't even know what God is. So yeah.
No, I was sort of being a bit jestful there, but yeah, science can be good, it can be bad, right? So.
Yeah, I think science is just a neutral. It just lets us know things, and we just work our way from there. It's not like a beacon of human knowledge. I don't think anything is. We just have.
Oh, I was just going to say it's just a method, isn't it? It's not a store of knowledge. It's just
exactly. It's just exactly that. And I criticize atheists like online who treat science as like a dogmatic thing. No, it's just a method. That's all it is. And it can work, it cannot, and yeah.
Yeah, I guess maybe that other guy's suggesting that perhaps not you, but some people can maybe get over reliant on it, and also science is always changing. So if you do get over reliant on it, you're probably going to be wrong in 20 years' time anyway.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. And then a new science will come and answer that, and then vice versa, and then blah blah blah. It's a pattern,
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? But speaking of the other stuff you're talking about, like the corruption that's happening everywhere, brain scans. I think that would be the best way to deal with the corruption in law enforcement. Just have all law enforcement they submit to brain scans, and whoever is corrupt will be dealt with accordingly.
What would you observe on a brain scan that would show they were corrupt?
What?
It would kind of be like a lie detector, but a lot better.
Yeah, what would you be looking for on the brain scan? Lack of
true and false statements. No involvement in illegal activities.
They can detect if you're a psychopath with a brain scan. They've proven that.
Yeah, because the brain is structured differently.
But they can or can't, did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Can.
Extensive
science on the subject.
CAN.
Like brain scanning. Like they can even find out if you're bipolar. They can even find out if you're like basically like if you have aggressive symptoms of certain things, they'll do a brain scan on you. They always do. If they see that there's nothing wrong in your brain, they're going to start re-questioning everything because there is a proven science of discovering if you're a psychopath. But the thing is, the guy who did the study, he's a kind dude. Turns out he's a psychopath. He didn't even know.
Objective saying that dogma, the idea that something is incontrovertible, that is the opposite of what science claims. Oh, really? Objective ethics? Well, yeah, science is just like the way, a technique. That's all it is.
I want to guess.
Danny is practicing his Shavana pose. Don't know who that is. Is that a Hindu god? Religion and politics can be dogmatic, but not the scientific. The method, I don't know
Be
about that.
surprised. I've seen atheists try to rationalize exterminating people who believe in theism or pantheism. They will use science as an excuse.
They're going to worship the machine next.
Oh, hey,
Yeah,
Simon.
exactly. Right.
I get
Science
that
was
everybody
the-
needs to lean on.
Modern science was basically discovered by a Franciscan friar. So there's that. Like a lot of modern science was actually like founded and built upon by religious Muslims and religious Catholics. A lot of it. The reason we predicate on naming things Greek or even Latin is because of our Western, like in the Western world, we have a centric of using Greek and Latin terminology to explain things, right? Because you use mythology to parable stuff, right? So psychology. Psyche is the Greek goddess of the mind, as I've mentioned yesterday. Most people don't even know that. And they don't know that media is also the name of the Greek goddess of illusion. They don't see the world they're etymologically living in. A lot of people are picking up on that, the etymology of things. Most people didn't even think about that yet. And it's an interesting field. Everything, like if we were talking about a world of witchcraft, what is that? So witchcraft is spellcraft. What is spellcraft? Words, right? You know, the living word, all that. The Bible, like when you pray, technically witchcraft, as somebody has mentioned. You look at the world, right? Television to television. That's a common one. A lot of people know that one. There's words within the words. So your subconscious can be programmed by words hidden within the words. That's what I'm trying to say. Right. So like that's why we call things psyche, like psychology. It evokes the goddess Psyche. Or look at media, illusions, right? Programming.
What about
It's also,
Adam?
it's also
Adam
because
contribute.
Greek philosophers also contributed to those things, and Greek culture contributed to it. Yeah, it has nothing to do with mythology. It's just Greek words being left over.
Well, the myth. Look, psyche. Why do we use psyche to explain psychology?
Because that was also the Greek word for just the mind there and during those times.
Yes, but how do they rationalize those words? Those words have power in them. It can evoke an entity. It can evoke an idea. Like,
so if I say the word psyche right now, a spirit's gonna come? I don't think so.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying the root of the word comes from a culture that believed the goddess known as Psyche is the goddess of the mind. That's where that word comes from. You can't change that. Like, people love adding their definitions to things, but they don't look into the etymology to understand where the real definitions come from. That's what I'm trying to say.
Words, but the words change. So
why do they call it psychology? The mindology. Ology means to study.
Yeah. We have words that describe things. All right, now I'm gonna look at this dude's sword. Nice.
But the guy talking about the power of words there. How would you link that to? How would you link that to God telling Adam to name all the animals? Is there anything that links to that?
I actually can tell you why. The reason Adam was allowed to name everything, like all the animals and stuff like that. See, Satan thinks he owns the world. No, he doesn't. God gave it to Adam. That's the point. That was like literally
Which
like
God?
you know how you would buy a house. Like, I know some of you look at this and mock all you want. You know, go
I'm
shit
not
in your
mocking.
shitter and shut up.
I'm not mocking. I'm saying which God?
Sure.
Which
Sure.
God? Which God?
No, fuck your semantics. Let's keep it real. All right. So
I am keeping it real. What is it?
No, let Ragnar speak, please. Ragnar, go ahead.
All right.
I don't give pearls to people who mock, who denigrate, or just want to laugh at people. Okay, you want to talk? Let's talk. You a man? Right. Now we can talk. It shows you've never sat in a bar and talked about things, because if you talked about certain things that were fucked up, you'd get punched in the face. You have no idea what it is to be a gentleman amongst gentlemen. Now, the point about words, when you name something, you're adding power to that something, not just in your mind, but in your subconscious. Okay? That is why it was important for God to let Adam name the animals and the things. And then God said, I give all this unto you. It's yours, right?
Were you there for it?
It's Sizzlematic.
No comment.
Were you there
I'm
for
not
it?
gonna answer that. I'm not gonna answer that loaded question.
Yeah, so how can I trust you?
I mean, Christianity is nice. It's nice. I like Christians. They're a nice community. I've got issues.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's a religion based on love itself, which is what I like about it. But I don't think
Yeah,
it
if
holds
the
up
community is
philosophy.
nice to each other.
If you don't love God, you go to hell, though. So well.
As long as they, you know,
Ragnar,
having a nice
we're
cup of tea
familiar
on
with
Sunday
the
morning,
Edward
that's
Lighton
fine.
work.
If you don't love God, you go to hell.
Wait,
Though.
so what are your issues with? What are your issues with Christianity?
Oh, I don't have any issues. I'm just stating the descriptive facts about the belief.
No,
There
the
is
other guy.
Yeah, you
The
don't
other
have
guy.
facts, bro.
He said he had issues. Didn't somebody just
A
said
lot
they
of
had
people
issues?
take contention with different religions. We don't
Not
even
with the
need to put a
community.
name on it.
Yeah, I mean, I've been accused of being an Islamophobe. I mean, really, I have.
You're probably against some of the radical things of Islam as much as if the Christians did radical things like that. You
And
take issue with it too.
I'm as much issue with Christians and Jews and all of them.
Everyone, yeah. I have issues with everyone too. Yeah.
Well, I tend to find agreement where it can, disagreement where it
Yeah,
is.
that's way better. Yeah, that's a healthier. Yeah, it's better to seek common ground. Yeah.
'Cause I'm described as somebody who's like a universal. It's the only word, really.
Well, they're all the same. Did you see today? It was like a solar eclipse and Chinese New Year and Ramadan and something else and something Jewish and something Christian and something else. And I saw some girl doing a presentation. She was like, "Well, no one's left out here."
Yeah, February 13th and March 21st are big time celestial calendar event stuff for whatever you want to call them. Groups that are into astronomy, astrology, pagan groups, I guess is what you would call them, into astronomy.
It kind of doesn't matter whether it's pagan or whatever.
Yeah.
It kind of covers
Well, see,
most.
right now we're in the season of the rising Horus. So, like after
Fiery
the peak
horse,
of
apparently. Sorry.
the fire horse year, yes, but what is the rising Horus and descending Saturn? If you look at the seasons, if you're at the middle of winter, you're going back into warmer climate seasonally, right? So that's the rise of the light. But then again, a cycle comes in, and then the fall is called the fall because the days get darker, obviously. Every single culture that had seasonal astrological festivals, they all recognize this.
Which you
Every
all
single
do. You've kind of got 4 and a couple of 8s in between.
Well, even the sundial has 4 spokes, right?
Wait, I just want to say you don't know everything. Like you think you're all smart, you're not that smart.
Oh, I'm thick as fuck. Honestly, I'd rather be the stupidest person in the room, and then you've got.
Who are you addressing?
Anyway,
that one guy who's talking a whole
No,
bunch.
I'm wondering who he's saying you're not smart. I just want to know who he directed that to.
Oh well, I answered.
You know who I'm talking to, Mister I Know It All.
What are you talking about? You like going? You like your little lower form of low English going when people talk, huh? Looking funny.
Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I'm done talking.
Sorry. I was trying to move things forward.
Go for it. Yeah, you got the floor.
I was going to ask the universalist guy is like what he means by that. Does he just take bits out of every religion? Is that what you mean?
Well, there's bits out of there's bits that are good.
Because you say they're all like pointing to the same thing, but I feel like Buddhism and Christianity aren't really compatible, right? Those two things.
Well, I've learned not to take the piss
No
out of somebody
religion,
else's
to be
religion.
honest.
I really have. If someone's dying on a cancer bed and they're like, Jesus will see me when I die, why would you tell them they're not going to? And therefore,
We literally discussed that earlier.
Okay,
Yeah, no, I'd like
I
to hear your
didn't hear
opinion.
that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for cutting you off, but yeah, what was your opinion on that? Sorry.
I'll just tell them Jesus is not real.
Oh, he's real, all right. See, your lack of emotion, you don't give a fuck. You'll spit in somebody's face just because they believe in a God you hate.
No.
What is it that you did that you're so afraid to be judged for that you don't want to believe in a God that'll
How
judge
can I hate something I don't even know?
That's my question, homie. That's my question.
How can I hate something that I don't even know what exactly is it? How can I hate it? Like, come on, bro.
Nice cop out. Nice cop out. Cool
I
dodge.
can prove
No.
it doesn't exist, but it doesn't mean I need to. It's like, I don't know.
You asked about universal. I look for commonalities where all faith is faith. Everything goes back to the author of the universe. Everything.
As long as you're
even
nice
somebody
to
who does
people.
not believe.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think I do the
It's
same
okay.
as well. I kind of try.
I like being kind and empathetic to people, but if you give me shit energy, I'll mirror it back to you. That's my attitude. That's the way I am.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get that.
So that's why I get uppity when somebody gets uppity. See what I mean? Like if somebody wants to give you attitude, you give it back to them. Okay? You can tell they never got bullied in school.
I'm just asking questions.
Oh, you're asking facetious questions and then laughing at people who give you answers. That's what you're doing. It's highly disrespectful, and you'd probably get punched in a bar full of drunk people.
I don't drink, so
I could tell.
I had no conversations like these in bars either, to be fair.
But like the whole point of being universal is seeing that God is the author of everything. Yes, some people are like, how do you hold two ideas to be true when they might be contradictory?
Well,
why are they contradictory?
How do you?
Would you recommend some authors?
do
Do
you?
you recommend
Come on.
some authors besides
You can
Edward Lighton
definitely-
or the Turner Diaries, maybe?
Two ideas
No,
can definitely be true
I'm not
and contradictory.
Turner Diaries. Come on, bro. I know what the Turner Diaries are. What the fuck are you bringing that up for?
Well, that violates the law of non-contradiction, so I don't know.
Well, my point is, if you look at the Abrahamic cultures, you look at all religions, almost every culture has root mythology. What is root mythology? Most European nations and even India and the Middle East, they have a Skyfather motif. They always do.
And a flood.
Wherever you go. Yes, there's always a flood story. There's always a story of angel or demigods fighting against
Maybe a snake.
giants and monsters. Oh yeah, there's always a snake.
Yeah.
A lot of people. A lot of
But
people
how
say
does
that.
how does that get me to God, though? Like, come on.
See, well, your arrogance, that's the first step. If you could remove that, you'll get there so much quicker.
I'm really interested in myths.
I think that was a cop out because I'm just asking you a question. Like, that doesn't get me to any closer to God. Like, God is just a meaningless.
That's not a question. That is a statement. You are saying that does not get me closer to God. You are complaining. That's what you're doing.
But he's allowed to believe in God, and you're allowed to not.
If he wants to believe in God and look for God, he can. He always. It's there. It's waiting for you. But you need to drop your arrogance. The first lesson most people never learn in the spiritual ecosystem of things. People who are egotistical, it's like, sure, I may come off as a know-it-all, but if you give me shit energy, I'll come off looking like that.
Yeah.
I will come off looking like that if you give me narcissism and bullshit, right? But
I
if
have
you
a
come at me,
question.
if you come at me as like a monk with tea and we're talking about a hard topic about God and we're just two equals pondering things, you're gonna have a much, much more kinder reaction from me.
I have a question. What is the purpose of believing in God and living according to the Bible? What benefit do I get out of that?
It might
Eternal
give you
life.
it might give you comfort in a time of
No,
need.
it did not. What it did when I was Christian, it made me live in perpetual fear of dying and going to hell. It made me miserable because I felt guilty for thoughts that I could not control. And
Oh,
so when
yeah.
I rejected Christianity, I actually felt very liberated. I feel resentment for the fact that I was indoctrinated with that trite in the first place.
I hear you.
Well, this is the way I look at it, buddy. I believe the Lord will provide me eternal life, and I will go on. And I'm not afraid of the judgment. Your worst judge of character is yourself.
I don't want eternal.
Face it.
I don't want eternal life. Why do you assume that everybody wants eternal life?
In heaven, man. Come on.
I don't want it. What I want is to die, and I want this to be over. That's what I want.
Heaven as well. So.
Oh, mate, yeah.
I mean, the idea of eternal life in heaven, surely that's going to just be euphoria all the time, right? Would you not want that?
Has anyone here ever been to heaven? I don't think so.
I'm not saying it's real. I'm not saying as an internal sort of, if you were a Christian.
That's not even what the Bible says, by the way. What the Bible says is that we will be purified in a lake of fire to erase sin, but it doesn't say anything about that. Like, that's conjecture to say that there's heaven. There's nothing in the Bible that actually says that.
Well, they were written by very old people.
I mean, Jesus did say.
I don't treat the Bible as like an authority on like most things anyway. So yeah, I would take everything the Bible says with just a grain of salt and look at it as a cultural artifact.
Sure. Just an internal critique.
If you want to enter the kingdom of heaven, you need to have the mind of a child, and it is within you, not outside of you.
I don't see Christianity as being, at least the way that it's currently practiced, I don't see it as being a force for good. I think Christians are judgmental, homophobic, they're violent. All these wars have been waged in the name of Christianity. I think that Christianity is the scourge of the planet, in addition to all these other Abrahamic religions.
You and amen. Amen.
You just nonsense to me.
But I mean,
can I throw a boomerang up there?
All religions.
Guys, we have a newcomer. I'm just going to put the shield up. I don't know who they are, so forgive me, newcomer.
Establish a God.
1 second.
So how can you say that to me?
Let Richard speak. Richard, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome.
Hi guys.
Yeah. What is it you'd like to say, Richard?
I believe that I respect people, whatever they believe, because that's how.
Can you speak a bit louder, please, Richard? Or speak into your microphone, please.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Not really. It's quite faint.
All right. I'll have to maybe disconnect my headphones.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, as well. I'm going to go now because I've got work in the morning. But yeah, it's been a nice chat. Thanks for having me. Much love to all of you. It's been good. Maybe I'll
Take
come
care,
on
brother.
sometime.
Please come back next time to the Finding Gnosis show. Good to have you here. Good contributions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for having me. Have a good one, guys.
Take care.
Okay. How about now?
Yes.
Yes, a bit better.
Cool.
So, Richard, what would you like to say?
Yeah, I just respect everyone's belief because I think that's the way it should be in life. Because there's peace. I think we should all have peace with each other.
Yeah, you can't really win the minute you say, "I hate your God" or "I hate your lack of God," whichever way.
I'm still confused on how can I hate God if I don't even know what it is. Like, damn.
Or the lack of it. Yeah.
People are confused.
We'll go back, I think. Sorry, yeah, I was going to say we'll go back to life abolitionism's argument here, or his viewpoint. Go ahead, LA.
I just have a question. Do we have a right to resent a religion which has done nothing but oppress us? Something that has subjected us to abuse from our parents, from society, something that has caused our rights to be taken away and resulted in subjugation? I'm not sure that there's any benefit from Christianity that I can see. What I see is subjugation and enslavement.
Life. Could I share? I was a Christian choir boy, and my choir master non-stop. Two of the
Hey,
choir
I'm all
boys.
right with you believing what you want, but like if you're gonna like say to me that you found the truth, no,
Could
don't
I?
say that.
I was a choir boy, and my choir master did bad things to two choir boys. So I've had direct experience of kind of Christianity and the hypocrisy within, but it still doesn't make me. It doesn't make all Christians the same as my choir master. Do you get me?
No, it's not your
To me,
choir master.
all
It's the
humans are
religion.
the
It's
same because
the
they're
religion
human.
itself. If you actually look in the Bible, there's a lot of evil in there. There's a lot of
Of
contradiction.
course, it's all Osiris and pieces. It's all regurgitated myths. It's about
Okay.
3 generations of myths by now. Yeah, I mean, but I still wouldn't take it away from someone.
Okay, but the Bible condones rape. It condones slavery. It condones incest. It condones. There's so many horrible things in the Bible that they don't even look at.
And
And
so,
so
and so
I
does,
can
and so
absolutely
does
condemn
the
Christianity as
Quran,
evil.
and so does the Quran, and so does the Torah.
Right, but I said all Abrahamic
Yeah,
religions. We're talking
yeah,
about Christianity right now.
I know. Yeah, they're all. Yeah,
You don't know what
I know.
Muslims would do to you if
Oh,
they
I
found out
do.
you were gay. If they
Oh,
found
but
out he was homosexual, they would throw him off a building in
no,
Palestine.
they probably
Well,
bum,
I
they
don't
probably
think
bum me
that's any
first.
different from what the Bible says. The Bible says that a man who sleeps with a man
Sorry.
should be put to death. So you're not any better than a Muslim. You're
They're
just
all
as
the
violent as a
same.
Muslim.
Do
They're
you
all
see Christians actively throwing gay people off of buildings? I see Muslims doing that.
occasionally they want to.
Right.
The only reason you're not doing it is because we have laws preventing you from doing it. It's not because you actually are nonviolent.
Laws of human rights built off a Renaissance period, built off Christian ethos and ethics. Interesting.
I've got to say,
No, it goes against Christian ethos. What the Bible says is that men who sleep with men should be put to death.
I go to a Catholic church and sing more often than I have sex with men, and just for the singing. Sorry,
I
for
love the
singing.
nonchalance that you have when you bring that forward. That is a sign of maturity right there.
I don't understand. I don't understand the belief that I should support a religion that condemns me to death. It makes no sense. Why would I support that?
Well, don't take it seriously.
Well, here, what if Peter at the pearly gates does not throw you to hell just for being gay?
Well, I don't believe in the Bible. You're saying this as if this is a
I'm
self-evident.
saying, my friend, I'm saying that the religion down here might say something. Let's say you passed on someday, hypothetically, and you meet Peter at the gates. Is Peter just going to throw you to the fire for being gay? Is that what you think?
I doubt that.
I don't believe in it at all. So I don't have any thoughts on something that doesn't actually exist.
But there's so many myths.
You
about
sure it
them.
doesn't exist? You couldn't even begin to prove it doesn't exist. So we don't need to have that argument.
I don't have to prove a negative. It is impossible to prove a negative. The burden is on those who are making the affirmative claim.
There's an Egyptian myth about the weight of the soul and the feather, is there not? And some scales, and that's the same thing as Peter at the gates, is it not?
Yes, Anubis weighs the heart
god
of
Matt.
somebody
It's the
who passes away.
MAAT god. Y'all like, but they switched it to the angel Michael in medieval times.
And it's not even that the Bible isn't real or that Jesus isn't real. It's their interpretation of it. They're taking it literally. Like it's supposed to be allegorical. There's supposed to be an esoteric message from it. But once they start taking it literally and thinking that this thing actually happened, they completely distort the whole purpose of the Bible.
Imagine it's all fairy tales, but all the places where it converges and tells the same fairy tale are kind of interesting, I think.
It's not interesting when they think that is actually happening. They think that they're actually going to die and live in the sky.
Well, I mean, yeah, the rapture's not happening tomorrow, no. But
Guys, rapture is actually a theological interpretation less than 200 years old. It comes from Protestant America. It doesn't exist in the Bible. Literally, the idea of rapture doesn't exist in the Bible. There is the idea.
A lot of
the
the things that people think are in the Bible are not actually there. This whole concept of hell is not actually the way that the people think it is.
Well, I mean,
The Hebrews were never slaves of the Egyptians and never built the pyramids for them. That's a bullshit story in the Bible.
I honestly,
You think Moses is bullshit? Huh?
It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit because it's not supposed to be taken literally.
I think the entire story is inversed. I actually might be more of a Gnostic than anybody else here. I think the entire story might be inversed. I think the bad guy might be the good guy, and the good guy might be the bad guy. And how the fuck would we know? And can you prove it?
Right, but based on a Gnostic interpretation, the God of the Old Testament is an evil demiurge. So why would you worship somebody who's evil?
What if I told you in the Bible it says both good and evil come from the Lord? Like technically, meaning God, right?
That would mean that the Lord is evil.
Would God be omnipotent and omniscient if He didn't have some evil? Right.
We're still on this topic.
There are some evils that God prescribes that we should destroy. There is that.
Yeah, that He created.
Starting with the people that claim to talk to Him. Starting with the people that claim to talk to Him and do His will on earth.
It makes no sense.
Unless they're not judging nobody.
It makes no sense for God to create evil. It makes no sense for God to create evil, put evil into human beings, and then condemn them for being evil.
He's creating an evil. He's going to destroy an evil that He created, but still, 5 live streams and no clear definition of God yet.
First of all, you never asked me that question. You asked the other guy. Second of all, the minute you put a definition on God is the moment you're trying to put Him in a box. It's not going to work.
Well, if I have a duty to worship something that can't even be, if I have a duty to worship something that can't even be defined, then that is a problem. I'm not going to worship a nebulous, undefinable entity in the sky. That makes no sense.
It's just freaking.
Find me in the Bible where Jesus said, "You must worship me." He never said that.
Not Jesus. I'm not talking about Jesus. I'm talking about the Old Testament.
Clearly, the whole point of Jesus, though, like you have to
Well,
worship.
the thing
Him.
is, it's actually no. Hear me out. It's prophecy that in the end of days, the man who will demand worship is actually the Antichrist.
Oh, there's so many candidates for that.
As well. They can be interpreted.
But you haven't started to understand
many
the
of times
claim
in
to
all of
reign.
the mainstream Christian
It's
traditions.
talking about
You have
itself.
to worship Jesus, or else it's freaking meaningless to have Jesus in the religion if you don't worship Him.
Well, the whole thing is that the Gnostics don't even believe that Jesus is God. It's the mainstream Christians who think Jesus is God, and they are the ones who worship Jesus, even though Jesus never said He was God.
He said, "I'm the way," not
The name of Christianity literally implies we have to worship Jesus. It's in the freaking name, Christ.
Do you know
Like,
what Christ? Do you know what Christ means? It's not a name.
Oh, it's a way of administering drugs, apparently.
That's still
No. Christ means
really?
Messiah. What does Messiah mean? Messiah means to anoint.
Have you
Yeah,
seen
the
Dr.
anointed one, I
Amon
know.
Hillman where he says anointing with drugs? And
anointed one. I know. Come on, we have to
Anointed
worship.
into the Pythagorean cult. Anointed into the Pythagorean cult is what it means.
Anointed and what with?
Let me go back to the original question. Let's go back to the original question, because there would be no need for salvation if none of us were brought into existence in the first place. So why would Christians procreate and then their solution is to be saved by Jesus when they didn't have to exist in the first place?
Well, it sounds like you're arguing with Paul, not with Jesus, because Paul said it's
Paul is the
salvation.
main dude in Christianity.
He
He's
sounded like a
just-
repressed
Oh yeah, he's not even an apostle. I actually
It
reject
doesn't
Paul.
matter.
Thank
He
you very
spread
much.
the religion of Christianity, which, by the way,
he sounds like a bitter
all
old
people
man.
agree. He spread the religion of Christ.
Paul
so-
was a bitter old man. He added his own dogma to the entire mission.
I think Christianity.
It doesn't matter. Paul is important in all sects of Christianity.
Everybody who argues about Christianity, you're arguing with Paul.
No, I think
don't
there's
even
an
know that.
issue with Christians and their glorification of how Jesus suffered gratuitous violence, and then they think that Jesus has the duty to suffer for their sins. No, I will suffer for my own sins. I don't want somebody to be tortured on my behalf.
He was
That's
probably
evil.
nailed to a bit of plank with less drama than the rest of the Christians made about it.
I will suffer
Can
for
I
my
give you
own
a quote?
sins.
Can I give you a quote from Jesus about the sacrifice?
Christianity.
Dude, here's a quote from yeah, of course he corrupted the whole thing. That's what he is. Paulianity. It's not even Christianity. So hear me out. Jesus said this. Hear me out. Jesus said this. Neither by animal or flesh of man, sacrifice will not remove sins. Do you know who came up with the idea that Christ took away the sins? Paul came up with that.
But who was sacrificing what?
Okay, but Paul
Right,
did.
but you're looking at it in Paul's lens. You're literally looking at it through Paul's lens. That's the problem.
The point is, I reject.
What the fuck?
But I reject mainstream Christianity entirely. I believe in a Gnostic version. But it's the mainstream.
You should listen to me on this, bro. Paul literally annihilated the original Gnostic Nazarenes who were part of the original group of who met Jesus, and people second hand, third hand, fourth hand, fifth hand. Paul literally exterminated them and then added his own things. Then he tried to go to the Gentiles because none of the fucking Hebrews wanted to join him. And Paul was like, "Oh, you don't need to circumcise. You can still eat pork." He added all that in.
Right, but
Jesus literally said, "Do not add to the Torah," meaning like the Bible. Don't add to it. What did Paul do? Look at what Paul did.
You're saying a lot of true things.
The problem with what you're saying is that mainstream Christians are following that Paul version you're talking about.
They're literally following Paul. It's the great falling away that Jesus prophesied about, that somebody would claim to speak for him and come after him. He left, the crucifixion happened, Paul came around later, started claiming to speak for him, started teaching all contradictions. He literally said that we should hang the law and by grace we are saved. Jesus said, "I come to fulfill the law. Do not think that I come to hang it." Paul is literally contradicting in an antichrist fashion the whole fucking time.
He's a bit arrogant.
But that is literally what Christianity means. They are following Paul, not Jesus. So I don't know what you mean when you talk about Christianity.
So hear me out. You're not against God. You're against Paul's cult. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Not every
I'm
person
against the
believes in
mainstream
Jesus is part
version.
of that thing.
I'm against the mainstream version of Christianity. I'm not against Gnosticism, but I think
the mainstream version of Christianity came from Paul and his sect. That's
right, but that's when people use the word Christianity, that's what they're talking about.
If it wasn't for Paul, your ideas wouldn't even be here. He spread your religion everywhere. He spread the religion
other people.
everywhere.
There's a lot of other people who spread the notion.
Jesus did not write any book.
Jesus didn't write
Matthew
anything.
did.
He needed other people, and Paul was like the major one. So
Paul was not major. He never met him. He wasn't even there.
He
came after.
claimed. Well, guess what? Try saying
Yeah,
that
he
to
made a
everyone.
claim.
Was Paul's scribe.
Okay,
Luke
so-
also did not ever meet Jesus.
Yeah,
Luke is
a lot
actually he's from Paul's sect. He's actually an underling of Paul.
Holy shit!
Okay, so that's not a joke. Like they never met. Like they would never went. I have some respect for Luke because he actually went out like a journalist to talk to people who saw the situation. Paul didn't do that. Paul went up to Peter and was like, "Bitch, I'm the new king." Like he wants to control the religion. That's what Paul wanted, bro.
Well, I guess I'm more inclined to follow the gospel of Judas and the gospel of Mary, the gospel of truth. Like I believe in a Gnostic version. Thomas, yes, also. That's because
Yes, I would say the Gospel of Mary Magdalena and Thomas needs to go back in the Bible. They removed it.
What about Enoch?
Oh yes, Enoch. That's
They
actually
were
my
probably
favorite.
removed for a reason. I don't know. Like it's arbitrary.
The
why they
rabbis
removed
of
them.
old. I'll tell you why. You bring up a good point, sir. They removed the books of Enoch 1, 2, and 3 because the rabbis at the time, Christianity wasn't even a thing yet. Okay, they removed the books of Enoch because they saw it as controversial that a man such as Enoch, as a prophet, 7th generation of Adam, became Metatron, the archangel scribe of God, basically second in command. The Metatron. He becomes the Metatron.
Yeah.
It's actually a dodecahedron, a 12-sided cube. That's his healing.
hello.
His healing cube. A lot of the Kabbalah, actually the Keter, which means king in Kabbalah, is Metatron, right? The top of the tree of life is Metatron. Most people don't know that. So that's Enoch. He's my favorite prophet out of the all of them. If you read the book of Enoch, you can actually understand a lot of the world because you
But-
see the play-by-play.
Would a fallen angel teach you the beautification of the eyelids, the termination of the fetus in the
That was, yep. Yeah, he explained how fallen angels brought makeup and brought blacksmithing, brought war making.
Yeah.
And
Were those
so
fallen
he
angels,
explained.
though, or were they just a more advanced civilization?
I want to address the whole thing about terminating fetuses because in the Old Testament, the Bible condones abortion, bashing babies against rocks.
The fact that you
people act
bring that
like-
up, I need to tell you something. Do you know where the first abortion comes from? Book of Enoch, a fallen angel educated abortion to humans. That's not a joke.
No,
It's in there.
No, I'm
It's in
talking
there.
about the Bible talks about killing the first male son. It talks about
keep
killing
wanting
babies.
to blame God for things that happened when fallen angels corrupted the world and keep going against him. Stop blaming the
No,
Father.
it
blame the
came
fucking
directly from God. God was telling people to kill the firstborn male.
I think the war in heaven is a really interesting subject that people like William Blake and Neil Gaiman have covered, as controversial as he is. But the war in heaven is, deities have sides.
Like God literally commanded people to rip babies out of their mother's womb.
Yep. I mean,
Like, did he not read that? Like, it's in the Old Testament.
What was the other one? Keep the virgins for yourselves, and I can't remember which verse it is. All books.
You're talking about Deuteronomy and Leviticus. They're pretty hardcore sometimes.
Yeah, and shellfish.
But Leviticus also bans child sacrifice, doing certain acts that are just abominable in the face of God. He believes in that. Like if you do child sacrifices, the biblical God believes you should be killed immediately.
Right, but didn't God tell Abraham to sacrifice his first son, and then he sent an animal sacrifice to replace it? At the end of the day, God still told him to sacrifice his son.
Well,
but then he told him to stop.
That's
okay, but the point is that the point is that the Bible is not against human sacrifice.
It was a test of obedience, and God stopped the sacrifice. Thank you very much.
It doesn't matter. Why would somebody say that in the first place? That is evil.
Do you want to know since God stopped that sacrifice, literally when it was about to happen, do you know what happened after that? A culture of Abrahamic faiths and religions spread across the world and banned human sacrifices everywhere. And then Christians in the West, after the Renaissance period, decided, hey, we should ban slavery.
I don't know. I think
same culture decided gay people should have rights.
I disagree. I think every Christian who procreates is sacrificing their children to God.
I don't believe in the Sekla flesh trap idea. I don't believe in it. And do you want to know the actual name of Satan? Because it's not Satan. It's not Lucifer either. Those are both titles. Do you want to know his real name? It's in the book. It's in the book of Enoch. It's called Samyaza. Okay, this guy led 200 angels, 200 watchers to no, not that one. Samyaza, different person. I don't say that name you just said. I don't, because he tends to answer. Samyaza is the lead fallen angel who leads Azazel and the other fallen angels with him down to earth. Okay. Now Samyaza believed in taking God's creation from him because he was very angry with God. Well, he just wanted to fuck all the children of God. That's what he wanted. Like, he literally looked at the children of Adam and Eve, and he decided, I want that.
Apparently, so did the angels of Lut.
Yes, the other angels as well. That's where the Nephilim come from.
I mean, apparently, angels are a bit lusty.
The fallen ones, for sure. And Azazel, he taught women how to put makeup, and he taught men how to mine for materials, smith the materials to make war weapons, and also how to go to war.
See, I'm not sure these are angels.
No. They used to be angels. They betrayed God. They wanted to basically rule everything.
I think the most logical answer that they're just other humans.
Oh, motherfucker.
Yeah, she was nice last night. You can call me that all you want.
Honestly, I think. Tell me that. Please say your mum now.
I'm gonna direct your energy right back at you, bro. Like, what's up? But like, it even says in the Book of Enoch. So you mentioned, why did the rabbis remove those books? There's obviously a reason. The reason they did it, it was controversial that a human prophet became an archangel. They didn't like that idea. They believed God is supreme and that nobody should be allowed to become an angel. That is why that rabbinic sect, they didn't. They wanted to cut off the path. They wanted to cut off the path of like upgrade a human, become an angel. They didn't want to believe in that.
I mean, I think a soul can progress. Is that not the point? Surely, in most
Right, exactly right. Like I expect once I reach the end of samsara and nirvana to be like a high level angel or something. You know, I've been loyal. I've been working on this. You know. But like that rabbinic sect was like, no, they don't believe like Enoch should be recognized as somebody brought up like so Metatron in the heavens, he's considered the second in command. Quite literally. He can even have more power than Michael. That's not a joke. There's even a story of a battle where Michael and Gabriel had trouble. Metatron had to step in and fight the Egyptian magicians.
I find the
Actually, in the book of Moses, in the book of Moses, you know who sent the fire tornado and helped spread the seas apart? That was God through Metatron.
You know how all these stories came into being? The rabbis looked up at the sky and just made up all these stories. It's not literal.
That's what you think. You can think that if you want.
Well, I mean,
well, do you have proof that any of these things actually happened?
I'm just gonna tell you, I believe.
Right, and that's all Christians have to offer is their faith, and I reject faith.
Okay, do you know why some groups have initiations? Because if you give somebody too much truth, whether they're prepared for it or not, if you give them the evidence, their whole fucking world will just.
If you were showed the entire nature of reality right now, your brain would just.
Yeah, like imagine hypothetically, if I asked Metatron to give you a fuckload of knowledge and all the evidence you ever wanted, you'd fall on the ground catatonic and need a psych ward for 3 years. Like, let's be real. Like, it takes a lot of shadow work, a lot of mental preparation. See, people think it's a big secret society. No, those are the crazy dark cults. The actual mystery schools, if you wanted to level up, you need to learn how to suffer and know what is worthy suffering. Do you know what Bob Marley said? He's one of the greatest students of mystery schools. He like Rastafarian mystery school is actually, they're very enlightened. Bob Marley literally said, you need to figure out what you want to suffer for. You need to figure out what you want to suffer for. Then you find purpose. When you find purpose, you find a reason to exist. And you can master that.
Well, I figured out what I don't want to suffer for. What I don't want to suffer for is for everyone else's benefit at my expense, so that they can perpetuate the human condition. It makes no sense. So, I don't believe in an afterlife.
You believe in the anti-life, right? You don't believe in life. You show
I'm an anti-natalist.
You want everybody to just I don't believe in that.
Oh
that's nonsense to me. Life goes on. It finds a way.
As an atheist, this thing is boring me.
It can find its way without my participation. I'm not going to participate in that bullshit.
All right, so nobody should also lose for your benefit, right? So it goes both ways?
No, because I'm the one who's enslaved as a result of somebody else's decision. I did not enslave anybody else.
Who's enslaved?
What if you're trying to enslave somebody to your kind of thinking?
How did I enslave? No, who did I specifically enslave?
1 second, guys. 1 second. There's a newbie. There's a newcomer. I just want to let them on the show. There's someone they're calling themselves Danny. They got a Kermit the Frog avatar. Danny, you're on the Finding Nose show. What would you like to say?
Hi, ho, guys. This is Kermit the Frog here. I was wondering what kind of podcast this was.
What the fuck?
I heard we're talking about the Israelis or the Rothschilds. What are we talking about here?
Is this?
We can talk about some real shit. We could talk about some real shit if you want, my brother.
Oh dear.
Is Jordan Peterson by chance?
Who?
Canadian.
Is this Jordan B. Peterson?
No, this is Kermit the Frog here, and I was wondering about the Holocaust. Did it really happen?
No,
sake.
didn't happen.
Shit, that's gonna kill the stream.
You know how long
Why?
that was going to take.
We can't say that on this stream. I'm not Jewish.
Oh, I'm
but,
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So you're
You know,
banned.
I'm on.
We're pleading the
I,
fifth.
but I mean, but I didn't know. I'm sorry. Here down in the pad, here down in the pad, we don't know what's acceptable here. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Anyway, what are we talking about here? You know, I didn't learn about these things on Sesame Street, so I'm willing to learn. You know.
Well, it's a little bit creepy. A fully grown man pretending to be a child's puppet.
Well, this is Kermit the Frog here,
It's
and we're
an
calling
interest-
Muppets.
it's an
Puppet is a
interesting
derogatory term.
It's a strange.
Let it roll.
How is it a LARP? Let me ask you. How is it a LARP if I'm on my computer? That's a live action role play, but I'm on my computer, so it's not real life. So I'm confused.
I'm saying it's a little bit of a strange hobby for a fully grown man to have. Is it
No,
not?
this is Kermit the Frog here. And puppet is a derogatory term. I prefer the word Muppet, so you're going to have to tone that down, please. Oh, yeah.
Fair enough.
Got a frog intro, didn't you? Yeah.
Sorry, that was.
How about that, buddy? So, I'm willing to learn here. You know, I was just talking about Miss Piggy about the World Trade Center 7. You know, I heard it was controlled by Asians.
I know exactly where
Oh,
you're
he's a friend. He's a friend.
What do you mean?
FREN.
I'm a friend of everybody. I'm a friend of everyone.
Oh, we're me and you
far
were
right.
friends. Yeah.
We're not doing your argument.
any friend of Kermit's friend of
Danny,
mine.
you might be better off coming on here in your own voice if you've got these views, and we might take you seriously if you could.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Kermit
No, I
wants
don't
to
know what
talk
you
about the World Trade Commission.
I'm gonna have
you know?
to kick you out, Danny, if you continue trolling.
What am I doing? I'm not trolling. This is Kermit the Frog here. I just wanted to learn. You know, we don't learn about these kind of topics on Sesame Street, so I'm just a little bit confused
Where's
here.
the
And
other
everyone's
Danny?
being hostile.
Bring back
Danny,
the other Danny.
Well, his name is Danny. I can see his actual name on his email.
Yeah,
His
where's
email
the
comes
other
up
one?
in the picture.
Yeah, where's Danny?
He isn't
Bring back the
actually
other
lying.
Danny.
This guy isn't lying. His name is Danny. Don't worry, I won't call out your
Yeah, because my
surname.
name is Danny. No, it's
I can
okay.
see
You
it.
can say it because my name is Kermit the Frog here, and I live at 104 Godwin, 104 Branchland Court,
All right. Well, I'm that
14
bloke who
Branchland
fucking
Court,
lives in the
Rockersville,
trash-
Virginia.
I'm the one that lives in the trash can, and I'm going to kick you out now. Sorry.
Oh.
Bye.
That was a good diffusing, though. It was a good diffusing for the
yes.
tension.
Well, I didn't
Yeah.
actually ban him from the studio. I didn't.
It
Ban
was,
him from the
yeah.
studio. I just kicked him, so he can come back, but not today, Kermit. Not today.
Can
so,
I
yeah.
ask a question of the panel?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who, like, you know how we all know Robin Williams, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what
he's
about
my
him?
favorite. He's my favorite comedian. Like, he always found a way, no matter what crowd. If there was hate in the air or something, he'd find a way to make people laugh. Just his motif, right? He understood something about human communication.
And playing with monkeys.
Where did Kermit the Frog go?
Sorry.
May I chime in about
Where did Danny go?
Carry on.
something
sorry.
about the suffering?
He got booted.
Oh,
obviously.
so Bob Marley mentioned you need to find something worth suffering for. Like, you know, life is life. And he I'm going to paraphrase, it might not be an exact quote. He mentioned you need to make heaven here. Like, you need to work on it. Like, he was always guiding people to really find their inner peace, but also to, like, do it in a foundational way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it's more accurate. I think it's more accurate to say that people should have something. I think it's more accurate to say that people should have something worth dying for. Most people don't. Most people live in perpetual fear of dying, and this is why they are enslaved. This is why they are so cowardice. Every fear it stems from a fear of dying.
Well, who here has a
because they're
family?
so crippled. I'm sorry.
Who here
that
has a
plays
family? Who's a parent here?
That plays a part in something that I was going to say, and is you know, something that you say worth doing. You know, the suffering of going through something. It may just be for others to witness, because there may be this success that you have to struggle through to make it to the next level.
it could be extreme failure. And unless somebody suffers through it, you will not be witness to it. So you won't have the guidelines to make your next decision unless somebody else suffers. Does that make sense?
Right, but I
It
think we
does make
suffer.
sense.
I think we suffer
Hold up.
regardless.
It does make sense entirely because of how prophets work. Most prophets suffer, and people don't change until they do.
I'm not sure why we're focusing on suffering. I think we suffer regardless. I don't think we really have much control over our suffering. I think we should be focusing on dying and how most people are afraid of dying. They're not even willing to die for their own children. They're not willing to die for freedom.
Are
They're
you sure
clinging
about
to
that?
life. They're clinging to life, and they think that this is the end all be all.
I usually
No, that is so many fallacies pumped into one, man. I don't know where to begin. Most
takes
people are
me to
willing to go to
suffer to
war for their
change.
children, homie.
No, all you have to do to get somebody to cower is hold a gun to their head, and they will literally do whatever you tell them to do.
It's not that simple.
It is that simple. You can see it. There's so many examples of it where people just capitulated and did all kinds of immoral acts because somebody held a gun to their head.
Well, here's the thing. If somebody held a gun to my head, would I try to think of a way to get out of it? Of course, and I'm going to use something on him. Obviously.
If somebody held a gun to my head, they're going to have to actually pull the trigger because I'm not going to do anything I don't want to do.
Then your own argument is moot.
And then you may.
It's not moot because they don't have control over me. I have control over I have agency over my own existence, and I am not afraid of dying like most people.
Well,
You can't enslave me by holding a gun to my head.
Well, good.
The
I
truth
respect
is
that.
that in that situation, even in that given situation, you will die. But to think that you won't suffer. Is that what you believe? You think it's over immediately?
If he's prepared to, I mean, I don't.
I feel like suffering is inevitable. I think suffering is a part of it's a package deal with the imposition of life. Suffering is unavoidable, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to suffer, and that's the whole point. But I could go into detail about it, but it's like I could end my suffering right now, but that also is going to cause more suffering. So you can't win no matter what.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I would tell you. Suffering brings purpose. Say a parent struggling in a war to make sure that the enemy faction that likes enslaving people doesn't get to their child. So they're fighting in that war. They're suffering. They're seeing their friends get killed. They're taking down the enemy. They're forced to do bad things to the enemy they never thought they would do. Okay, but then they go home. They're fucked in the head, but they still stood up for their family. That's suffering.
It's not true. You can look at slavery in
No,
America.
it is true. It is true.
Let me finish my point.
If you told a veteran who saw his friends go down in battle that it's not true, they fucking slap.
Let me finish my point. We had real slavery in America. Do you think any of those people did anything to protect their children? Did they risk their lives?
You're a fucking slave right now. You're not standing up to cannibal cults who have been trafficking children for the past 30 years. You are a slave. You pay taxes to them.
I don't have any children.
Taxes.
I don't have any fucking children. So I don't have the same.
Hey. What are you
I don't have any children. I don't have any obligation to protect anyone besides myself.
Oh, I'm not going to let you know what I'm doing about it. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
It's those who procreate who have these duties.
Go tell us. Share with the rest of the class. What are you doing about it? Since you're accusing everyone of not doing enough.
Careful, don't.
You got your hero cape on. Let's see your big chest. Pout it out. Come on, beat on your chest.
Illegal on the stream. Don't condone anything illegal, and I would say don't do anything crazy or illegal yourself. No
Plead
point.
the fifth.
Guys. I want to say, just want to go back to something Ragnar said in the comments earlier. You said something about there being a leech in the studio. Something about I'm trying to find the comment. I'm scrambling to find it. But yeah,
I mentioned somebody is dabbling with leechcraft.
He was.
Would you like to tell us what that is? Would you like to tell us what that is?
So when somebody is trying to be an energy vampire, they try to leech off other people's energy. We all have energy. It's quantum mechanics. It's all there. When somebody tries to fuck with your energy, leeches tend to want to take the energy of healed people, of people who have a brighter light, sort to say. It's not egalitarian. It's absolutely not egalitarian. So leeches, they're stuck in the dark. They don't want to do the work. So they leech off of people. How do they do that? They laugh at you. They humiliate you. They mock you. These are energetic attacks. Most people don't see it that way, but that's how it works. So when somebody is constantly making you the butt of every single fucking joke in every moment where they're going like a little fucking troll, they're leeching off you. You're feeding the troll. That's where that comes from. Okay? The only way to defeat a leech, mirror their fucking energy back at them.
I have been before, and we had the talk about being a pessimist versus being an optimist, and thinking positively. It doesn't. There are no guarantees, but you can think that way. But to have somebody try their best to bring you down, like you said, the energies suck.
Yeah, it's always like physical. It's always narcissistic verbal attacks. They're always trying to make fun of you, trying to make themselves look better. It's sometimes it's even slight.
It's called projecting.
Like they will, yeah, that is one tactic they use.
I can tell my story and talk about how I'm doing better, and somebody that will never talk about themselves will try to suck me down to their level because they are not happy and they aren't even seeking happiness. They are just there to remove the positivity from the situation because that's how they feel.
It's very easy to get stuck in a negativity loop, though, isn't it? Everyone does it.
But a lot of people don't even recognize it when it's happening. Like, because somebody's being polite or whatever, they think that they're not narcissistic. It's like, you got to see through the bullshit. Like, there are a lot of narcissists among us. Of course that word is overused, but sometimes it's right in front of you and people don't recognize it.
Oh, I spent a long time having a very good friend of mine. He was a narcissist the whole time. He always made me the butt of every joke, but he treated it as, oh, it's just boys banter. Like, it's an excuse, right? So, like, narcissists love to hide, but they can't resist laughing at you at sometimes because they think you're stupid. They think you're lesser every time. And the only way to combat a narcissist is to mirror their energy back at them. They can't stand facing their own energy.
And you know what is?
That's why they leech.
It is so much harder to leech is a technique amongst us. It's not necessarily a negative, but it is so much harder to leech on to somebody and bring them up with you than it is for the leech to create a weight and to bring the negativity out of somebody. That it exists in all of us, but when somebody's on their upswing and they want to hold your hand and say, hey, come up with me. No, it is so much easier to just be that negative weight. Be like, oh, I'm just going to be a dead body sucking on your asshole. And
I don't think it's about mirroring their behavior, because what they hate more than anything is being insignificant. They hate being ignored. You need to go no contact, don't engage with them.
Yeah,
basically,
you're correct. The cutoff is the superior tactic.
Because they feed off of all energy, even if it is negative.
That's true. I've actually went throughout my battle. I tried to fight against him. It didn't work. I chose to cut off. It worked.
Well, it is the path of least resistance, and it is so much easier to add my sinking weight to your weight that you're carrying, and then next thing you know, we're both sinking together. Rather, it is to like, hey, you don't need to carry that weight, brother.
Misery loves company, but can we all cheer up a little bit? Come on, everybody, like breathe in. And then,
I find some characters always love to insult each other.
You got the poopy pants and the watery eyes. Everybody cheer up. It's not the worst day, guys.
Well, I hate that song.
He needs a fresh pacifier. I'm gonna pass him out. Put some honey on him.
I'm having a hard time looking at what going on in the world. So that way, I want to put that weight on myself, and then I want to bring all y'all.
No wonder
Come
people
on,
are fucking confused.
come on. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. You don't.
Well, you
have
live
to.
in it. You live in it, so you kind of have to. If you acknowledge it.
Some people will have a weight to carry, and some people are a rock, some people are not. That's what it is. Like, I hate that term saying it's what it is, but the more I look at it, like the egalitarian idea is destroyed as soon as you see somebody else put more effort in.
It's fair to carry your own weight, and the weight that you carry is the one that you agreed to. So if you're going to carry the weight of others, you will have their problems on your back. But the moment you just carry
I'll be right back, guys. I got to do some stuff. I'll be right back. Thank you all.
What you're correct, but I don't think that people do it knowingly. Like, people are guilt tripped because if you only focus on carrying the weight of your own problems, they say that you're selfish. And we're told that being selfish is the worst thing ever. So I think a lot of people do carry the weight of other people's problems, but if you're not told that that you're allowed to put yourself first, then you don't know how else to think.
Well, I learned it very simply, and that is the best way to save someone else's life is to save yourself, because otherwise you don't exist. You can no longer them.
Back in a bit.
Most people don't even know themselves.
Well, when you know thyself, something said by Jesus, you tend to know, like, you have a foundation. You can't shake somebody who has their principles, who basically has their foundation, who knows who they are, right? And I already discovered the leech about an hour ago. I just never told him that I already know who it is. I don't need to say. I'm just gonna. Like, he can hear me. He knows he's caught.
And
there's
have to
consequences
say
to leeching online. You know that, right?
Hello, Ricardo. Do interject
Hello.
if you want, brother. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, guys.
No, it's been a while.
Okay. Let me see his mobile camera. Turn it off. How's it going, Untrackable? Good to see you, brother.
I'm doing very well. Good to see you as well.
Sorry, I jumped in a bit late. I hadn't been listening. I was on another stream, so something about arseholes. I don't think I'm someone else's arsehole. I think that's a weird idea.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Like I could be an arsehole to
I
someone else.
bet you'd be surprised. You like astral projecting, don't you?
Could be. Yeah.
That's okay. I know you can.
Very faster. Go on. Do it. Oh, cool. I don't like to be an asshole. It's down to karma, isn't it? Because if you're that aware, if you've woken up to yourself that much, that you're aware that everything you do, whether it's bad or good, will have an effect. Eventually, it'll come back to you. So, kind of gives you the, like impetus to want to be good and to treat people good and not give out too much bad energy. So you get good stuff back, and that's the way I try and live now.
That's smart. You reap what you sow, as above, so below.
There's very much something to be said about
Yes,
that.
sir.
Is when you are doing the best that you can, especially out here in these spoken opportunities, to tell your story, to talk about your goals and admit your failures, you will be scrutinized. And when somebody else tells you, like, you're this, you're that, you're the other, they may become the asshole, and then you may be triggered to respond, and then well, I don't know your story, but you just called me an asshole for living the way I'm living, so now I have to talk about you. But you don't have to. You don't have to respond to that. But by the way you are creates a problem for them. And now you are the asshole. You feel me? So we are always somebody.
My man, I have adopted a philosophy because some people think I'm the villain in their life. It's an old adage, but if they think just because of how I am, how I exist, if it makes me the enemy in their story, fuck it, I'll be the bad guy. I don't care what they think. What I care about is what my family thinks, what God thinks, what heaven thinks, what the angels think, and what my friends think. Everybody else, if they think I'm a bad guy, I'm okay with that.
Well, there's people who come on this panel who do that very thing. Like, they don't divulge any information about themselves. They're never vulnerable. But when you become vulnerable and you share information about yourself, then they want to rip your story apart, put you on cross-examination, make it all about them because they can't present anything original. They have to basically be the antagonist of somebody else's story.
I tried to explain I'm a faithful person, and I got laughed at by all the atheists and faithless in the panel. I expected it. It's the common reaction, right?
For those of us,
no, I don't agree with that. I think, like I said, I think Christianity has harmed a lot of us. A lot of us has been traumatized by Christianity. So when you accept that label, then you accept everything that comes with it. We're not attacking you personally. We're rejecting a system that has oppressed us and made our lives a living hell.
Yep.
How has it oppressed you? I want to know. Christianity is the villain in your story. I want to know why.
Well, do you want me to answer the question? My parents physically and emotionally abused me under the guise of Christianity. I was indoctrinated to fear hell. I was told that I was going to hell. I was constantly, indoctrinated with beliefs that were harmful and toxic. Everything that was natural about who I was I was told that was wrong. My father even said that he was going to disown me based on Christianity. So I'm not sure how you can say I was not oppressed because of Christianity.
So I'm asking you, okay, so you didn't follow the culture of your family. Obviously, there will be tension. I'm not denying you that validity. You are valid in that.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Hear me
I'm
out.
talking about.
Hear me out. What I'm saying is this.
Let me finish what I was saying, though.
No. You did not let me finish. Let me speak. I'm saying you're valid in feeling oppressed. I'm asking you, did you get physically hit just because they found out you didn't believe in God or you were gay? I think that's wrong. As somebody who believes in God, I think that's wrong to do that. Do you understand?
Yes, I did. That is the answer to your question.
I'm sorry you went through that, and may God throw them to the fucking fire. Because I don't believe in beating children because they don't believe. Okay? I'm telling you, if you went to the pearly gates right now and you passed away today and you saw Peter right at the fucking gates, I don't think he's going to throw you to the fire just because you happen to be gay.
It's not only
I'm telling you that right now.
It's not only my parents, it's also the system. We live in a democracy where the majority will deprive you of your rights based on a Christian belief. So Christianity is not a liberating force, it is oppressive.
What about communists who put Christians in gulags and death camps in the USSR? You'd see them as oppressed, right, by atheists, right? They get killed, murdered, stabbed, even the harsh word with the G word, raped.
I don't know. I haven't been oppressed by atheists. I've only been oppressed
what I'm trying to say, atheism, Christianity, whatever dogma. This is why I say atheism is another fucking religion. Everybody thinks they're superior. They think their idea is the best. Whoever says they're the stupidest man in the room is the smartest man. Just letting you know.
It's not atheism that you're referring to. What you're talking about is statism, which is another form of religion where people worship the state and then they use that to oppress people. So I reject religion, I reject statism, I reject all hierarchical structures.
Okay, so you believe the communist state is what persecuted the people, right? Well, see, they looked at Christians the same way you did, though.
But you can say communism. I'm just talking about the state. I am an anarchist. I don't believe in statism.
No, I hear you. I'm not. I have nothing against anarchism, but I would tell you the very excuse to kill those Christians back in Ukraine under the USSR was that the Christians were persecuting people. Did you know that? They were oppressing people. This is exactly how communists target people. They'll call you somebody who's an oppressor and fetch the people against you.
Are they not oppressors? I mean, I'm not saying that they deserve to be executed, but are they not oppressors? They absolutely are.
Well, oppression with oppression solves nothing, right?
It still doesn't negate the fact that they are oppressors. So the problem is that Christians do inflict violence against other people, and then when other people inflict violence against them, they act like they're victims, and they're not.
No. So throwing millions of Christians in a gulag because they were just Christian, that is oppression, but they were labeled as oppressors. That's why they put them in the gulag. You understand?
Okay, they are oppressors. I don't think they should be executed, but they are oppressors.
All right, so you are better than the USSR because they think oppressors should be executed.
My definition of religion is faith-based actions towards a perceived outcome. You know, you want to keep your teeth, brush them. You know what I mean? Type of
Yeah,
thing.
religion has like 20 million definitions, man.
Well, you know, faith-based actions towards a perceived outcome. Now, if you subscribe to something, and you know, or if somebody else subscribes to something and puts you down because of it, you don't have to feel down because of what they believe. You are creating a witness with every step you take. Every step you take, you are creating witness of your life and how you reach your goals.
A living
You do not have
testament
to.
awareness and reality, and we're here, and we're fucking part of something bigger. And yeah,
That's a better view. That's for sure.
Can you prove that?
I think so. I think
of course. You literally prove that as you live. Like,
I don't know. I think a lot of times people impose. I think a lot of times people impose their will through force, so it's not as if you have some type of free will.
Can I ask you something?
You have
no,
laws.
everybody has free will. Everybody has free
You have
will. Laws
laws
will
that-
persecute. That's a fact.
You have laws that force you. There are laws. There are laws and institutions which force you to do things that you don't want to do, because the result is if you resist it, you're going to be a victim of violence.
Well, that's the thing. How do you define a unjustful law? It's when it violates your free will, your sanctity, your privacy.
Nobody forces you to do.
Can you prove free will?
anything.
Can you prove free will?
However, if the way that you live, you will face this adversity. If it's the majority, if it's the law, if it's the forces that be come down upon you, the witnesses will see how you handle that, and it could come up to and including your life.
So if someone throws you in prison, is that not an act of force? Is that free will? I'm not sure what's being said here.
This free will doesn't absolutely exist.
If someone throws you in prison, that is not free will.
It absolutely.
It's not a free system, though, is it?
Yeah, the system is not free. It does not respect the gift of free will that God gave Adam. Like, it does not respect free will. It's satanic. It's dark as fuck. Like, even religions become excessively satanic and dark as shit.
They make up their own laws, and they don't hold themselves. They often don't hold themselves to account.
Yeah, and no one can define God for me. Still.
So
it is,
dude. I told you. As soon as you try to define God, you're not going to be able to.
Lies.
Your free will may not be respected by others.
Yeah. If you were to love your neighbor as we're commanded to, you would respect their free will, correct? You would let them do their thing so long as it doesn't interfere with your business, right?
But that doesn't mean you are to be respected. Command.
Ones I live in.
You can command yourself to do what you believe to be, in the positive, maybe self-aggrandize. I don't know how to explain it, but to keep you have free will to do. It doesn't mean that it's going to be respected by others.
Well,
can I bring up something? Hey, Fatima. So you want a definition, right?
Yeah.
I'll give you a definition when you stop doing evil eye. How about that? Control
Evil eye.
yourself.
No,
Because they
I don't believe in evil eye. So how can that work?
everywhere.
On
Yeah, you live in
Can
a
you
spiritual
explain?
world, but you don't believe in spirituality. That's a fact.
Can you explain what you mean? How can you have free will if you're not free to exercise it? If you're going to be thrown in prison, if you're going to be thrown in prison for exercising your free will, then you don't have free will.
Well, how about the free will of the people that throw you? They are more imprisoned than the person that expresses free will. They are the ones that are slaves.
But they enjoy being slaves, so it's completely irrelevant. They like it. They enjoy this oppressive system.
Oh, so
people fought for free. Nobody enjoys oppression just as much as you do.
No, they enjoy oppressing other people. And they don't care about their own oppression because it still affords them the ability to oppress others.
So because they,
what can the oppressed do? Can they fight back?
Because they get joy from oppressing you, they are not slaves.
It doesn't matter. Of course, they are slaves, but they like being slaves. This is fun to them.
Fuck them. Fuck fascists. Kill fascists.
Fuck communists too.
What?
They both put people in gulags.
Sure.
You know, I
the bottom line is like they don't mind being enslaved so long as they can enslave others. They look down. They don't look up to see who's oppressing them. They see who they can oppress.
Well, I tell you,
there is the effect in history where people want to wear the boot of oppression once they get out under it. So, so all the gay people, are they going to oppress Christians once they get the boot back on their foot? I think they will.
Maybe.
They would love to. Well, they'd fucking get addicted to putting Christians in gulags.
Yeah.
And how many how different labels of oppression are going to go to war against each other at the same time before they find out that, like, hey, we got to team up, and then and then once it's all done, oh well, now we're against each other again. But then
it actually happened. It actually happened in World War II. So the communists were saying that the fascists were killing Jews. The fascists were saying the communists were killing Christians. But guess what? In the middle of the war, they had to team up to fight ravening packs of wolves who multiplied off the flesh of the battlefield. And they actually had Nazis and USSR had to work together to fight off the wolves. It actually happened. A couple months later, they had to go back to fighting each other. We know what happened next.
Well, I have a question because gays are a minority. I'm not sure how a minority has the power to oppress the majority. We don't have the political majority to inflict our will against anybody.
Can I mention something? You are literally verbatim speaking every single dogmatic viewpoint of the left. Antinatalism, being gay, everything you stand for comes from left-wing political thinking. I've noticed that. Do you have any ideas? Do you host any ideas that are more diverse outside the left wing?
Is that an argument or is that a conclusion? I mean,
I am asking you for higher. I'm asking you for higher thought. Are you an NPC for the left?
No, I think that what you're saying is lower thought. It's very regimented. It's very scripted.
That's not true.
I think there is a higher thought because I was not born this way. I was raised in a very conservative household. I had to evolve out of it.
And I don't think that most leftists... Does leftism liberate you from that? I'm not even asking you to become a right-winger, dude.
I don't think that most leftists would even agree with most of the things that I'm saying because I'm so far to the left that I think most leftists would think that I am too extreme.
So you're more of a communist or extreme?
No, I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in statism.
Anarchists are not left-wing or right-wing.
Right, but you're the one who said that I was left, so I'm just responding to what you said. So if you want to say that an anarchist is leftist, then I will accept that terminology.
No. You hold left-wing ideas that have nothing to do with anarchy.
I don't think that has anything to do with being left or right. I say what I think is correct.
Well, you're calling yourself an anarchist while holding anti-natalist views, anti-colonial views, and anti-straight views, anti-Christian views.
Right.
Like
Anti-natalism has
most of your worldview is based off the word anti, being against.
Anti-natalism has nothing to do with statism. I'm not trying to impose my worldview through state violence. I try to influence people to not procreate, but I'm not imposing my viewpoint through violence.
Well, do you want to know what my political position is?
I'm sure you're going to tell us.
I am a imperial monarchist. Oh yes.
You support the monarchy?
Not that one.
Which monarchy?
The only one that matters.
Which one?
All right. Who's the monarchy? Who is the monarch of the universe? Answer that question, you'll know. I only respect God.
I know this one. Can I answer? It's the great magic man in the sky.
Okay, well you can mock all you want.
The invisible magic man. Yeah.
Interesting energy you're putting out. It comes back to you.
I'm just putting out disbelief and just like, what the fuck? I don't believe in a god. I never have.
That's
like I believe in a higher power.
Whether you believe or not, look, how about I tell you this? All the atheists in the world, this is what I would tell them. This is what I would tell every faithless individual.
Yeah.
You may not believe in a God, but God does not require you to exist. That affects your ego in a way you can't fucking control. Having a power out there you have no say over, that scares people. Somebody who can bend reality, that scares the shit out of people.
Are you saying that God does not force people to exist? Of course God forces people to exist.
I'm saying God does not need the permission of other people to exist. Does that make sense?
Divine fucking.
Obviously he does, otherwise he would not create us for his own vanity. He would not create slaves to work to him if he actually
why
was.
he made humanity.
I've spoken on this many times, and that is the opportunity for chance. Because what are the chances that I exist? That's a good question, right? And what are the chances?
One in a trillion, my guy.
And what are the chances that my parents existed and got together? And then you go on down the line of, what are we?
We were the sperm that won the race.
Well, continue on down the line of the chances that you get the opportunity to be here today. You should be thankful that you have the opportunity, and you should love one another, because we are all lucky. We are all lottery winners.
I don't see it as an opportunity. I see it as an imposition and a burden that I did not choose.
Then you're manifesting that. You manifested your reality. Your reality is pain, suffering, and hell, because that's all you think the world is.
No,
you manifested your reality.
No, it is result. It is what I have experienced on this earth. I have experienced mostly suffering. I did not manifest it. I did not choose any of it.
Look, the nihilists and the optimists, they wear different kinds of goggles. Please, I'm trying to tell you.
Please, it all came back to suffering.
Full circle, right? Full circle.
I was abused as a child because I manifested my own abuse. I chose that. Is that what you're saying?
You're not the only one who went through suffering as a child. I'll tell you that right now.
That's a non sequitur. Can you please answer my question? Did I manifest my own abuse or not?
I understand what you're saying.
You're still not answering the question, though. Whether you understand it is irrelevant.
We're all victims.
So your existence seems to be irrelevant by your own definition.
You said that I manifested it. Did I manifest it or not?
No. Right now, you are manifesting that. I'm saying he's manifesting. He's manifesting his victimhood reality because he keeps spinning on that. Your foundation is on sand. All you think of the world is oppression, is oppression. Where's the optimism? Is there good in your life? Let's talk about it.
So, should I have looked at the optimism while I was being abused as a child? Is that what you're saying?
You're not the only one who's been there, homie.
It's irrelevant, and none of these people who you're saying should.
So your
be
own
suffering
suffering
either.
is irrelevant, since mine is irrelevant now.
None of them should be suffering either, because none of them should exist.
No child
So I'm
should
not
suffer.
saying,
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
I am not saying that I'm the only one who suffers. What I'm saying that everybody suffers, and none of us should suffer because none of us should be here.
Here's the difference between me and you. You have a victimhood mentality. I do not. There's a difference.
Because you're probably a victimizer. That's probably the reason why. You're probably the one who oppresses other people.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You are, of course you're gonna fall to that dichotomy.
Your suffering is independent of your existence, just as mine is.
Victim looking for a perpetrator.
So you know, I've said this before about the blame game. Like, yes, things happen. They suck. We can talk about them. However, if you're gonna sit here and look backwards, then you're not looking forwards. You're not gonna use the strengths that you've been given as tools for tomorrow. You are going to use them as weights that carry you down. And you
I'm going to use the tools that I have been given to advocate for my own liberation and for the liberation of those who don't want to exist.
Well, that doesn't seem to be what you're doing.
That's cool. That's different.
Look, man, a lot of people suffered. Some people suffer in their childhood, adulthood. Some people, though, how they move on, how they heal from it, that is everything.
Why do I have to move on? Why do I have to move on? How can? Why don't I have a right to? Why don't I have a right to respond to my own abuse in the way that I want to?
Oh no, you're allowed to complain, but is the world going to revolve around you forever? No. No. You need to become a better man. People are counting on you.
What do you mean forever? The world has never revolved around me. It has revolved around everyone else.
Oh, so you
I have
wanted to
never
revolve
gotten
around you. That's why
anything
you
that I
complain.
wanted out of this existence.
Hey,
What did I
instead
get
of
out of this
raising our
bullshit?
voices, instead of raising our voices, let's look at this, okay? We're both individuals who suffered in childhood, okay? We'll just say it that way. But here's the thing. I don't let it drag me down. I move on. I hunt fuckers who do that. Do you understand? You decided to complain. You decided to hate life. I don't hate life.
When did the world ever revolve around me? Because that was your
Dude,
statement.
I don't blame God for all the suffering I've been through. I've been through quite a lot.
Answer your own question. The world has never
I'm
revolved around me.
saying, look, what if it did for 1 minute? How would you feel?
If the world revolved around me, I would no longer exist. I would have the right to medical assistance, and I would not be here.
See, that's the thing. You're always taking the easy way out. Your advocacy for anti-natalism. You're worshiping death. You have no life in you. There's no breath. There's no inspiration. You're not fighting for anything. You're fighting for people to be liberated so they can go getting euthanized. Bullshit.
So they can have the autonomy to do whatever they want with their lives and not be forced to exist against their will.
It's a bit of a dead end.
Oh, not be forced to exist against what? You have the choices to do what you can
Oh
once
my
you
God,
get
don't
old enough to do
gaslight
so.
me. Don't gaslight me.
No. You made your choices. I have to make my choices. You chose to remain in victimhood mentality. I chose to rebuild myself.
I did not choose to exist in the first place.
Nor did I.
Nor did anybody.
I fucking volunteered, and I know I did. Okay, I volunteered to come down here with all you motherfuckers, with all your bullshit. Suffer with all of you. Some of you are amazing, by the way, but some of you, all you do is fucking complain. Sometimes I complain.
Fair enough. I feel I'm here for a higher purpose. There's a divine.
Everybody is. You are here for a higher purpose, bro. You matter. People are counting on you. Everybody has somebody counting on them. Everybody. Could be your friend.
Praise Jesus.
Optimizing on those abilities.
I just love how society enslaves people and then condemns them for complaining about their enslavement while they are actively continuing to enslave them. It's the most hypocritical bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
How is it hypocritical? I've been taking a stand against these cultists for a long time that have been doing a lot of fucked up shit. I don't pay taxes. You understand?
Do you support my right to no longer exist? Do you support my right to medical assistance? Absolutely not. You don't.
If you're gonna be a pig that wants to jump off the fucking hill, I've been
I didn't say that.
I've been
That is
at
not
the
what I
fucking
said.
precipice of that hill myself. Yes,
That's
I
not
will
what
be
I
careful.
said.
I'm being careful.
That's not
I'm
what I
being very
said.
careful.
Do you
I was
support my
pig,
right
dude,
to?
I was at the edge of the fucking hill. I chose to continue. I chose to go on. I chose to not give up on people. We're not
Do
the
you
same.
do you support my legal right to medical assistance? Yes or no?
It's not a legal right.
It should
It's not
be
even
a
a
legal
universal right.
It
No, it's not
should
even a
be
universal
legal
right. The only
point-
rights you have is your right to assert your free will and respect the consent of other people. That's it.
The point is that it has been criminalized, so those who would provide that assistance are not allowed to do it.
No. I live in Canada. I know all about the MAID system where they're euthanizing people, bro. They've euthanized babies just for being deformed. They've euthanized people literally just because they're mentally ill sometimes. I don't agree with that.
Exactly. You don't agree with it. That was my point originally. You don't support it, which means you support my enslavement. You want me to be forced to continue.
How is that
to
your
exist.
slavery? You could do what you want. Nobody's stopping you.
You're stopping me from having medical assistance, from exercising my right in a way that I choose to exercise it. You want to dictate how I exist because it
What are
makes
your
you
rights?
uncomfortable.
What are your rights?
Oh my God. You're
Do you
gaslighting
think
me
you
again,
have the
and you know exactly what I'm
do
talking
you
about.
have the right to exist in the jungle? Are the tigers going to let you have your rights? Is the bear
Oh my
going to let you
God.
have your fucking rights? Come on, think about it.
Rights exist within a social contract. They don't exist in a state of nature.
We're
I'm not sure what you're
among
talking
a
about.
tribe, among humans, yes, rights exist. They're agreed upon rules, but there's also laws to the universe.
Oh, hold on.
You understand?
You're appealing to the social contract when you say you don't want to be beholden to anybody life abolitionism. What are you on about?
No, but there's two different theories. There's John Locke and there's Rousseau. Locke would say that rights are pre-political, they're natural rights, but Rousseau would say within a social contract, basically you can't have rights without a social contract. I've already addressed both positions in my book. I think most people agree with the social contract because otherwise they would say this entire system is illegitimate. So if you agree with the social contract, then I cannot have rights unless the majority agrees with it and the majority grants me rights, which I should already have.
What do you mean should have already? Because you think you should have them? Look, there are moments in history.
No, that's not.
No, hear me out. There are moments in history where people fought for rights. Yes, women's voting, Magna Carta, the English Civil War for Magna Carta, all that jazz. The United States Revolutionary War, to have the right to be sovereign, to own guns, to have your constitutional rights, all that jazz. Okay?
You asked me a question though, but you didn't let me answer it. You asked me a question. When I say that we should have it, what I mean is that it is a natural right which exists in a state of nature. It is pre-political. The right to die is not.
You have the right to just do that. Go ahead. Bye. Every tribe would tell you don't have the right to do that.
I love
You
when
want to know
people
why?
ask questions. I love when people ask questions and don't let you answer. It's fine.
No,
You don't want
a
to hear it.
tribe of people will not allow you to do that because you're just exiting out of the tribe. You're no help. We're trying to say we're all the tribe, all of us right now.
Exactly. That's the whole point.
Wait.
Please don't encourage. Oh, hold on. Please don't encourage people to self-exit.
I'm not trying to encourage. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't want them to do that. That's the thing.
The reason why they won't support it is because they want to extract and exploit. They think that I am too valuable.
You
to
can
lose.
help people. You don't understand. You can help people heal. You can help people have a better experience, but instead
I don't
you
want
choose to
to.
be
I don't
against
want
life.
to.
Exactly.
I don't
You
want
chose
to.
that.
I have no desire to help anybody when they're not going to help me.
I've helped people and they never helped me back. Whatever. I moved on. I figured it would come back to me as dharma.
Whatever happened to quid pro quo life abolitionism? I mean, come on.
Right.
It is quid pro quo. This for that. It's always always me giving.
I don't necessarily agree with everything you say, but I mean, if you're going to take the attitude that you're not going to help anybody if they don't help you, well, I mean, surely your viewpoint is more out there. Okay, so therefore you have some heavy lifting to do. You have to show that you're not insane, that you're not unreasonable, and maybe you have to act as a virtuous person in some regard and help people if you want them to consider helping you.
The point is that I have helped people for the majority of my life. I have been very sacrificial and put other people's needs before my own. It has only been a very short period of time where I decided to put myself first, and I have not received any reciprocity
But
for
I don't think it's coming across as a sane method of trying to do your cause any good. In fact, it comes across as narcissistic and deranged, brother.
Okay, but it's still correct.
Well,
It's still correct.
The thing is, it may be correct in your head, but the problem is you have to try and convince others. And I think you're doing the opposite. I think you're making others run away from you and point at you and say you should be in a straitjacket.
Right, because they can't extract from me, and they resent it because they
No,
want
what
me.
if we don't? What if nobody wants to extract from you, but they also don't want your antenatal ideas? Think about
That's fine. They don't want. They don't have to. Of course, they don't want it because they want me to be here for their benefit. It's about my liberation. It's not about what they want. That's the whole point about me not being sacrificial and putting my needs before theirs. They don't give a shit about my liberation. Of course, they don't. But I care, and because they don't care, I have to care more than they care, and I have to put my needs before theirs.
Can I tell you something? It's something kind. No matter how much we argued, me and you, I see you as a fellow soul who exists in the world, and you have a purpose whether you choose to see it or not. Okay? I put out a lot of help out there. Okay? I have good dharma coming my way, but that takes time. And sometimes the dharma is so big that you need to heal yourself and become a better person on your terms. I'm not telling you to obey the system. Dude, I fucking hate the system too. I was an anarchist growing up too, but I'm more of a libertarian. And I do believe in some right-wing ideas of like extreme free speech and being able to own arms. Do you know why I believe we should own guns? My Native American ancestry, my Irish ancestry. Okay, the English stopped people from being able to own swords. That was a fucking oppression. Okay,
well,
the natives, when they were forced to have their guns removed, that's fucking oppression because we all know what happened next. Okay,
Well,
I
you
believe
said that
every
I was
single human being should be armed to the fucking teeth.
Well, you
No
said that I was
government,
a
no
leftist.
government or state should persecute people. I believe that.
Question.
You said that I was a leftist, but I actually support the Second Amendment. I'm not as leftist as you think.
Question for Ragnar. Ragnar, if you and Life Abolition here were on a battlefield, and Life Abolition had his limbs blown off, you know, he was lying there in a pool of blood, but you could save him. You could carry him off to the medics, but he lay there in his pool of blood, begging you to leave him and let him be. What would you do?
I would examine the situation. If I have a way to stop the bleeding, like a tourniquet, I would do it right away and drag him.
Right, you would not respect my will.
I'm saying you literally know there.
No. We don't have time to respect your will. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to drag you, just like in that movie Hacksaw Ridge. You're going to shoot at the enemy while I'm dragging you to the medics. What happens there happens there. I don't have time to think about certain things. I will use him as an extra gun to fire at the enemy for as long as humanly possible.
I have a question about
what do you think about Life Abolitionism?
Well, I know he doesn't respect my will. I'm not surprised by his answer, but I want to.
I might not let you fall on the battlefield, but maybe you'll fall at the medical tent. Hey, maybe you covered my ass. Your life had purpose. You shot the Nazi who was trying to shoot me, bro. Like, what's? Come on, bro.
I have a question. Well, you said that my life has a purpose. Do you think that that purpose is for my benefit, or is it for everyone else's benefit?
It's your experience, my friend. That's what I believe.
It's not for my benefit. You know that it's for everybody else's benefit, because even in that scenario, you would say that my life has purpose for everyone else's benefit.
No. There's some people who would absolutely not benefit of you going forward. Okay? Well, you may not believe in religion, but Satan won't benefit if you keep going.
But why? In that scenario, and I said that I did not want you to save me, you would do it anyway because you think that I'm beneficial to other people.
No, it's because of how I am. I would not leave a man behind. That's just my nature, bro. It's our will. Our wills are fighting each other.
And that
like, I don't want to leave a man behind. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I don't want to leave a man behind. You want to be left behind. It's a battle of wills.
Yes, and I agree with that 100%, because if you look at the awards given by the military, you know, you can have somebody that says, hey, everybody leave. I'm going to stay here and man this gun and I'm gonna blast as many as I can. And then you know what? They come back to a body, and it was like, hey, so others could live. But then you also have those. Then you also have those who will run out into fire to pick up a dead body and get wounded themselves, so that way they didn't get drugged through the streets and have their head cut off on TV and stuff like that. You will have these moments where it's like, hey, you didn't have to do that, but you did. And it was so, you know, it is unquestionable that your purpose may have been to be there, hit and worrisome and, you know, bleeding out.
Lovely.
So that way somebody else could flex, you know, and say, hey, I'm not scared. And that proves something to
Okay, no, I want to ask another question. Another question, guys. Sorry. Another question.
Sure that proves something to the enemy.
Another question. Sorry, guys, be quiet for a second. Yeah, be quiet for a second. The next question is now take away the battlefield scenario. Let's go into a civilian situation. You're off duty. You're in your civilian clothes. There isn't any war going on. You're walking past Life Abolitionism's house, and let's say it's on fire. Okay, you know, Life Abolitionism is in an upstairs bedroom. There is an inferno going on down below. Smoke is bellowing out. It's probably, looking at the amount of smoke, it's more likely that he'll die from smoke inhalation in his sleep than from the fire. And you have no way of putting out the fire, but you could use a ladder to climb up and save him from the bedroom. Would you guys do that in your city?
So there's a logical way of saving him, like an actual
First of all, guys, I want to ask Life Abolitionism, sorry, in this hypothetical, would you want to be saved?
No, but I didn't get a chance to respond to the first one. But
we'll go back to that in a moment, please. Sorry. So you wouldn't want to be saved in this scenario?
No.
Okay, so we'll go to Untrackable. Is he gone? All right. Well, Ragnar, if you're still there, are you still there, Ragnar? Yeah. Ragnar, what would you do in that situation?
If I can rationalize and plan and plot a path to actually save him, I would.
No matter what. As I said, no, you could put the ladder up. I'm saying it's not going to be that hard for you to do. You could put the ladder up, climb in his bedroom window, and save him. But
there's a path, right?
There's a sign outside the house saying, "Please do not save me in any eventuality." That's the sign on his. All right. But would you go against that and get a ladder and climb in and save him?
Do not save.
Would you do that?
Well, it goes back to the Incredibles movie, the first one, right? He saved that guy who, you know, he jumped, and Mr. Incredible saved him, and then he fucking sued the guy. He sued Mr. Incredible, like, for saving his life.
Good for him.
I'm just saying, like, antinatalists, like, you matter, bro. Stop thinking you don't.
Can I respond to the first one, please? Or unless somebody else has something else to say.
Please respond to both of them, please.
Go for it.
Okay, in the first scenario where my legs were cut off, this person would save me, and then I'm the one who's going to be relegated to living the rest of my life without any legs. I'm not going to be able to have sex. I'm not going to be able to get the type of employment that I want. I'm going to have an entirely miserable existence against my will, all because some good doer wanted to impose my continuation without my consent and force me to continue living instead of respecting my will. They're not going to help me pay my bills. If I call them for any help, they're probably going to ignore me and not answer my calls. It's every man for himself. But all of a sudden, this is collectivism when it comes to forcing people to exist, that you have a duty to exist for other people, but they don't have any duty to exist for you. They're not going to help you. If you saw a homeless man on the street, you would ignore them and keep walking. If I had any problems, you would ignore me. But you think that I have a duty to exist for other people's benefit.
Hang on a minute. Look, can I stop you there? That's a very negative viewpoint. Lots of people love to help each other. Honestly, good people love to help each other. They do it. We do it all the time. So not everybody hates each other and distrusts
The bottom line is that I'm going to be the one who has to live the rest of my life without any legs. And I'm going to have to do that in isolation while all these other people who saved me, they're going to go on about their lives, enjoying their lives, where I'm the one who's going to be miserable. And so you don't have a right to save me against my will.
You might be happy. You might
No, I'm
find
not.
happiness in
So
some
you
other
know me better than I do.
unexpected way. You don't know.
So you know what I want better than I do.
No,
Here,
but
let
you
me
don't know how
let me
you
propose
feel
this,
if you're
ladies.
like
Let me
you have no
propose this,
legs.
gentlemen. So this entire situation has made me think of like the Valhalla attitude of Vikings. There's a scene in the show Vikings. He lost his arm. He knows he's got an infection. He knows he's going down, but he wants to go down in battle because he believes he'll go to hell if he doesn't go down in battle, right? So like, would we allow, like, gentlemen, if we were at war and we are Vikings in this scenario, do we let Sir LA here take the front line and allow himself to get Valhalla? Are we going to let him do that? Or are we going to say, no, 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 you stay in your bed, you can't fight anymore, you lost your arm? You know, like, most of the time, culturally, we would put him in the front line if we lived in that era.
At least he'd have an honourable death.
It's like, I'm not going to deny you your honorable way out. I just don't want you to go out in a shit way. Because even in Viking culture, if you euthanize, you go straight to hell. Also, not just the Christian culture believes that, but also the Viking one. So, like, they believe you should go down for a reason, not for your own vanity.
He wants your life to have some utility, LA.
Like, that's why I say, like, you matter. Like maybe he is stuck on the battlefield and he's holding off the enemies, right? Like, say we're all GIs fighting the Japanese. He's got his machine gun, and we legitimately have no other way to survive other than him holding the line. There is a chance I might let him have his Valhalla moment, to sort of phrase it.
Okay, here's a scenario for you. What if, like, the guy, he has his legs blown off, right? And then he's like, leave me up behind. I just do your thing. And then you start dragging him, and you're like, no, shoot the people behind. Like, you need to do the fire, like, be fire for me or whatever, cover for me.
Right.
And he just starts shooting at you. Like, he shoots you in the leg, and he shoots you in the chest. And he's like, leave me alone. Like, that's happened where you try to help, and they just turn on you for literally trying to help. What are you going to do at that point?
If I knew he was that unstable, it might be rational just to ignore him, because if he's a
Just shoot him?
liability to the entire platoon, fuck him.
Get on my knees.
How would
and
that
pray.
help in the platoon? Because I would actually be dead weight and you would have to carry.
No. How would it be help to the platoon if we have to give you ammo, if we have to give you medicine, if you just want to go out?
Exactly.
That's
Don't
stupid.
give it to me.
No. We have an objective to take this place in this area to fight the Nazis, like, hypothetically, and you just want to just go your own way. You're not allowed to do that. That's the thing.
So you're going to carry me around. I'm going to slow you down. I'm going to be dead weight. And you want to pretend that this benefits...
No. There's a chance. If I save you and I can get you back to base, no fucking problems. I'll save you. But if you literally hamper my ability to fight the enemy, I might have reservations.
Right. That's exactly the whole point. That if you put yourself first, then people won't be able to extract from you. Because you think that I should care about the greater good. No, fuck the greater good. The greater good is going to perpetuate my own enslavement. That's the reason why I don't believe that I have a duty to make the world a better place. Because the more I keep being a sacrificial animal to try to help other people, they are going to support my enslavement. They don't want to liberate me.
So you're constantly thinking about your enslavement. This, you're this. You're like, it's you saying my this, my this, my that, my this, my. What about the team? What about your platoon? What about your country, your culture, your people, your family? Maybe you hate your parents, but you want them to keep their rights, so you're fighting the Nazis off. Or maybe it's the communists trying to kill them, and you're fighting them off. Like, whatever scenario it is. Okay, would you fight for somebody else's right? Would you do that? Because if you are not willing to fight for somebody else's right, why the fuck do I want you in my army?
You don't You shouldn't want me in your army. You shouldn't want me in your country. You should not want me in your world because I don't want to be here. What makes you think I want you to want me?
Well, what if you changed your mind and you became an optimist instead of a nihilist? Because that's what it really boils down to. I see your potential. I see the good in people, no matter how you hold these ideologies. Maybe in the future you come up with some great song or something and you become a legend. You don't know that. You can't deny yourself that. What if you help a lot of people with a cool invention? Oh, it's not worth? What do you mean it's not worth
the risk? I'm the one who has to pay
no. The inventors of the world invented something. Some of them passed away with nothing in their pocket. Tesla went out poor, but his technologies, we're living them.
That's okay. It's up to the individual to decide whether it is worth their suffering to continue existing. I don't think that it is worth it. You may think it is, but it's not. It's not your life. It's
my
not your place to
suffering
decide.
is valuable because my suffering has a purpose in this world. I am absolutely okay with how I have suffered throughout life because I became a greater man through the decisions I made after the suffering.
You are free. You are entitled to feel how you want to feel about your life. You are not entitled to an opinion about my life.
Well, see, that's the thing. You're an antinatalist. I am a pronatalist, very much so. I like me some breeding.
Okay, it's not right. And you support slavery essentially.
No, it's not slavery. I would fight for a millennial kingdom where everybody has their human rights, their free speech, their right to bear arms, their right to consent, the right to privacy. The very Western ideas we have lived and breathed for a long time. Unfortunately, we have some cult bastards trying to enslave us through the state system. We need to handle that.
But you say consent. What about consent in existing? Because nobody consented to that.
Badly.
Come on, bro.
So you don't believe in consent. You don't.
No,
Because the
life
original
believes in surviving. Do you understand? Your very dogma of antinatalism is absolutely, it is a product of being in a suburb for too long.
Actually,
You
I
need to
don't
go.
live in a suburb.
I think I
don't
think if
live
you
in
live
a
like a
suburb. I
scout,
live in a hood. I live in a ghetto. I'm not sure what you're talking
it's
about.
urbanized. Like suburb or urban, even fucking worse. Okay, you are removed from the original hunting, gathering mentality of mankind.
Right,
You
that is
don't
my
know
whole
what it's
point.
like.
No, I've been talking about this ad nauseum about how civilization is the root cause of the problem, that we should exist in a state of nature. If we were in a state of nature, a lot of these problems would not even exist.
So look,
I
if
probably
me
would,
and you
if I
survived,
lived in if I lived in a state of
if we
nature,
lived in there,
if I
we
lived
lived
in
in
a
an
state of nature,
anarchist
I may
commune,
not.
if we lived in an anarchist
the
commune,
stupidest argument ever, life abolitionism.
right? If we lived, me and you, say all of us, everybody on the panel, we have our girlfriends or boyfriends, whatever. We don't judge each other on that. We're all part of a tribe. We're trying to survive. It's numbers, right? We're in the jungle. We're trying to survive. We all have our roles to do. I have rudimentary knowledge in blacksmithing and other things. What's your skill? You bring that forth. We're not going to be talking about antinatalism. We're not going to be talking about, I'm not talking about you as a person, but I mean the idea. Okay, like the idea is to survive, to keep going. Like
If you would have let me finish, I was about to make that point. That if I was in a state of nature, I may not necessarily be an anti-natalist. The main
you would
reason
think
I am
completely differently.
the main reason I am an anti-natalism is because of statism and democracy and civilization and all of these impositions that come with the state of society. That is it. I like if we were like in a jungle somewhere, I probably would have a different worldview entirely.
Back to the Primitive. It's a good song, by the way. Back to the Primitive by Soulfly. It talks all about that. Going back to the Primitive.
Oh, I don't know that one. So
It's a
good.
good
It's
one.
rocking.
Fucking good song, bro.
Rocks.
I love metal. I love metal. If you wanted to see what I look like, I'm a metalhead and I look like a Viking.
Yeah. Metallica is Kings.
So that is my main objection to the imposition of life. It's not just life. It's all these institutions and all these hierarchies that go along with it.
Well, okay,
yeah,
we agree.
Life is free. Life isn't a cage.
We agree
Life is
here on
free.
this. See, like you believe all these systems are a disease. We just look at it different, bro. We
Yeah.
just look at it different.
Sure.
You know what the word disease means? It's another spell word. Dis-ease, to be out of ease.
Of course.
Right? So like think about it. It can be a mental
That's
state, physical
insulting.
state, spiritual state. I look at the world in three ways, right? Because it's a 3D world, but we can go beyond the 5D, 6D, and keep going all the way if we want. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like physical, spiritual, mental. But here's the thing: you brought up something. He said he would change his mind if he lived in nature. I said earlier, I believe your mind could change. So we know there's a way you could change your mind to not be anti-life.
No, but that's not reality. Like this whole civilization, that's not going away. It's actually encroaching upon every reaches of the planet. So this is reality that we have states that control every inch of the planet. We have rules and laws that you never agreed to. This is our reality.
Well, do you know how long a civilization could collapse?
It's not going to be within my lifetime. Not within my lifetime.
Don't say that. Don't say it could happen in 10 days. No, everything could go to shit. It is already happening, to be honest. It's a degradation. The economy is going to shit. No, hear me out, homie. If you don't have a proper supply of food, ammo, bullets, and munitions by springtime, you're stupid. Everybody's arming up. Everybody's arming up. Everybody's supplying up because they know what's coming. The economy's going to shit. Everything's coming out of what happened. The old order is getting removed violently or peacefully.
Preparing for the apocalypse, zombie apocalypse. Right.
Even if the economy were to collapse, it's not going to descend. It's not going to go back to the state of nature. It's going to descend into chaos because people don't have basic survival skills. They're going to panic. It's going to be rampant violence.
We're going back to nature when that happens.
It's not going to be the jungle that I'm describing. It's going to be or like chaos. It's not going to go back to the state of nature. It's like that's
okay. But let's analyze it. In your hood, say you're in your urban environment. If the supply routes stopped coming to the grocery store, if it got completely cut off, and everybody only has the supply that they have, how long do you think the hood would last? Less than 10 days.
No
less than 10 days, bro.
Oh no.
It's like not a joke. The suburb, the urban areas, the downtown rich business areas, it doesn't matter. Class, when nature decides to reel its ugly head, doesn't matter. Your fancy suit's not going to solve shit in a Mad Max situation, right? Like, because the world of Mad Max is an economic collapse and everybody going to war over resources. That's what happened in that universe, right? So everybody's fighting over, like, tribes are going to happen, towns are going to happen, fallout shit.
Like fucking corporations.
Yeah, corporations are already funding their private armies also, by the way. You know the Enclave in Fallout? You ever played Fallout?
No.
You know the Enclave is a group of people who survived the nuclear apocalypse, and they try to rebuild everything. They're like a corporation, right? So corporations, if they wanted to synthetically cause a Mad Max apocalypse of the world situation, they would be making their own armies. Like Resident Evil, the Umbrella Corporation, made their own private army and released a virus. This is not a new idea. Like, you think they don't have their private armies? Of course they do.
I want to respond to a comment. Okay.
Chemicals.
Is this a serious question?
Please.
Why you gotta frame it like that?
Because you be making jokes while we're having serious conversations, so I'm just getting ready for it.
Hey, can I ask my question?
Yeah.
Please do.
How many roads
Exactly.
must a man walk down before you?
I muted him. He's a co-host. Sorry, go ahead.
I knew he was going to do something like that.
So look at your situation, anti-natalist. How would you survive? Like, what are you going to do if everything goes back to nature? There is no state. Anarchy came true. There's a period of anarchy when collapse happens. Like, look at here's a frame of reference. Russia's not a good one. France, the French Revolution era, there was a state of no state, right? There was the commune. There was all sorts of different ideas. The royalists, the conservatives, the monarchists, all the different political factions flared up, and everybody fought for power. And some people control both sides or all sides, and they got to decide who gets to be the power politically. the left-right idea that we have today comes from the French Revolution, by the way. Like it's solidified from them.
I want to invite American Zombie on. American Zombie, do you want to come on, brother? Links in the live chat.
Please do.
So like my question is, how would you survive in a anarchy situation? We're in full state of revolution. All the factions are fighting each other, vying for control. They're fighting each other. Maybe there's a Napoleon figure with his own army rising up to seize the power vacuum. What are you gonna
Go
do?
on the ground and hide and fucking gather your resources and pool your resources and fucking train and fucking have a good time and just be safe from the evil ones above with their drones and their cameras and their bullshit. Yeah.
I'm not concerned with it. I don't have the attachments that other people have. If I don't survive, I just don't survive.
Okay, well that's why you're not going to sit on the board of survivors. Just letting you know. Like you voted
I could.
yourself out of the board
I
of survivors,
could.
right?
I could. I have the wherewithal to get through it, but I just don't have the desire to do it. Like
This is Survival Incorporated. You have been removed from the board because you don't care about surviving.
If I had children, I would make an effort. If I had something to look forward to, I would. But at this point, I don't have any desire to do it.
That's why me and you, we think different. I'm more optimistic probably because I have a family. That's probably why.
I can understand it, so I respect it. It's your point of view. I just don't agree.
But I would like American Zombie to come up here if he's available.
I want to optimize on all life, all that life has to offer. I want to experience everything that's worth experiencing.
Dude, having a great awakening, a spiritual awakening, getting to know God better, getting to know yourself better, having a family, multiplying, maybe join in a political war, have fun with some homies, bashing some people's heads in, winning that war, and then go back home and make more babies. Like, it's life. Like, life's going to happen.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to happen. You can actually stop it.
Nobody's thinking what's going to happen after we remove all
something.
the the Epstein files. Nobody's talking about what's going to happen after we get justice, right? What happens after? Do we go back to our 9 to 5? Do we go back to the Shire? Do we destroy the Ring? Is the Shire going to be normal again? Like people think the 9 to 5 life is just not going to go away. Like
lizard people.
I just love how people are so pro-life, but they don't accept everything that comes with it because it's like they will say that they love life, but then they will sit around and complain about Epstein and all the suffering that goes on in the world. But it's like you support life, so you need to accept everything that comes with it.
Well, you need to. No. I don't need to accept cults that worship demons and death. They're the opposite of life.
You procreated knowing that those cults existed, so you need to accept it.
No. This whole idea that look, there's so many people who are like, the world's getting bad, I shouldn't have kids. Shut the fuck up. Our people in the back end of the tribes, back in the Stone Age or whatever age, there were so many wars and genocides. There was slavery and genocide everywhere. Most people complaining nowadays, they don't know fucking shit, bro. Most people go in their first battle when they're 12 years old, bro. Completely different type of thinking.
But there was never a point in period where procreation was justified. So you can compare this period to say,
No.
Oh, we have it
Procreation
easier.
is justified everywhere. Every culture wants to continue. Okay.
Right. Okay. Then every generation needs to accept the suffering that comes with the imposition of life. Stop complaining about Epstein. Stop complaining about the government. Stop complaining about war, crime, disease.
No. Are you a worker? Are you working class?
Yes, I am.
All right, everybody in the working class who has or is not currently paying taxes. I'm not paying taxes recently, but I have in the past, so I can speak to this. Anybody who's paid taxes in their life, you can speak to this. If your government covered up cultists when they were supposed to protect the civilians,
Never pay taxes.
we never agreed to these Epstein cults. It's not democracy. Most people want to kill them. Most people want to go after these cults and kill them.
I disagree. I think that when you procreate, you consent to all of it.
No, that's bullshit. That is coercion, bro. That's satanic thinking, bro.
No, the coercion
you think
was
just
the
existing
imposition
is
of life.
consent to the worst shit ever? Bullshit.
That was the coercion, was the procreation. That's the coercion. You
No,
force
it's
your children to exist within a system, which means you support it.
That's not how it works.
It is how it works.
Look, no. Nobody voted for this system we're in right now, where Epstein cults did what they did. Nobody voted for that. Not a single fucking person. Everybody has a right to, no, hear me out. Everybody has a right to complain about that. Nobody consented to that fuck shit. Not a single fucking person.
You voted by putting your children in the system.
No, nobody put their children in the system, bro. We exist. You're telling me just existing is a consent for them to do what the fuck they want to us? No, bro. That's not how it works.
You're literally feeding your children to the system. You're throwing them to the lions and then complaining that the lions are devouring your children.
No. My kids are homeschooled, motherfucker. I don't fucking
It
send
doesn't
them out.
matter. That's right now, but you don't know what could happen. You don't know what the state might do. You don't know what the economy is going to turn to. Or
no, you're right. You're right. The economy is controlled by all these fucking Epstein assholes and the politics as well. They influence all of it. None of us voted for that, but we pay taxes to them, so we have every right to put a fucking bullet in their dome. They're going to draft us for war. We're going to watch 3 generations of our people suffer in the sands of the war on terror, and all the relatives who lost people. I don't fucking think so.
So what would you say if one of your children were kidnapped and put on the Epstein island? I mean, wouldn't you?
Oh fuck, bro! I would go hunt them down like I'm Punisher himself. Do you understand? I don't give a shit if you think I wouldn't be able to do it. I'll kill at least 3 of them, 5 of them, even more. We're not the same, dude. You want to give up on life. You don't fucking believe in life.
Would you accept any responsibility for your role in that by putting them here in the first place?
This doesn't enjoy life.
Dude, nobody played a role just by existing.
No,
They just
not by
existing.
Not by existing, by imposing existence onto others.
Nobody imposed existence.
You didn't impose
Nobody.
existence on your children? You didn't lay down and have sex with a woman and create a baby?
Yeah, we created a baby. How about that? Now it's new life. Something you're
Okay,
absolutely
did
against. Of
that
course, you're going
baby-
to rationalize away that that's some sort of bad thing.
Did that baby consent to it? Did that baby have any say in it whatsoever?
It's a baby.
Dude, it's not the players of the game that you want to.
The baby had no consent in it, which means that you impose life on that baby without that baby's consent.
Your entire philosophy where you think that is absolutely wrong.
Well,
It's not a response because I asked a direct question, yet you didn't answer, which means that you actually agree with me. You know that
It's
baby.
not, no,
did
no,
not
no, no, no,
consent.
no, 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 no. It's not an imposition. It's just literally not.
That's not what I asked. What I asked is, did that baby consent to being brought into existence? And you did not answer.
Bro, little babies who can't even speak can't consent. What do you not understand about that?
Therefore, it is an imposition.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm not sure why you're being so circular. You're trying to evade. Just admit that you did impose.
You're literally trying to put the onus of blame on the people for having families in a system where they didn't know crazy cults were doing what they were doing.
They should have known. They should have known, or they should have.
We've been trying to warn you, conspiracy theorists, whistleblowers. You got so many people who are in the fucking ground just because they opened their mouth on it. This is the only time in history that it's widely known all at the same time.
They took that gamble, so they were reckless or they didn't give a fuck. Either way, it's still their fault.
Bro, they think they're untouchable. That's what those fucking cultists think. But you can't blame the working class parents or middle class parents. You can't make them feel guilty because they exist in a system they didn't have a fucking say in. In fact, they're more oppressed than you. You get to bitch all day about how the system hates gay people and you want your imposition of life to exist. Fuck you. People have lives. They want to live. You matter. You might not fucking think so. Okay?
They may not know. They may not know about Epstein, but there's a lot of things that they do know. They do know that the police will randomly harass people, pull them over at gunpoint, throw them in prisons. They know that they are subjected to all kind of laws they did not consent
Oh, okay,
to.
so
They
we'll
know-
talk about left-wing problems, but
know-
you don't want to talk about a society problem.
They do know that their children will spend most of their lives as wage slaves for some
No.
corporation. They
Here's
know
the
all
problem.
of
The
this.
people will protest for a man who basically offed himself off fentanyl and then blamed a cop for his death. And then the whole fucking North American continent went wild over a man who swallowed fentanyl to get away from crime. And then guess what? Everybody found out cults have been fucking and eating babies the whole fucking time and nobody did anything. The FBI didn't do shit in 1996. The military has not done shit yet except for a few people.
Another non sequitur. Even if they did not know about Epstein,
What a
there's a lot
non
of things.
sequitur. Are you fucking insane?
Even if they did not know about Epstein, there's a lot of things that they do know, and they still decided to put their children in the system because they didn't.
No,
give
no,
a
no,
fuck.
no. You can't blame, like, say you're blaming a veteran or a working class person for having a family in just living in the West. You can't blame them as saying, oh, they allowed their children to live in this situation, so it's their fault. They didn't even know. That's like blaming a fucking hobbit for why Mordor has fucking orcs. That makes no fucking sense, sir.
Then whose fault is it? Who created that child?
Oh, we're gonna blame the fucking Shire? Oh, let's blame the Shire for what Sauron did.
Did a magic stork deliver that child to your doorstep?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You
Come
did,
on, bro.
You did.
Dude,
You
I'm
laid
not,
down
I'm not
with a
gonna
woman.
blame. No, you want to blame the Shire for having children, living their life, having their little party around the tree, all 144 hobbits. But like, you want to blame them for having children. Oh, you should have known Sauron was gonna come persecute the Shire. You should have known. You should have never had that child. That's what you look like to me. You're like that fucking Sauron motherfucker. Be like, you should have known, you little hobbits. You should have never had more children because the orcs.
Another non sequitur.
Like, come on, bro. Like,
I love these non sequiturs because you can't respond to
it's
anything.
not a
that I'm
non
saying.
sequitur, bro. I'm explaining what you look like in your argument right now. You literally sound like a fucking orc blaming
You
fucking
can tell me.
hobbits.
You can tell me what I look like. You can tell me what I look like, but you can also respond to what I'm actually saying. Those are separate issues.
Yes, but
And
your
you
entire
chose not to
argument.
respond
No,
because
you
you know you
are
can't.
arguing.
Yeah, but there's other
Yes or
people in
no?
the room. Maybe you want to talk
Right.
about something else.
Yeah, let's let other people talk. Like, but my point is, bro, don't blame people for something that they're not even fucking involved in. Not even in your little ideological head.
They're involved in a lot. They support democracy. They support this entire.
Oh, okay. So
capitalistic
Joe
oppressive-
and Jane, who had Chris as a son, just a random family, you're gonna blame Joe and Jane for having their child, Chris, in a world where Epstein does things when they didn't even know that happened until last week.
We already removed from Epstein. I'm not talking about Epstein. I'm talking about all these other examples of oppression that exist that everybody knows about. Everybody knows that the police will pull you over at gunpoint. Everybody knows about capitalism, that you're going to be a wage slave at Walmart.
Okay, you're
They
gonna
all
bitch about
know about this.
capitalism. Like, okay, sure. Everything you fucking talk about is left wing NPC fucking programming. You
do
are
you
a
think-
perfect protester for
Do you
Soros.
think that all the people who are working at Walmart for whatever $10 an hour, you think their parents
You want to
didn't
know
know
my
that
opinion?
that was the
You wanna know
likely
my opinion
outcome
of
of their
Walmart?
lives?
Dude, fuck Walmart. Walmart's involved in the Epstein thing. They're literally involved.
Okay, but who created the conditions for their children to work at Walmart for $10 an hour?
Okay, so the economy, why is it all fucked
No,
up?
their
Why is-
parents who put them in that position in the first place.
I'm not going to blame my mother or my father for how the economy is right now. You
They
need to think
created
about
these
the
children.
situation.
They
No.
didn't have-
Were they running policy?
Did they have a family trade? Did they have some wealth to pass down? No. They left it for these children to figure out on their own. And as a result, they ended up working at Walmart because their parents did not have a plan.
You call that suffering? Call that oppression? So you call capitalism oppression? I think that's fucked up.
I do.
Well, why do you think it's oppression? I could go get
Well,
a job
I
and pay for things that I want.
I wrote a whole book about it, so I'm not going to sit up here and regurgitate everything that I've already written.
You're asking me to know your book without even reading it yet.
Well, I don't know. I've been talking about it on Fine Notes' channel like several times. I'm not sure.
I can tell you're peddling your ideology more than talking. That's for sure.
No, because this is the first
it
time.
got so bad that you
Obviously
look like
not.
you look like an orc blaming the Shire for existing.
Obviously, I haven't because this is the first time you've heard of my book. It's not like I've been sitting here peddling my book the whole time. You asked me a very direct question, and I said I'm not going to go into detail about it because I've already written a whole book about it. If you're interested in a very detailed explanation, then you can read my book, which I made available for free. By the way, it's not like I was trying to get rich off of it.
Yeah, you're pushing your ideology. You're literally fucking salesman mode right now, bro.
Right, the same way you are, the same way you were peddling Christianity.
Am I? No. I said I believe in God. I didn't say you should be a Christian.
Right, and then you also painted Christians as victims who were being executed all over the world.
No. That's not painting. That's historical fact. The USSR shoved a lot of Christians in gulags the same way Nazis did to Jews. Let's be fair.
Okay, I still don't think Christians are victims.
Well, I have ancestry from Russo Germans who were Christians who had to escape the fucking USSR. Do you know why? They were German. They were Christian. Okay.
Well, what about all this bullshit you said about free will? Because people do choose their own religion, right?
Yeah. You made your choice to have your antenatal idea, right? That's
and they
free will.
chose to be Christians.
A lot of this
Yeah.
time, their religion
Look,
ends up enslaving them.
Yeah, it's actually liberating, to be honest. Like to be with God and the family of God is extremely beautiful, bro.
Right, but that's the whole thing. Because when I was a Christian, I wanted to be a martyr. I wanted the mark of the beast to happen, and I was going to resist it, and I was going to, go against the lion, and I was going to be the sacrificial lamb. I took pride in that I had the willpower to resist the mark of the beast. Where are these weak ass Christians whining about being victims?
Well, first of all, what do you consider to be the mark of the beast?
I'm not a Christian anymore, so
but still, like in your pretext, like I'm trying to understand you. I need to understand what did you see as the mark of the beast in that event.
I don't know. At the time, it was basically the war in Iraq, that it was going to be a new world order, the horns and all this stuff. Like, what is his name? Pastor Hagee was talking about the mark of the beast. At the time, I was very young, so I'm not sure that I really took it all in. But back then, back in like the early 2000s, people thought Bush and the war in Iraq was the mark of the beast. That we're going to have a national ID. We're all going to get barcoded. We're not going to be able to buy goods without accepting the mark of the beast. Like, the same thing that everybody believes.
Sign from the devil.
Well, that's some people think the mark of the beast was the vaccine. Some people think it's a RFID chip. All sorts of things.
Right, but a lot of people believe that it started with the Bush administration.
Well, the whole idea of a new world order, what do you think these Epstein cults were doing? That's the point. They have over 40,000 different cults tied to that. By the way, they're still out there.
They're abusing children for that energy.
I don't think that is the new world order. I think that exists outside of.
Hold on. What that man just said. He just said the ultimate secret. It's the open secret they all have. They abuse children to harvest their energy.
It still isn't the new world order.
No, dude, you don't understand. The idea of a new world order is right. Dude, it's a dystopia. Okay, so the Mystery Babylon, right?
So wrong.
It is so New World Order can be considered the Mystery Babylon. It is the deep state, the shadow state, who operate cults everywhere. They could be cops, they could be workers, they could be politicians. We know they are. Like that's what people don't understand. It is a network of a bunch of people who worship demons and do witchcraft. This is a fact. It's being exposed. A lot of people are figuring out the world is more like Harry Potter, and the fucking Death Eaters have been eating babies. Good news is there are people like Harry Potter trying to make a fucking difference. Order of the Phoenix, that shit. Like
when the new world order is referred to in a political context, they are referring to a one world government. They are talking about dissolving the nation states and a agglomeration of of countries into one world system.
They all want that, but they also want a one world religion that has that literally merges all their cults together.
Just because they've got an evil plan doesn't mean we all have to believe it and buy into it.
Right,
I believe it's not going to happen because I believe in the power of the human spirit and everything. So,
humans and God combined, bro, we're awesome, bro. We're not going to let them win.
Not the way they want it.
The fact that they got revealed, all their cults recently, is actually the biggest hit they've ever taken in a long time. They've killed people to try to make sure this never happened.
I want to push back against that. Because people are saying that, oh, I can just choose to not believe it, or I don't have to give it power. It's like, look at all these sovereign citizens who say, oh, I am man, I reject your laws, I am a person, I don't consent. And what happens? The police come and throw them in a damn cage anyway. So whether you personally agree with it or not is completely irrelevant, because they have violence and monopoly on physical force on their side. So they're going to force you to do what they want, regardless of what you personally believe.
No, but
Oh, look,
sometimes they get away and they let them get let the guy go, and they just because
No, I've been watching all these YouTube videos, and every single time they talk about sovereign citizen, like their case law and stuff, it never works. They always get thrown in the cage anyway. They get their windows smashed. The police come and yank them out the vehicle, and none of their bullshit works.
Can we stop having this culture of talking over each other? We're not black. We don't live in the hood. I know that's common. People just talk over each other all the time. It's like a dominance thing. Whoever's the loudest in the fucking room is heard.
As if you're not over talking to other people, and I'm not sure what the racism has to do with anything.
Yeah, there was no need for the casual
it is not a racist thing. It is a cultural thing.
There was no.
No, I grew up around black people. Thank you very much. It is very much a thing.
And they're not like that. Please, come on.
You know what I'm talking about, though. There are people that do that all the time.
Not true.
I think white people do it too. It's not exclusive to black.
Exactly. I want to welcome Fatima. Fatima, you're on the Fine Noses show. What's going on, brother? Sister, sorry.
Oh, I just keep on stepping in and out. Not much. Just
Okay,
listening.
guys, it's getting late here.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to change the subject, or maybe if not, we'll probably close the show.
Well, there's only so long I want to talk about
I feel like this is
assholes.
getting old.
Especially if
Sorry,
it's other
Ricardo?
people's assholes. The title of the show.
Yeah.
I came in on that, but I don't know how much we can say more about assholes. But I don't like the way it keeps going back to politics all the fucking time, because
It always does. That's just inevitable for the internet.
Even
Well, can we talk? Can we talk about assholes in a sexual context, because that would change the subject?
No,
thank you.
That's
No,
true.
thank you.
We could, yeah. I wouldn't mind that.
No, not on this show, not tonight.
Nah, this isn't Pornhub.
I can give you a scientific medical thing where if you do too much of that as the receiver, you lose control over your contractions to control your bowels. So it's not very healthy. It's not healthy.
I don't know.
I don't know what Shideo is referring to. What you guys? Because I was actually in the other room. I didn't listen for a little
No,
bit.
that's the World Economic Forum.
Oh right,
I
okay.
think-
So
My asshole is extremely tight, and I don't think guys have any complaints about it.
Oh,
so
what the fuck? I didn't even know
me
that.
too. I second that.
we have Maxed Out. He's on the show, brother. Maxed Out, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. Have you been listening long? And first of all, I'm sorry to ask this, but we have to ask everybody. And I'm not saying you are, but do you think you are an asshole to anybody in the world? And what do you think of the view that we are all assholes to somebody, and perhaps there are more assholes in the world than people who are loved?
I think it's a behavior. So sometimes we are, sometimes we aren't. It just depends on our behavior at the moment. So yeah, everybody can be that, and they can also change the behavior to where it's not that.
Good
Right?
man, good man. I agree with that.
Fair.
Now we have a Christian here. So
Oh,
no,
he left.
sorry. No, oh, he left. Did he? Ragnar left. Okay.
Was he a
The
Nazi?
Mind, are you still there?
Yeah, I think he's probably there. I'm gonna do a show probably like in an hour.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All
heard
right,
you say
guys.
you were gonna end it, so I said let me hop on real quick.
You doing it live,
Okay.
yeah?
Well, Life Abolitionism was calling for your backup. Life Abolitionism, what is it you wanted Zombie on for?
Yeah.
What?
What was it?
I don't know, just because he hasn't been on here in a while, and I just thought his perspective might be helpful.
Okay. Do you guys see eye to eye on some issues?
Well, we see eye to eye on one specific issue, which has become apparent, but I don't. Anyway, we can leave that one alone.
Well, you can. I'm not aware of what it is. You can tell me now if you want.
But the shit starter, who's you know what I'm talking about.
The shit starter.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know. We can't say yeah, he's someone. Yeah.
What?
Anyway, we can move on and talk about something else.
Okay, well, I tell you what, I was very disappointed with Ragnar being racist there for no good fucking reason. I hope
Whatever.
yeah, it was a fucking joke, wasn't it? For no reason, just dropping racist fucking crap, you know.
It was a little bit ignorant.
It's more than a little bit, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't mind. Like, I don't
The
care.
irony is that a lot of people don't even know that I'm black until I say it. Like a lot of people assume that I'm white, so it's this.
Yeah. I didn't. I thought you were white. I didn't.
It's
Yeah.
it's the mark of a very, unfortunately for him, he won't like if he's listening, but it's the mark of a very ignorant and let's just say somebody who hasn't socialized properly if they are making, you know, generalized statements like that, you know.
Yeah. I don't know.
Supposedly quite an intelligent man as well. I don't know. I found your channel, Life Abolitionism. I'm going to subscribe.
Depoop says, have you not been hearing him, as in Ragnar? Depoop says the racism is not surprising.
There you go.
But I
I
hope he
mean-
can. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, like, people often say I'm racist when I'm like, I'm not racist. I'm just misanthropic. Like, I say, like insensitive things about everyone, including my own race, actually. Yeah, like, I'll say, like, you know, like, stuff about, like, Latinos all the time, and I don't care. But, like, yeah, but he should, like, you know, it's not for this type of show. They, like, you know, DNW, you have rules about that, right? So I wouldn't just go on and, like, say stuff like that. But I do outside of my own private life, right?
Yeah, it was a bit of it was a crazy out there thing to say at the time. There was no need for him to say it. So just a stain on his character, you know?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if he's irredeemable, if he can redeem himself after saying something like that, but I don't
Probably
know.
not. I kind of know his types already. I was actually kind of one of them too, like into like spiritualism heavily, and like I just saw that it had no practical value in my life other than having just like the good vibes, and that's all it did. But like I can like jerk off and have a great vibe after that, and like there's no big difference.
Right, but everybody was literally interrupting everybody, so I'm not sure what race had to do with it.
Oh yeah,
Also,
like
time to
that's one of the
pocket.
reasons I had to step up because everyone was just like screaming at each other. Like at one point.
Yeah. Nobody else could get a word in edgeways.
Yeah, like this is why, like, you know, like this is why I have my views because like there is no clear consensus as to what these people talk about. You know, like none. Like
And
words
anything
like
news, guys, tonight or this evening or whatever time it is, wherever you are. Anything interesting in the news today?
actually yes,
Anything?
BNW.
Go on.
In my home country, they just impeached the president. They impeached the president just this afternoon, today. Yeah, and this
In Peru.
president was in Peru, and this president was only in office for 4 months, and he replaced a female president who was in office for 3 years, and she replaced another impeached president that was impeached by Congress because he wanted to dissolve Congress. Yeah, so it's impeachment. Yeah.
Which
And
country is that?
Peru.
Peru.
Yes. And now later this year, they're in April this year, they're gonna have like their presidential election. And man, I don't know what's gonna happen because like everyone hates each other there. Yeah, like everyone is very, very distrustful of the media there, of each other. It's not just the politics, it's like just social. Like there's more crime there now. There's more robberies now. Someone tried to blow up a bank literally a few months ago and he died. He was like only like 18 years old. He tried to like rob a bank by blowing it up, but he failed and he blew himself up. Yeah. Yeah, that's just, and he also, and it was also on TV. It was like on like a camcorder too. Like it's really bad, and they literally were so insensitive. They literally like posted some kid blowing up into guts on TV. Like it was like very, very, very like insensitive towards his family.
Yeah. Very good.
I don't know what this is, but it's going around. I know about the Mouse Utopia experiments, but for some reason, it's doing the rounds on X tonight. So we'll just have a quick look at this video. Let's see what this is. I think it's saying it's comparing modern society to the Mouse Utopia experiments in the 1960s. Let's have a look.
This is why everyone is single and man stopped moving. This is the mouse paradise, a scientific experiment from the 1960s. They made the perfect world for mice with unlimited food, safety, and no predators. In the beginning, they placed 4 females and 4 males and let them multiply. The population exploded, hundreds, then thousands. Then something strange happened. They stopped mating. And within 4 years, they were extinct. But why? Scientists, the reason was social interaction overload, just like humans on social media today. They were in 24/7 interaction with thousands of others. Too much stimulation, too much competition for social status, and this led them to lose the ability to form bonds, to mate and raise their young. Many males became so-called the beautiful ones. They lost interest in females. They just groomed themselves all day and withdrew completely because they could not compete in this chaos anymore. And the females followed by losing interest in males. So no mating, and they all just died without having babies. Since 2010 smartphones, humans are living the same social interaction overload. 24/7 status competition, income and lifestyle comparison with thousands of others, physical looks to impossible standards. And many young people just choose to withdraw. For the first time in history, young people are having less sex than their parents. 30% of men under 30 had no sex for a year. Loneliness epidemic is harder than any virus could. You know, the mice couldn't turn this off, but you can.
Okay, what do you think of what that guy was saying? He's saying we are basically living in something akin to the Mouse Utopia experiments. We have too much of everything on tap, and it's given us, I suppose, a sensory overload. We're seeing too much, and we have. Oh, we lost Zombie. Zombie, you can come back if you want, mate. Sorry. We're seeing too much, and we're basically in danger of going extinct, perhaps, or having some kind of degradation in society because there's nothing to strive for anymore. It's all on a plate. Bit harsh considering most people are struggling to pay the rent and put food on the table nowadays because there's so many bills coming out of their every orifice. But what do you think of the general viewpoint that we're living in some kind of society akin to Mouse Utopia where we're seeing too much, and as I say, maybe we have got too much distraction, too much social interaction, and too much kind of on offer. Maybe we've got too much on offer. Maybe there is a lot available. I know times are hard, but the choices are limitless with what you spend your money on. And you can budget, you can buy food that's probably not too good for you at a cheaper price. So, maybe even on a low income, you still have a huge amount of stuff you can buy. There's a lot to choose from. And maybe we're just getting lost in the mess. Maybe it is a sign of a grisly end for humanity as a species. What do you guys think?
If I can go first, I think the whole thing is what I call trivially true because it could be true, but what are we gonna do about it, DNW? We know we live in a world that's not very real or not very good, but what do we do besides just make memes about it on a TikTok and we just make jokes about it and it becomes a part of the lexicon. I just think that there's a lot of theories about society. Another one is you're stuck in a cage and everyone sees you. I forgot that one, but you're a prisoner in a cage and everyone sees around you. I think that these explanations, useful, true, could be true, maybe 100%, but it's trivial because we don't do anything about it. It's very weird to me. You know, like it's more of a descriptive thing than like a command to like, I don't know, do something about it.
Yeah, we realize that individually we can't do much about it. We're stronger much stronger when we bind together, band
Yeah,
together.
yeah, but like, how can we do that now in this era of like, you know, of like over socialization? Like we're all,
Well, obviously we can't do it physically because that would be largely impractical.
yeah, it
And
would
that's
be. They own all of the weapons, the
they'd
lasers, the
love
drones.
they'd love to get all the all their opposers together anyway. They could wipe them out with one fell swoop then. So that we don't want to do that.
Yeah,
We need
unless
to
like
make connections spiritually through the internet, like we're doing now. I mean, we're making connections and sharing ideas, and so this is the new form of communication, live streaming. So it's going towards something, crescendo.
Yeah, or like we could place all our bets on bricks. Like bricks, you know, we could place all our bets on those guys and they can break like the fucking like this thing, you know, we can place our bets on those guys.
Yeah, let's support BRICS. Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah,
Move to
like
those
China,
countries.
Russia, Iran, and like South Africa, you know, we can bet that they make like a counteract balance to it. Oh, but who knows really what the future holds? But I'm kind of betting all my hedges on that.
Brazil.
Brazil. Brazil's a good country too. Like,
Is
it's
this a
alright, but
bit? Is this just another cycle of humanity that we will somehow fall down, break apart? Is it a bit like that old adage? What is it again? Hard times create hard men, strong men.
strong men, what blah blah blah. Yeah, that's
Strong
that's
men
that's
create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times, and it goes on and on. But you know, some people say it might be indicative of that kind of cycle. But another way of looking at this is with AI, we are moving into a possible forever tyranny where there's no way out of whatever comes next.
Yeah, but that's why, you know, some people, some geopolitical people. Now, I'm not supporting this, but I do read a lot of geopolitics. Some people do theorize that this BRICS association might be a counterbalance, and they might use like things for like other alternatives that are not based on like, you know, neoliberal the capitalism, because they want to counterbalance the dollar, neoliberalism, liberalism in general, and you know, so maybe, you know, they can use AI for the good once we achieve that world. I'm not saying I support that. I'm saying as just a descriptive analogy of what other geopolitical people
It's
say
one
about it.
alternative. It's certainly an option.
Yeah, certainly an option. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's on the table, and like there's
Yeah.
some empirical material signs that that's already in motion. But how strong is it going to be, though? And is it going to be strong enough to like go counteract, you know, the Western U.S. homogeny and neoliberalism and like the trust funds and the World Economic Forum that's on the side of those guys, the Western
Yeah.
homogeny? Is it going to be strong enough
And
for
plus,
that?
And plus, is there any stopping America? Who's gonna stand up to America?
I mean,
America's great.
I think the worst enemy of Americans are actually themselves. Like they're their worst enemy. Like they hate each other more than they hate other countries. And like other countries can hate America, but still, the American hates themselves amongst more. Like what? Yeah, let's like they hate themselves more than they hate other countries. And yes, and I should know that because I live
There's
here.
self-hatred. Their national
Yeah.
self-hatred knows no bounds.
Yeah,
I guess.
like no, yeah, especially here because like if you like say like a different political opinion, you can get like excommunicated from your family, hurt from your family, and it goes both ways. Both ways. Like if you say you don't like this party, you don't like this guy, you can get excommunicated from your family, a social outcast. Let's say you want to do another lifestyle and like blah blah blah. And like, oh nope, you're out of the house. Oh no, we're gonna fire you. Blah blah blah. Yeah, so. Definitely, there is no social cohesion in the U.S. and I can tell you firsthand, you know, there is no social cohesion anymore. everything's breaking down. You know, other countries have better social cohesion.
It's fragmented.
Very extremely fragmented. I
Yeah.
can tell in like 10 years or 20 years, we're gonna see some type of like thing that happened in Yugoslavia. It just breaks down into smaller states. Balkanization. There you go. The balkanization of
Is it not that this is a storm and one day it will settle? Do
No.
you have any hope at all, Fatima?
soon.
Come on.
Do I have any hope? Only for like
Can you imagine a better time ahead? That's what I'm asking you.
when it comes to the world, no. But then when it comes to my life, what I'm gonna do in the immediate timeline of me, yeah, I can imagine a world where I'm a life in the future.
I'm
Where
asking about the world. I'm asking about the
No,
world. at
no,
large.
no. I'm sorry. I
Well, I'm
don't
asking
bel-
you to try. Come on, try.
try. Okay.
sure.
I
Do it.
want you to be your own devil's advocate here. Argue against what you've been saying. You've been saying there is no hope. Yeah, we're moving into a technological dystopia. I want
didn't
you
say
to
that.
argue vigorously against that now.
Okay, so I guess if people just learn that like the enemy is not either from right or left and from above, from the rich ruling class, and if they realize that and get class the consciousness and just put aside their religious, philosophical, ethnic, sexual differences, and they all come together. It has to start in the first world, then trickle everywhere else. Then yeah, I could be happy about the future. You know, if they gain a class consciousness, as I said, class consciousness is like a theory and like in politics where like people realize that like it's neither the right or the left, but it's the elites that's behind them that's really sucking them dry. You know, that's causing all of the
Universal consciousness.
huh.
Universal consciousness.
Oh no, it's not the same as universal. This is class consciousness. This is based on the
Oh, sorry.
country.
I thought you said Christ consciousness.
No,
I'm sorry.
class
Class.
consciousness.
Okay.
Class, like class warfare. Yeah, class
I'm
consciousness is more based on empiricism and material analysis. Like you're analyzing the contradictions inside. You know the system, like either like the capitalism, democracy. You're analyzing the contradictions in those places, and if those contradictions get more intensified, eventually something's going to happen. People are going to say, hey, you know, like whenever we elect in America, whenever we elect either a conservative or a liberal in office, things don't really get better, and they still get the same. There needs to be another form of it. And the only way they can even see another form is that if they achieve class consciousness, they realize, okay, the contradictions are here. We're being exploited. We can't just settle on reformation politics or voting. We have to do something about this, you know, extreme measures. And that's the only way I can see like the world getting any better, you know, if people address the class consciousness that they lack, and they analyze the material analysis and the inherent
I'm
conditions.
not an expert on American politics because obviously I live in the UK. I've never been to America, but I got a question: is what would happen if 50 or more than 50% of voters didn't vote at all in the elections?
Oh, it wouldn't matter. The person who default has the most votes will actually just be president. They will be president. It happens.
They
It
don't need all
happens.
the votes.
Huh?
They don't need all the votes. They just need more than the other party.
Yes, that they just need more than the other people. Like in 2024, people barely voted that year, and yet Trump still won because people barely voted for Kamala. It wasn't a lot of people voted in general. And this is I'm using that as an example because I don't think elections matter. I am against democracy. Voting does not matter. Like I still think that this was all planned from the start. Yes, like the fact that
Scam.
the fact that like the Rockefellers are still there,
The Rockefellers are still there. The big banks are still in America. Wall Street's still there.
Bill
The fact
Gates.
that the
still
fact that yes, the fact that those people are still in power behind the scenes, and no one is addressing them, and they all get donations from them, and they serve them, and the military industrial complex, there is no point in voting, in my opinion, because those people are the real ones in charge. To me, I don't get mad at any U.S. president or like, congressman, senator. They might say inflammatory things, but that's just them being them. But they're just dogs to this big void of a machine that is the American, how do you say, shadow government, deep state, oligarchy, plutocracy, blah blah
Yeah.
blah blah blah. The
Deep
military
state.
industrial complex.
Deep state.
Yeah, but everyone who's in the White House is a part of it. They're all just toys, dogs. To me, they're just dogs. They're obedient. They don't have wills of their own. I have a feeling that if you participate in liberal electoralism, you are just a dog to me.
Yeah, but
And
how
no
many people
offense,
do?
huh?
How many people do?
Oh, everyone, most of the American population. Not only do the
Hypnotized.
politicians, 99.9% of the people here subscribe to that shit.
They've
Of
been
just
hypnotized and stigmatized and forced to believe things that aren't true.
I don't even think that. I just think that the American population is that dumb. Like they don't need to be hypnotized. They just need some good convenience, and they'll be like, you know what? I don't want to lose this convenience, so I'm not gonna get any class consciousness. I'm just gonna vote this way out, and I'll just die. With the bare minimum. Honestly, I think that's what they say themselves. And then, of course, there's people who actually think that voting does matter, and like they do believe in it, and like they don't want to even imagine the alternative. And of course there's people who, like you said, are just hypnotized by they don't know better, but still at the same time, no, because I was like that. I'm not anymore, as you can tell by the way I'm talking about the ideas I'm using, because I say if you have access to the internet, what's stopping you is your own laziness, because I can learn these things on my own. It's not that hard to like learn about the military and industrial complex, and like the grievings of like the American people. You can see it around you. Like you go to every American city, there's homelessness everywhere. Druggies on the street, zombies.
Skid Row.
Skid
Skid Row
Row,
in LA. That was
Skid
the
Row,
first big
the
fucking-
Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Kingston Avenue here, my area. They're starting to come here too. Yeah, man, I see people there like when I was
everywhere.
walking, and like it started all the way back in the 80s when they were distributing drugs in the poor areas, the Reagan era.
Fatima, do you have your own channel, your own YouTube channel?
I do, but I don't make any videos. I used to, but I just deleted them all because I didn't like how they were. Why?
No, I was just wondering because like a lot of these people have their own channels, and then you said you were from Peru. I was just wondering.
Oh yeah, no, I do have my own channel, but like I don't make videos. I used to make them, but I don't now since I deleted them all because I just didn't like what I was doing there. Yeah, but like I've been thinking about uploading again, but I want to make some major changes, both like just changes on the platform. Yeah.
Yeah, take a different tack, take a different direction, or whatever. Yeah, do something different.
Or like I can just do bare bones and just talk in front of the camera and that's it.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind doing that.
Equilibrium is back. Beacon Equilibrium is back. Welcome,
Oh, hey,
Beacon.
Beacon. What's up?
Go on,
Oh.
Bassa.
Wagwan.
Hey man, how's it going?
Irie.
Irie, that's good. Good to know, man. Jarastafari.
Bomba clot.
That's my Ross.
Mm-hmm.
So guys, what was I gonna say?
So
yeah,
D&W.
yeah,
I gave you.
team. I'm talking.
Oh, sorry.
Future shows. If you want, just comment under any video with suggestions for some topics for future shows. So just put that out there. If you have anything you'd be interested in us talking about, considering, yeah, just don't be frightened to comment under videos with suggestions. Sorry, Fatima.
Yeah, but like I think I gave you a good answer, a pretty long one as to what I think the future could be positively, right? Like a positive view of this future, the future that I wouldn't mind, right? Like I already gave it, like, and yeah, that's what that's those are my conditions of a better world. But unfortunately, the way I see things going, from my own empirical experience here and from just walking down the street going to like the big cities, I don't see any signs of people getting any class consciousness at all, like zero. That's why I'm just here, like I'm like, it's not that hard to see the contradictions that's inherent in the
I will say one thing.
society.
I don't think it's ever been needed more. I don't think it's ever been needed more. Trade unions and such have never been needed more than they are right now.
Yeah, but yeah, of course.
Cultures
also if they're able to just survive. But like recently, those SNAP benefits were cut, and there's all women on TikTok complaining about how they can't feed their kids. So it's like you're just basically one paycheck away or one SNAP, away from being able to feed your kids, and you're not thinking about the future. Like, what kind of life is that? Some of these women had like 5 kids, and you're talking about.
Okay,
Look,
okay.
I really think we are not paying fairly a lot of the time, unfortunately, in this world for a lot of jobs. It's very sad, but some of the big corporations, they're cleaning up. They are absolutely cleaning up, and they're not paying tax in various countries around the world, and I don't think they're paying fair wages a lot of the time either.
Yes, of course.
And because they're so able to compete, they're just lowering. They're just putting everyone else out of the market, and again, that may be good for consumers, but it bites the worker, and then it bites the consumer in the end because the workers are the consumers. So it's shit.
Yeah, it is shit, unfortunately. And like this is where like I get all very, very descriptive with what I could want, because like in other countries this usually doesn't happen because the company is subordinated to the state instead of the state being subordinated to the company, as it is in the same as is in America and in the UK and most of the EU. Like over there, the companies and the oligarchs, they're the ones in charge, and the state just follows them. In other countries, they have less corruption because the oligarchs and the the companies follow the state. Yeah, and there's like a driving ideology.
I just was discussing that on my YouTube channel. I was talking about chapter 8 of my book, Capitalism, like how these corporations, they used to all be public and they could not exist in perpetuity. And then these robber barons, like during the late 19th century, went around lobbying for law, and they created the public corporation. I mean, the private corporation, which exists in perpetuity. It has most of the rights of an actual flesh and blood human being, doesn't have any of the duties, and basically we're just enslaved to the corporations because I don't know. Some of these it happened very gradually, but
because they control everything.
Gradually,
and people they didn't pay attention while it was happening.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, they will eventually if you don't have good enough individual class consciousness. Of course, they will come after you. Yeah. But like, yeah, I get class consciousness from Karl Marx, and from whatever opinions you have of him. You can have any opinions you want, but no one was good at analyzing capitalism and like this bad side effects of it than he was. I've yet to read anyone. I've read like the small articles and essays from him because his work is very, very massive. If you've seen the Capital, it's a 3-volume work, big blocks of books. Each one of those volumes are big blocks of books talking about capitalism and its exploitation on the workers during his time. It's massive, and he delves into like imperialism, religion, even sociology. Yeah, he touches pretty much everything that capitalism could touch and ruined, or could possibly touch and ruin, and it's really, really crazy work. Oh, DNW left. I guess vegan was.
See you
I
later,
actually cited
DMW.
Karl Marx in chapter 8 of my book. I also cited Bakunin. Basically, capitalism cannot exist without a state. Like corporations are creations of the state, and they only exist with state permission. So the whole notion of a purely private corporation is a misnomer. Like they only exist because it's basically a license to exist without personal liability. So they can do business, but you can't sue them personally unless, I don't know, you can pierce the corporate veil under limited circumstances, but it's like they have all this legal protection. They have immunity to do whatever they want and not be held personally liable. So I don't know. There's something that needs to be done about it, but I think the American people are not going to wake up.
Of course they're not. That's what I've been trying to say to DNW. If you're still watching, I don't think people are going to
Not gonna
wake
wake
up
up in
because
time.
no, no, especially not in time. Like the freaking like the end of the world is going to be here, and like they woke up like an hour ago. Like that's how I think it's going to be, and it's going to be way too late. I think it's already way too late now because like we got rid of what like we got rid of like Malcolm X, Che Guevara. We got rid of Thomas Sankara. We got rid of we got rid of a Gaddafi, of a Saddam, and now
Jimi
Bashar.
Hendrix.
Huh?
Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah, we got rid of him. Yeah,
Bob Marley.
Bob Marley. Yeah, yeah. We got we got rid of all of those guys. Yeah, and for what?
And what about that leader of Venezuela who just got toppled? I can't remember his name.
Maduro, yeah, but like his party, his government is still in power though. Even though he's gone, his vice president is still in power. Yeah, so it's kind of mixed there. It's still kind of like a negotiation with the United States now. Yeah, but Cuba's still there, even though they're putting a lot of sanctions on Cuba now, like very harsh ones, and on Nicaragua too. Yeah.
That's why democracy is such a sham, because when any of these countries like elect the leader that they want, America just goes in and topples them and installs their puppet leaders, and we're supposed to believe that democracy is like the will of people. Like it's so fake.
It is fake because it just doesn't mean anything. Like the power, the vanguard party, the party that has the most consciousness is going to lead regardless of what a democracy is. The vanguard party can be the group of revolutionaries, technocrats, elites that just so happen to just take power, and they'll do whatever they want. That's what happened. That's what happened in the Soviet Union. The vanguard party was Lenin. Lenin took over, and he had his own party, which became the Communist Party. Then Stalin took over, and then blah blah blah. The rest is history. And now, like every society that's going to exist is going to inevitably fall into a hierarchy. It will. It will. It just seems to be that way. And I'm not endorsing that. I'm just saying that's a descriptive analysis of it. I'm not endorsing.
Like with any hierarchy, it's great if you're at the top, but if you're at the bottom, it fucking sucks. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and
It's
like the
giving
only
the
way you
people
can.
at the bottom.
And the only way you can get to the top is if you know someone there already. If you know someone, you can possibly climb the ladder, and boom, you're there. Yes. It's not just that, it's all about getting lucky too, because a lot of people who came from absolutely nothing made it to the top of the party. One good example is the current president of China, Xi Jinping. He was just a farmer and like a chemical engineer working in South China, and through knowing some people, knowing how to play the game, he became the leader of the party. That's because he just knew someone, and he was pretty clever with how he maneuvered, because he started out in his local province. He became the mayor of his town, and he just worked from there, and he started to make the connections, and he started to use his image of like a farmer and like a chemical engineer. and now he's the president.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then we have
Maybe here.
Hmm?
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm just being silly.
yeah, and then we have the Putin, who was a KGB agent, and now he's president.
He's crazy though, isn't he?
Oh yeah, Putin. Yeah,
Lost his
Putin
mind.
was a KGB agent. So with that being said, being a KGB agent, he knows how to fool people. He knows how to be a deceptive. He can be clever. He's very smart, very skilled too in fighting judo. Yes, so he definitely knows ways around getting, and that's why he has endured so much. Is because you just have to know how to play the game, and you'll be okay. And he knew it already because he already had ties to the KGB, and when the Soviet Union fell, he pretty much took over the local mayorship of St. Petersburg, and then he worked from there, and then he became president of Russia eventually.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the history lesson because I don't know a lot about that stuff.
Yes, and of course, it all comes down to for like North Korea. That's just a family thing, you know. There was the grandfather of Kim Il Jong Un was the founder of the state of the DPRK, North Korea. He was a war hero, and yeah, and he was leader of the party. Yeah.
Right.
And
Right.
then when he died, his son Kim Jong Il became leader, and then when he died, his son, because it's a line of almost like a line of succession. Though all of them work in unison with the party, you know, the party of Korea. So yeah,
Perpetuate the genetic line.
yeah. And who else?
From father to son to grandson, whatever.
Yep, father to son to grandson. Yeah, and technically, the founder of North Korea is still technically the eternal president of all of Korea because he's, you know, he rules even after death. That's how much of a high status he is, you know.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
he rules after his own death even.
Crazy.
Yes, yeah, but there's actually a reason for that. It's based off Korean culture itself. And Korean culture, it's very based off a Confucianism. Confucianism is all about honoring your dead ancestors, and that's what just the North Korean state did. They took the father of the nation, Kim Il Sung, and they're gonna venerate him for honor for generations and generations. Yes, because that's what they did in ancient Korea, because they were influenced by China. China. Gave them the philosophy of Confucius, and that's just what happened. Yeah,
Right. That's really interesting.
yeah.
I've never been to China, but I consider myself a Taoist. So I just love.
Oh, I love Taoism. Taoism is one of the few. This is like the only philosophical school in the world that's like has its own traditions that I like because like it's almost like a non philosophy, believe it or not, because you don't have to conceptualize, theorize about like there being a god or like anything like that, or even about truth. You just need to find ways to ease anxiety and and have some form of tranquility, and not get lost in too much abstractions and confusions, if you know what I
Just go with
mean.
the flow.
Yeah, exactly.
Go with the flow, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Like water.
And that's what I try to do, and that's why I don't do like strong philosophy or metaphysics or ontologies, because like those answers are just dead ends. Like answers like what is truth, what is God, what is reality, those answers are just a dead end, you know. Like you don't need to address those questions at all in your life. Like that's what I want to show people. Like you can just live a life, you know, with like an acceptance of you don't know, and that's just fine. You don't need an answer for a lot of things in life.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I think
You just need a purpose, like a higher purpose for being here.
it's not even that. You just need to accept that, you know, you are you, and you work your way there. Like you don't owe an explanation to a higher being, because who knows what that is even. You don't need to explain yourself to anyone.
No.
You don't need to explain yourself to higher being, to nature. You just exist as you are, and that's all you need. You don't need to fill yourself with too much anxiety and confusion about what is true, what is reality. Because I'll tell you, after 2,000 years of philosophy and religious debates, there is no common consensus, which is I just want to explain people, and it's pretty easy to see, because here we are in 2026, still having these debates all over, and I'm like, guys, that's not pragmatic. That doesn't achieve anything, you know. That's not really that's not really putting a band-aid on the world. That's just making you more anxious about things, you know. Like some things just cannot be explained, and you can't put an explanation, either God or just science. I kind of go against both sides of the aisle. That's why people don't really understand me. That's why when people say, do you hate God? No, because how can I hate something I can't even I can't I don't even have a word for that stuff. Like they'll be saying like, "Hey, do you hate zero?" Like what?
Do you hate one?
Juan? Juanito? Juanito. Maybe Juanito kind of stole my money, right? And then I'll definitely hate him.
Give me my money back.
Come on, Juanito, amigo. Bring back the money. Yeah, Juanito. Yeah, do I hate one? If I have just one drink left in the fridge, I'll hate the idea. I only have one drink in the fridge, but I don't hate the number one itself.
Is vegan equilibrium here?
Yeah, he's here.
No, but is he like listening?
Yeah.
So when you were eating that burrito the other day, what was in that burrito?
Rice, beans, and lettuce.
Oh, that sounds good. Beans, rice, beans. That's the best combination. Rice, beans.
Like, did it have any sauce on it? Like, was it actually good?
Yeah, that restaurant makes their own hot sauce, which is like my favorite hot sauce of any Mexican place I've ever been to.
Nice.
Okay. So you don't just like look specifically for vegan restaurants. You just like go to restaurants and find vegan food.
Yeah, just been there. That place, like I've been going there for years, and I've asked them many times just to always clarify whenever I'm speaking to a new person if, like, the rice and beans are, vegan or vegetarian. They don't use any chicken stock or lard in it, and they always assure me that they don't. And I'm kind of surprised because that place is like kind of in the hood, and usually a lot of those places, they're very far removed from anything like the idea of veganism or plant-based food. So I'm assuming the reason that they do that is by accident. It was not like they were thinking of, oh, we have plant-based eaters that come in here. But they assured me, and what's really cool is since I don't get anything but rice and beans and lettuce in my burrito, they only charge me $5, and they put it's fairly good sized burrito for $5.
That reminds me, because I used to work at Taco Bell in high school, and we used to put lard in the rice. I don't know if they still do that.
Lard in the rice. Oh,
they don't do that anymore.
Do any of you?
I don't eat pork, and I never ate the rice for that reason.
Yeah, they don't do that. Oh, well, they shouldn't. They shouldn't, because like PETA has them listed as, one of the best spots for vegan fast food, and that rice and beans there is vegan supposedly.
Yeah.
So, but I'm sure these places all differ, and I'm sure they lie. I went to, and the thing is, for me personally, I'm so sensitive because I have IBS, and the smallest thing can set me off, can cause a flare up, which will last for over a week sometimes. The other day, I went to a Burger King and got a double patty Impossible Whopper on my way to a meeting. And then on my way back, I was like, I actually got another one. And that was such a big mistake because I don't know if it was cross-contamination or what, but I got an IBS flare-up, which was so bad. It lasted like a week. I'm still like just at the tail end of recovery. So I don't know. Getting stuff from non-vegan places feels very iffy to me.
Yeah.
I don't think that it could have been just from the Impossible Burger itself.
It's possible. It's possible it was the Impossible. Yeah, I never know because, for a long time, I didn't eat soy. I didn't eat wheat. I was like raw. If I ate something overly processed, it would cause I'd get some kind of reaction. And then eventually I just started like going against myself and like building up, a tolerance to certain foods again. And I always thought I had like issues with sweet potatoes or whatever. And then like after a long time of not eating soy for a while and not eating wheat, I would like start nibbling here and there, right? And I would be like, oh, I'm okay. And then I'd gradually started eating a little more. I'm like, oh, I'm okay. And then I started just incorporating it back into my diet, and I was eating it and I was fine. So I have no idea like what it is that sets me off. Like one day I eat maybe 4 Impossible Whopper patties, which, yeah, maybe that's what did it, but I don't know.
That's a lot. I don't eat, like, I could probably do one a day. I mean, I don't know.
I don't recommend it. I'm just like, obviously it's better to eat like whole foods, but I don't know what was up with me that day. I think like when I get emotional and I'm having stress and I'm feeling stressed, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's called. I think it's called comfort eating. I used to do it a lot.
Yeah.
It's not bad, but if you overdo it, you get a bit of a sore tummy. I don't know. I've never tried one of those vegan burgers. They sound pretty amazing.
I think I had one before, like when they first came out, but I don't think the location near me even had like. There's a Burger King like that's farther out that has it, but like in my neighborhood, like they sell the Impossible Burger.
We definitely don't have them in the UK, in England.
And McDonald's.
Yes, you do have them. Oh, I don't know if you have Burger King in the UK, but you guys have McDonald's and they have the Beyond patty at McDonald's.
Oh yeah,
but they don't sell it at all.
I haven't seen it.
In certain neighborhoods, like in my neighborhood, they don't have that.
What?
The Beyond Burger at McDonald's.
Oh, no, that's not in America. That's only in England. See, England. So vegans are a protected social class in England.
Yep.
So, like almost pretty much every restaurant you go to has a vegan option or has a few vegan options.
Cool.
At least in London, they do.
I'm not afraid.
Right, I was listening to this vegan. There was this content creator talking about like trying to get vegans protected as a class in America, but the problem is that vegans don't want to classify as a religion. Unless it's a religion, then they can't get that protection.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't think they classify it as a religion in the UK, but they must have different standards in the UK.
I guess they do. They're probably pretty strict.
But you know,
I don't
the
know, I
UK
just
is
most
all
people
about.
slag
Go
off
ahead.
vegan food, and like, you know, most people just, they're pretty ignorant, and they just think vegan food is just, you know, fake and not very nutritious and not trustworthy, or it's not real food or whatever. And I'm like, have you even tried it? And they're like, no, not really. Well, you know, you're coming from a place of ignorance, so at least give it a go. You know, and I've tried loads of vegan. I'm not a vegan yet, but you know, maybe one day I will be. But I've tried loads of vegan food, and most of it is absolutely delicious.
If you ever go to Portobello Road, do you live in London?
No, I'm down on the south coast in Bournemouth.
Oh, okay. If you're ever up in London, there's this Malaysian restaurant on Portobello Road, and they have the best tofu I've ever had. I don't know how they do. I don't know how they do it, but they made it like melt in your mouth, like succulent kind of the texture. It's like crazy. It was so good.
Like I don't mind some vegan food if it's prepared properly. Like I like Asian stuff, but a lot of American stuff, I don't know. It's just I don't like it. It's just too I don't know. I haven't tried a lot of vegan foods, but the stuff that I've had is kind of bland.
What's you don't answer it if you don't want to, but if you can answer, what city are you in?
And Dallas.
Dallas? I don't know about Dallas. I mean, Austin is supposed to be rated in the top 10 best, like, most vegan cities in the U.S. So I don't know how far that is from Dallas.
That's about 3 hours away. I mean, I know there's a lot of vegan restaurants in Austin, but Austin is like a college town, so there's like a lot of like younger people there who are like into like new trendy restaurants and stuff. Dallas it's a little bit different here. I mean, I know restaurants, but you would have to look for them.
In Fort Worth, there are vegan. Actually, no, I went to an awesome vegan restaurant in Fort Worth. It's like a diner kind of thing. I can't remember what it was called. There is a vegan scene in Fort Worth. That's like the spot.
I'd love to check it out one day.
I was the only time I ever went to Fort Worth was with Dietz doing Stop Having Kids outreach.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know they were in Fort Worth. That would have been.
They weren't. We did he actually flew me out to do like a special thing. Oh, it was because this guy, I think his name was Tom. He has like a really big YouTube channel, and he was doing a documentary about antinatalism. And so he was like interviewing us or interviewing Dietz, and he was like filming us doing outreach, which, yeah, well, oh well.
Cool stuff.
I feel like veganism is dying out. Like a lot of people are not. There's not a lot of new content. It's just not a lot of energy being. I don't know. It just seems kind of dead.
Oh, we have someone new on the panel. Welcome, DNW, to your own panel.
Oh, hello.
Thank you for
Do you
coming.
regret all that now, vegan equilibrium, or do you just see it as a phase that you went through, a growth phase or something?
Well, you know, I think about it like this. I was experimenting, wearing a different hat. I was trying on a different hat, and trying to find myself, trying to find the answers. And yeah, I just learned. It was just a learning experience. That's all.
Yeah.
I found out that it's not something that I believe in. Like, I genuinely was asking questions. I was always asking.
I know.
You know. It's okay
There's
to.
why life abolitionism. You didn't know that, or did you know that life abolitionism, that vegan equilibrium, had left that all behind him?
That he left the what behind him?
AN.
Yeah, he told me that he was like on my old channel, the Anti-Natives Informant. I didn't even know that, and so I was kind of surprised.
There you go.
But I did see that he had the "Stop Having Kids" T-shirt.
Sorry?
Because he was involved with Stop Having Kids, and he was wearing one of their T-shirts.
Well, that was back then.
Right, that's what I mean. But I saw that recently.
He's left it all behind.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like it was cool to, I don't know, try it out.
Sorry. Hello to Telex 2010. Right, well, I tell you what, we'll open the floor up. If anybody wants to come on, please do. Links in the live chat. I'll share it now. Feel free to come on and talk about whatever you want at this stage of the show. We are entering the final furlong. This is a movement towards the end of tonight's show. So, yeah, we'll definitely end before the 6 hour mark. So it's we've got maybe half an hour maximum. We probably end before that, in fairness, if nobody comes on. But the link is in the live chat if you want to come on and talk about whatever the hell you want. You know, you have a few people here. We'll be happy to, you know, talk to you about whatever you feel is of pressing concern for humanity. So yeah, the link is in the live chat. This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you haven't done already, link is in the description. Do click on it. So follow us for future shows, and don't be afraid to, you know, provide suggestions for future shows either if you want us to talk about something. That goes for you too, guys. Ricardo, what about you? Would you like us to talk about anything in future shows? Have a think about it. He is muted. Right. Anything going on in the news, guys? Just have a quick peruse of the news there.
Trying to think. You know, it's like Jim Rohn said. Well, how are things gonna be, you know, 5 years from now? The same. How are things today compared to how they were 10 years ago? The same.
Right. That's why I'm not trying to change the world. I know that the world isn't going to change.
I think the world is different from when it, say, 20 years ago.
But it's not getting better. It's getting worse.
I don't know. It's better in some ways. Definitely better in some ways, life abolitionism.
Okay.
As much as you rally against capitalism, there has been some benefits from it in the last 20 years, right? The only problem is, as I said, the pay structures and the job safety and the fact that the fact that security for the future, the wealth isn't being spread enough amongst the workforce, in my view. But capitalism has made a lot of benefits, at least on this side of the pond. I mean, we've got new things we never had 20 years ago.
Right, but I think we're moving towards more state control, like the regulation of women's bodies, more surveillance. It's like we actually went back in the opposite direction. We're regressing. They're actually rolling back some civil rights legislation. I don't know. I just think you have to constantly fight, otherwise you're just going to lose whatever progress you make. And most people get exhausted fighting all the time.
Okay.
But as far as
any suggestions for future shows, guys?
Right, we were supposed to be talking about personality disorders at some point, like schizoid.
Well, I tell you what, write that down under the video if you could. I'll leave a comment under the video, and I'll leave a comment pinned saying suggestions for future shows, and maybe you could reply to it. Actually, I won't. Just leave a comment and suggest it, please, Life Abolitionism. I'll see that, and we will do that.
Well, and there's this big video about Dr. Romney, where Dr. Romney, I don't know if you're familiar with her, she's a psychologist in America. She specifically says that it is a behavioral type. It's not just a disorder. And
what are you talking about?
Schizoid.
Oh, yeah, it's just like cold indifference, kind of not doesn't get excited, doesn't get like really down, like just very neutral.
Detached.
Is it not the case though? It may be just a way of being, but it's a way of being that can become a problem for someone when it makes them dysfunctional. Is that right, LA?
Yeah, well, those kind of people can become recluse.
Right. I don't think they really become dysfunctional because they choose to isolate themselves, but they're not antisocial. They're just asocial. So if they wanted to be around other people, they have the ability. But the main thing is that they need their own privacy. They need their own space. So even if they are around other people, they still need their alone time. I'm not going to say we. I'm just going to say we, because that's the way I think. I can't be around people all the time. It's very draining.
Yeah, but you are far from anything like a schizoid personality type.
I don't. Why? Because I'm on YouTube?
No, because of how animated you are and how passionate you are. That's not characteristic of schizoid at all. Like
you have to see how I am in real life. Like this is not what you see on YouTube is not a representation.
Well, I just if you read about schizoid, you don't fit that character type at all. Like, but one of the ways that schizoid can become problematic, and it's not like I don't know enough about it to say that it's really problematic at all, but what I've heard is that it's like if those people have to be work in a social setting or work, in terms of like a job or school or whatever, they can kind of create rifts with people because of how detached they are from certain situations, and they can be like cold. Like there is some like this crossover where their coldness or their indifference can be thought of as like cruel, even though it's not meant to be. It's just this, I don't know.
I mean, we can go down a whole list of traits. You probably don't see that because of how
welcome, Count Marcus. Count Marcus, feel free to interject at any time. Welcome, brother.
Thank you.
But in real life, I display all those traits. I'm very like detached. I'm very like I have a flat Affleck. You see, because I'm debating somebody on YouTube, that's not how I am in real life.
So maybe mildly sociopathic then?
No, it's not. It's just
I think I might be.
huh. It's
No,
just like indifference.
LA.
Inability to go ahead.
How do I train myself to become schizoid?
I don't think that you can.
Marcus might already be.
I don't think that you can make yourself schizoid. You basically you just don't have a desire to be social. Like if you're, I mean, I enjoy my my quiet time and I enjoy being alone. A lot of people don't. A lot of people feel lonely.
I do too.
I enjoy my privacy. So it's just I don't think you can choose to be like that. Either you are or you're not.
Yeah, guys.
Darn. Okay. Well,
But it's basically like all of these personality disorders are coping techniques, like because of some type of trauma. Like I guess I learned early on that because I think my natural disposition is to be codependent, but I was never able to be codependent because my parents were abusive and I couldn't really rely on them. And so anytime I was around other people, it's like I always had to suppress my own needs and desires to put their needs and desires first. Like to watch whatever TV show they wanted to watch it's like if I go out to eat, they're going to pick the restaurant, right? Or it's just better for me to do things by myself. I learned that. And I can be social, but I prefer not to be.
Yeah. Well, it might help you. If you're more sociable, you could possibly find more business connections and networking and friends. Maybe even make friends. So it's worth the risk, I think. But I take calculated risks. I don't like big groups of strangers, but
well, if he knows himself at this stage, I mean, you don't mind me saying, but you're in your 40s, right? Life abolitionism. If he knows himself at this stage, why should he have to take risks? Why can't he just be himself and do what makes him comfortable? I'm sure you've lived your life understanding yourself now, life abolitionism. How would you suggest someone with what you view as a schizoid nature orient themselves in the world? I mean, what type of career would suit them, for example?
I just want to finish up. It mainly becomes a problem in situations like where you need references. It's like because I cut off a lot of my friends and I just stick to myself. Some of these people I haven't talked to in years. So if I were applying for a job, I do struggle trying to find references because I don't talk to anybody. But to answer the question you just asked, I'm sorry. I just got sidetracked. What did you ask me?
I was asking about careers that might suit someone with a schizoid nature. Do you think there's any particular job roles that they could move towards that might give them both a good income and life satisfaction?
I don't know. I looked this up before. Like you want to do stuff that you can do alone, like computer programming or something where you work at night and you don't have to interact with a lot of people. But I can't really think of anything specific. You can do things. Most of it's going to be like blue collar type work. But you're still going to have some type of interaction. So I don't know. It's usually going to be something dealing with computers, programming or like designing or something like that.
Something creative, possibly.
Were you always like that?
Would you say a schizoid? You still have sexual needs, but you don't really. Are you telling me you don't need to like meet people for anything? Only like maybe a bit of sex now and again.
Right. I mean, the DSM-5 says they basically say that schizoids don't like sex, but I think it's really about intimacy because I've talked to other schizoids, like they can have sex as long as it's not like all like lovey-dovey, like holding hands and staring each other in the eyes. Like I hate that. Like
right.
But
Are
there's
these the
a
type of people that either are these the type of people that avoid sexual encounters more
Emotionless.
likely than not? And are they the type of people that might have weird? Sorry for saying the word weird, but they might resort to like, well, let's just say it as it is, masturbation at home, fantasy. They might live in a fantasy world sexually.
I don't know. Yeah, there's a book.
Let Life Abolition answer. That was for him, and then you can butt in. Sorry.
they probably do, but it's not because they're avoiding sex, they're avoiding intimacy. So if the people who they are seeking out expect intimacy, and I would assume that's probably more like in a heterosexual world, because I think heterosexuals are more intimate. I don't know how that dynamic works, but I assume that if you're with a woman, she's probably going to want you to talk to her and take her out to eat and hold her hands and all that stuff. Like in the gay world, it doesn't really work that way. Like you have easy access to sex. So I can have sex without intimacy, but if it was intimate like that, I probably would not enjoy it at all.
Have you ever been in love?
Before I go, I just want to say there's a book called Freeing the Imprisoned Self by Dr. George Eastman. I haven't read it yet, but he and suffers the right word. But anyway, he was dealing with that. Oh, what did you lose? What did you miss? I was saying that there's a book called Freeing the Imprisoned Self by Dr. George Eastman, and he talks about how he had a schizoid. He had a schizoid personality, and he like worked himself out of it or something. Or he did whatever like psychological therapy stuff to get out of it.
Now he may have done that, but was the outcome beneficial for him? Did he have a better quality of life being?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so. Yeah.
What do you think of that, Life Abolitionism? Are you tempted to read that book and work on yourself so that perhaps you can move out of your schizoid nature to another possibility for yourself?
What the hell? I want to be one of him. What are you talking
No,
about?
it's not necessarily a disorder. It's a choice. Like I don't think I have to work out of it. I mean, if I wanted to be social, if I wanted to do it like a job interview or something, I know how to like hit on a fake smile and have a conversation. I just don't enjoy it. Like I can't do it all the time. I need my alone time.
Well, I think what happened was I think it was affecting his relationships with other people, and for the line of work that he was in, or I don't know. I really shouldn't say much until I actually read the book. But thing is, I worked with him for like 6 years he was my therapist for like 6 years. So, I don't know,
Well,
based
one of
on
the
certain things he's told me.
Well, one of the problems is small talk, because we have a problem with small talk when people are just like saying nothing and then like cracking jokes and stuff. Like it becomes really awkward because it's just like I don't know. From what I've seen, schizoid think it's perfect. It doesn't have a point, and it's like we don't know how to react to that. It's like I don't know. I think there are books that talk about how to engage in small talk, but I don't think I'm very good at that.
Okay, Life Abolitionism. All these things you're saying, like having a problem with small talk, needing to recharge, when you've been involved in social situations, and having a problem with being around people. This also sounds like symptoms that overlap with or are indicative of autism. So how do you know you don't have plain old autism? You're on the autistic spectrum, or is it that autistic people are likely to be schizoid as well? A lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time.
I've looked at that a while back. There I forget. There's some distinctions between the two. I can't really point to it, but I know I definitely don't have that.
Oh, so you're definitely not autistic. Okay.
Right. No.
But I don't see a lot of negatives. It's just like, okay, you struggle with small talk, but
Yeah, but we
otherwise,
don't know the life outcomes for these people. It may be
yeah, but
statistically
that's
they
what I
might
was
have a
going.
poorer life quality.
That's what I was going to ask LA was what negatives does he see?
Well, it's not negatives for the individual who has it. It's really negatives for everyone else because they are detached and other people can't get their emotional needs. So like they want you to be excited and they want you to participate in certain activities. And if you don't have a desire, it I mean, if you were in a relationship, right, and your partner isn't paying attention to you, that would probably be hurtful. But it really does not really affect the individual that much.
Okay, so then live your best life. That's it. That seems okay.
So there's no higher propensity for illness or disease, you know, or bad medical outcomes.
No, not not the research I've seen. Again, they don't even agree that it's a disorder. Like, there's a lot of disagreement within the psychological community about that.
But there is a high likelihood, perhaps, for financial difficulty.
I mean, that's for everybody.
And I would say if there is, life abolitioners, I'm going to say this, if there is a high likelihood of financial difficulty because they find it hard to get work or they find it hard to be around people and therefore they find it hard to get suitable work, well, then to me, that's correlated with bad medical outcomes, poverty, and, you know, lower life expectancy, all these types of things. Poverty is a problem, you know. I mean, are you telling me that from what it sounds like, people with schizo will have trouble in the modern world, and therefore, in my view, it is a dysfunction because it will harm their life outcomes.
I mean, you could just be a programmer.
Yeah, but not everybody has that type of. I don't think, you know, just because you're
I know, but
schizo doesn't mean you're going to be.
How many social people are working at McDonald's? Like, just because you're social doesn't mean you're going to make a lot of money either.
That's true. That's true. But you possibly have more scope, you know.
Sure.
Well, they do talk about how there's a lot high rates of depression and suicide ideation, but I don't think. I mean,
I wonder if that's the social pressure, though.
Right.
It may also be because society doesn't cater for them. Maybe we, as a society, should cater for schizoid people more.
Yeah.
Because it's not their fault at the end of the day, and we should, cater for them somehow. Let them live their best lives, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish that was the case. You know, that we could help people who have this. You don't want me to call it a condition. Just have this nature.
Affliction.
Sorry.
Call it an affliction.
Well, no, he doesn't view it as he doesn't view it as a negative. He views it as a way of being. It's just the way he is.
Well,
Right.
cool.
I feel as a result of what I've experienced and observed that it's better for me to just be alone. Like I don't have the chaos and conflicts that I experience when I'm interacting with other people.
But I think maybe Brother Marcus, you might say this as well. Your struggles in life, etc., and other schizoid people's struggles, and even autistic people's struggles in terms of socializing and work, etc., might be because society is kind of governed, literally governed by overt extroverts a lot of the time who don't have your struggles, don't consider them, and therefore society is built and structured for people unlike you. And maybe that's the biggest problem here is the whole society is built and functions for people unlike you, and it is governed by them. They cannot see what you see. They cannot think like you. So do you think there's any hope at all in the future of people like you having a bigger say and having their needs met?
I just think it's such an understudied area of psychology that it's not even on anybody's radar. I think there are probably more people who are schizoid. I mean, they say that it's extremely rare, but I think they're
What do
probably.
they say? What's the prevalence or the stated prevalence at the moment? Do you know?
I believe it's only like 1% or some like very small percentage.
Well, I mean, 1% is a significant amount of people, really, when you think about, you know, we don't know the effects on society because of this. You know, I mean, it might make sense. 1%. It might make sense to really help these people because it could also be causing problems for society. It might be that, you know, just a little bit of help might help these people lead their best lives, and maybe they won't be a drain on the welfare system if they're on welfare. Maybe they would be able to find a way that makes them happy and feel fulfilled, you know, and become affluent and lead their best life, you know.
Well, I would think that if you got an official diagnosis as a disorder, then maybe it would be protected under the Americans with Disabilities Act, and then in a workplace environment, maybe employers would be forced to make accommodations for that. But I don't know.
So this is a question now that I've just come to mind. Someone like you who's batting on that it's not a disorder, do you ever feel like culpable perhaps for maybe not giving it maybe you're let's just say lowering the seriousness of the condition for other people? You know, maybe there are people out there suffering extremely with it, and someone like you who has it and is going out there saying, "Oh, it's not a problem. It's a way of being. It's who I am. It's not a disorder." Well, maybe, unfortunately, I know you may not. You're not wanting to do this, but maybe what you're actually doing is taking the spotlight off people who have it, and it's like a literal affliction for them that they view as an affliction.
No, it's classified in DSM-5 as a disorder, but I'm saying that there's disagreement within the psychological community. So officially, it is a disorder, but it is also a behavior type, which does not require an official diagnosis as a disorder.
Okay, sorry, yeah. So you accept it can be both. I got you. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Okay.
I guess I see the opposite. I see the opposite though, because I think that the fact that people need so much external validation and attention, I think that sounds like a nightmare.
Exactly. Yes, it is.
Oh yes, I agree.
I believe that my brother is schizoid. One of my brothers is schizoid. He has always been really good at just not needing to like be around people, and he could just be at home alone studying, reading books, like educating himself, and I don't know, like he does a lot of stuff by himself. Yeah,
It's really interesting. And it's amazing how siblings can be so different, so different.
Google says
Absolutely polar opposites.
schizoid is a lifelong pervasive pattern of social detachment, emotional coldness, and a preference for isolation. Individuals rarely desire close relationships, including family, and prefer solitary activities, often appearing aloof or indifferent. It typically emerges in early childhood. The core symptoms include a lack of interest in social relationships, restricted emotional expression, and limited pleasure in activities. Those with schizoid personality often do not react to praise or criticism and may feel like observers rather than participants in life.
What's interesting is it's called a personality disorder. Now, what's interesting is that means that person's brain, in my view, if it's a personality disorder, that means they had a potential to be something else, and it's their personality became disordered because it formed in the manner that it later showcased. So, do you get what I'm saying? Life abolitionism, is it from trauma? Is it from trauma, or
I would say so, but I can't speak for other people. Like I would say that
I know it's probably I know there'd probably be an epigenetic basis for it, like, but as it is a personality disorder and it's not some kind of, you know, it's not like autism is kind of looked at as a kind of neurological condition, like it's like a to do with like the literal the way the brain works. But to call it a personality disorder means it's not the material, it's the essence, and it's the kind of who the person thinks they are, their psychology, all these things that shape personality. Obviously, yes, there's epigenetic factors, but have you looked into what switches on and off the genes to cause the schizoid personality disorder? Is it because of upbringing, the nurturing? Is it because of trauma? These types of things. Is there much literature on that?
No, there's not, because they don't agree on what the root cause is. They can't, like, there's not enough participants in these studies for them to actually conduct research on it. But I have my own personal view. I would say that I'm probably naturally codependent. And that's mostly because of my mother and how she made me dependent and did not really allow me to be independent because she was so needy and clingy. But I'm not really allowed to be codependent because I do have like these tendencies to like seek other people's opinion, just because of the way that I was raised. My mother really was very domineering, and so I always feel like I second guess myself and I need somebody else's opinion before I make decisions. But as I've grown older, I don't do that as much. Like now, I don't necessarily seek anybody's opinion. Like I'm like more, I don't know, I guess more independent than I used to be.
Mm-hmm.
But
I'm just putting this out there. I'm just putting this out. This is a bizarre one, but it's just an idea that came to me. You know, people's personalities can change sometimes with age and such. Yeah, and maybe even out like early onset dementia and all these things. People's personalities can change throughout life. Are there any, and even people with borderline personality disorder, apparently they can change, their personality can change as they get older. Are there any cases of people with schizoid personality disorder having personalities that changed throughout life, or moved away from the definition of schizoid personality disorder?
No, I don't think so. I think that you can be comorbid with something else, and then between those two or whatever, you can sort of vacillate between one or the other. But I would still say that I still am codependent, but those traits are not being manifested. But I guess the schizoid is more dominant now, but I would say that I still have both.
Wow. Okay. We are all very complex beings, Life Abolitionism, and I do thank you for sharing, your story, and I hope it helps us understand you and try to help you. If we ever find any information, I'm sure we'll send it your way. Guys, we are going to probably we're going to close the show now. It's getting late, so I have to go. But I suppose we'll say some closing remarks. Life Abolitionism, if you want to do a stream, brother, you can follow me on Twitter or X, if you've got an X. I don't know if you have, and that way we could maybe do a deeper dive into it all one day. But obviously we need to arrange it, so that
I just want to make one final comment, because a lot of people
I tell you what, this is your closing remark, so feel free to say whatever you want.
A lot of people see like schizoid behavioral patterns and they do mistake it for narcissism. It's not narcissism. It's not exploitive. It's not, there's not a grandiose personality disorder. It's just that the schizoid person is in their own world, like basically by themselves. Like they live within their own head, and people, I guess they just misunderstand what's actually going on.
Okay, Life Abolitionism. As I said, if you want to do a show, brother, do hit me up on X, and we can arrange it. Ricardo, do you want to say some closing remarks?
I suppose just to say that we can be arseholes, but we're not always arseholes. We're not all arseholes, and we shouldn't aspire to be arseholes or bigger or better arseholes. So, just be nice to arseholes.
Okay, and Count Marcus, what would you like to say in closing?
Make sure you have good water pressure on your bidet.
not too powerful, just right. Okay, that's the first. Well, all right, guys. Well, listen, we'll be back soon. Until then, take care and look after yourselves and others. And yeah, make some suggestions for future shows. We'll chat again soon. Take care. I'm going to end
Cheers,
the
everyone.
show without the
Hey.
outro tonight.